The moment the challenge began, a bluish, semi-transparent wall appeared, enclosing the rooftop. Standing a few feet tall, the wall flanked the rooftop on all sides. Jake knew that it wasn't real and that it was visible only to him, marking the boundaries of the wave survival challenge. He knew he could pass through the bluish wall, and if that happened for any reason, it would mean falling off the roof and tumbling all the way down to the street. He would surely survive the fall, but whether he could get back up before the 30-second countdown reached 0 was anybody's guess. The rooftop was about to become an arena where he would have to battle through 10 waves of mutants. Sure enough, the Electro was still hovering above the center of the rooftop. Jake had hoped the challenge would take place somewhere else, but no such luck. He would have to take on the challenge right next to the dangerous anomaly. In the next second, vertical rift gates began to tear open in the air, just above the surface of the roof. The first group of ex-humans started to crawl out of the fully formed portals. Fortunately, none of them materialized anywhere near the center of the roof, where the Electro was positioned. So far, all the mutants that crawled from the portals were low-level walkers. Jake checked his current XP count. XP, 235/5375. The first ex-human fully emerged from a portal, emitting a piercing shriek. Jake immediately sprang into action, wheeling toward it and breaking into a run while morphing his hands into claws. Before the walker could raise its own deadly claws, Jake slashed at the mutant's throat with his talons, plunging deep into the meat, easily slicing through muscle and cartilage. Dark blood poured from the torn flesh, and the walker collapsed, dead. A system notification flashed through his mind. Wave 1 has started. Targets killed, 1 of 25. Jake quickly scanned his surroundings. A dozen or so walkers were closing in on him from various directions, and more ex-humans continued to crawl from the rift gates. The portals were likely to remain open until all the mutants from the first wave were released. He cast a quick glance at the Electro. The anomaly was relatively small, only a few feet wide, and it hovered a few meters above the roof's surface. The Electro resembled a warped spheroid, bending light and space around it. The anomaly motionlessly floated in the air and was barely visible. While he himself could see it easily thanks to his enhanced senses, for regular humans, it would be nearly impossible to spot it. Some of the walkers passed directly beneath the anomaly without setting it off. From its description, he had learned that it would activate if a living being came within a foot of it, but none of the mutants were tall enough to get that close. Also, according to its description, another way to trigger the Electro was by disturbing it, but Jake wasn't quite sure what that meant. Throwing objects at the anomaly would certainly cause a disturbance. However, the mutants were unlikely to hurl anything at it, especially without any reason. Besides, there were even no objects on the roof to throw. Another thought crossed his mind: could loud sounds disturb it? As more ex-humans emerged onto the roof, the noise they made grew louder, their combined sharp shrieks piercing the air, blending into a piercing cacophony. As the clamor grew louder, the anomaly appeared to pulsate slightly harder, but not by much. Therefore, under current circumstances, it seemed that the Electro wasn't going to activate. It could be set off if a living being came within a foot of it, but it had to be several meters tall. None of the ex-humans he had faced before were anywhere near that size. Disturbing the anomaly by throwing objects was also an option, but neither Jake nor his enemies would likely do that. So, it appeared that his earlier concern about accidentally setting off the Electro during the wave survival challenge was unfounded. Jake slashed his claws across a walker's throat. Yet another ex-human lunged at him with a clawed hand, but he brushed it aside with one hand while using the talons on his other hand to strike back, tearing a piece of flesh out of its throat. Jake had a couple of other weapons at his disposal, swords and smash fists, but he didn't feel the need to use them at the moment. His claws were more than sufficient for handling low-level walkers and leapers. At one point, he sprouted 3 bladed tentacles from his back. Though there was no urgent need to use them, he enjoyed occasionally bringing them into play. Besides, he wanted to progress and level them up to the next rank. Even during the fight, Jake maintained perfect control over all 3 tentacles at once. Even when they were behind him, in his blind spot, he was always aware of their exact positions and could easily direct them wherever he wished. While fighting 3 walkers in front of him at once, Jake used one of the bladed tentacles to slash across the throat of another ex-human flanking him on the right. He whipped the second tentacle through the air toward a leaper that was about to pounce at him. The pointed blade at the tip of the tentacle stabbed the leaper into an eye, going deep enough to reach its brain. With the third bladed tentacle, Jake cut open another walker, slashing its torso from the crotch to the bottom edge of the sternum, disemboweling the creature. Ex-humans surrounded him from several directions, but he deftly avoided their strikes without taking a hit. His claws, on the other hand, always found their marks with ease. Most of the ex-humans attacking him were walkers, but there were several leapers among them as well. It didn't take him long to deal with all the targets of the first wave. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 825 XP. Wave 1 complete. Wave 2 will initiate in 5 seconds. Jake took a second to check his current experience count. XP, 1060 for 5375. Since all the ex-humans he had just defeated were low-level walkers and leapers, he hadn't gained much experience, even with the active increased XP booster. He then checked the status of the challenge. Wave survival. Waves, 1 of 10. Remaining time, 54 minutes 23 seconds. He breezed through the first wave in just a few minutes. However, it was obvious that the difficulty would ramp up with each subsequent wave, and probably at an exponential rate. The electro anomaly remained dormant in the same position, motionlessly hovering several meters above the center of the roof. It hadn't been activated even once, and it seemed unlikely to do so, which was a relief. He had no desire to dodge multiple bolts of electricity while fending off waves of ex-humans. What had him concerned, however, were the sleek, futuristic helicopters circling overhead. He could only spot 2 in the distance, and they were currently too far away. Yet, there was a chance that they might come closer to his position at some point. If they interfered with his progress on the wave survival challenge and prevented him from completing it, he would be so freaking pissed. Then the second wave started, and Jake shifted his attention to a fresh bunch of mutants emerging from the newly formed rift gates. Jake breezed through the next several waves of the challenge. Each new wave spawned 15 more mutants than the previous one, and a new type of mutant was introduced with almost every wave. However, all the mutants he faced during the wave survival challenge were ones he had already encountered in this world. The experience points he earned were tripled, thanks to the increased XP booster he had purchased before starting the challenge. The second wave had 40 mutants to kill, but it didn't introduce any new types, so most of them were walkers interspersed with a few leapers. During this wave, he earned 1,275 XP, bringing his total up to 2,335. To level up to 43, he needed to reach 5,375. The third wave had 55 ex-humans and added another type of mutant, a shambler. However, there were only a couple of them, and Jake racked up 1,965 XP during this wave, bringing his current XP to over 4,375. Wave 4 had 70 mutants and added whippers to the fight, featuring 15 more mutants than the previous wave. The fourth wave mostly consisted of walkers and leapers, mixed with 3 shamblers and 2 whippers. Jake earned 3,069 XP during this wave, and that was when he leveled up to 43. His XP was now 1,724/500. He earned 5 skill points but decided to allocate them, along with all the other skill points he would earn during the challenge, after finishing the wave survival. By his estimation, he should be able to level up a few more times by the end of the challenge and a few additional times if he successfully completed it. So if everything went smoothly, he would end up with quite a few skill points. Wave 5 didn't introduce any new mutant types, featuring a total of 85 ex-humans. Like the previous wave, it mainly consisted of walkers and leapers, with a couple of shamblers and whippers. He earned 3,300 XP in this wave. The sixth wave ramped up to 100 mutants and, in addition to the walkers, leapers, shamblers, and whippers, added a couple of slashers to the mix, each worth 250 XP. In this wave, Jake earned a total of 5,535 XP, allowing him to level up to 44 and earn 5 additional skill points. The next wave, the seventh, was somewhat different from the previous ones, breaking the pattern slightly. Instead of the usual addition of 15 enemies, this wave increased the count by 25, but all of them were only walkers and leapers. There were no shamblers, whippers, or slashers present. Although this wave had added 10 more mutants than the previous ones, they were all low-level mutants, resulting in Jake earning only 3,900 XP. Despite earning fewer experience points than in the prior wave, he still gathered enough to level up to 45, bringing his total skill points to 15. His XP now stood at 1,610/5,750. After each wave, there was a 5-second break, which Jake didn't really need since he couldn't get physically tired as long as he had enough mana stored in his body. However, during each 5-second break, all the dead bodies of the mutants he killed in the previous wave disappeared, which was a good thing. If all the dead bodies had remained, the rooftop would have become clogged with them quite some time ago. The electro had not been activated even once during the previous 7 waves. The mutants shrieked and screamed, creating quite a cacophony that made the anomaly pulsate and send waves of vibrations through the air. However, the sheer noise generated by the horde of ex-humans swarming the rooftop wasn't nearly enough to trigger the electro. Which was another good thing. Jake didn't even want to imagine what could happen if, for any reason, the dangerous anomaly were to activate. Just like Wave 7, the next one added 25 more mutants instead of the regular 15. To get through this wave, he had to eliminate a total of 150 ex-humans, which was quite a lot. That was why Jake immediately launched himself toward the first ex-human emerging from a rift gate. With a single swipe of his claws, he killed the creature and then moved on to another mutant. He knew he had to kill them as quickly as possible. He couldn't afford to let 149 remaining mutants swarm onto the rooftop all at once. Jake continued to take down one ex-human after another, but despite his efforts to be as quick as possible, the rooftop was steadily becoming overcrowded with mutants. It wasn't long before more formidable enemies, like shamblers and whippers, began to emerge from the rift gates. His feral instincts constantly warned him about enemies that were about to strike when he wasn't aware. At one point, the ability alerted him to a whipper lashing out with its tentacle, prompting him to leap to the side. He quickly spun around just as the whipper lashed out again. Extending a sword from his right wrist, he sliced through the tentacle, severing it. Retracting the blade, he dashed toward the whipper, morphing his right hand into a smash fist. On the run, he lashed out at a nearby walker with the claws on his left hand, opening up the mutant's throat. Another one attempted to strike out at him, but he ducked, sprouting 3-bladed tentacles from his back. As he continued to run, he lashed out with all his tentacles at the mutants surrounding him from all directions. He slashed at their throats and opened up their torsos, pierced through their chests, and stabbed their eyes. The lifespans of his tentacles were pretty short, but as soon as they detached from his body, he instantly sprouted new ones, spending some of his mana for the action. Upon reaching the whipper, he threw a powerful punch aimed at its chest. His smash fist effortlessly broke through the mutant's protective organic layer, breaking through muscle and snapping ribs inward with surprising ease. Jake withdrew his smash fist from the huge hole in the mutant's chest he'd just created, and the large ex-human collapsed. Just like that, the whipper was dead. Now, one powerful punch was all it took for Jake to kill powerful, well-protected mutants like shamblers or whippers. His feral instincts warned him of a slasher approaching from behind. Jake leaped to the side, successfully dodging the attack. His ability kicked in again, alerting him to yet another mutant nearby. This time, Jake couldn't evade the attack in time, and he felt claws rake against the flesh of his back. However, it inflicted minimal damage, and his enhanced regeneration was already at work, repairing the torn flesh. Jake continued to battle the mutants surrounding him from all directions. Despite his incredible speed and agility, along with useful skills like enhanced reflexes and feral instincts, the sheer number of enemies made it impossible for him to dodge every attack. However, the damage inflicted by the mutants was minimal, and his body healed quickly during the fight. Finally, the 8th wave was finished. During this wave, Jake killed 130 walkers, 10 leapers, 3 shamblers, 2 whippers, and 5 slashers, earning 9,000 XP. He leveled up to 46 and now had a total of 20 skill points at his disposal. Even though the challenge wasn't over yet, he had already accumulated a significant amount of skill points. He couldn't wait to allocate them to his attributes and acquire new skills and abilities. However, he pushed those thoughts aside, knowing he needed to remain focused on the wave survival challenge as he still had 2 more waves to survive. In the brief 5-second pause following the 7th wave, Jake took a moment to check the status of the challenge. Wave survival. Waves, 8 of 10. Remaining time, 16 minutes, 44 seconds. As far as he knew, there was no time limit for this challenge. The remaining timeline simply indicated how much time was left to obtain the cloaking ability. If he failed to finish the challenge within that time frame, he wouldn't be rewarded with it. While Jake's main goal was to successfully complete the challenge to level up several more times, he was also eager to finish quickly enough to earn the cloaking ability. Having a new ability at his disposal was never a bad thing. Every skill and ability not only enhanced his chances of survival, but also helped him maintain his status as the apex predator in this world. Just as rift gates began to appear all over the rooftop, marking the start of the next, ninth wave, Jake heard a rhythmic whirring sound. The moment he recognized it, anger bubbled up inside him as he already knew what was happening. One of the helicopters patrolling the area was closing in on his location. He turned toward the sound and saw a sleek, futuristic helicopter approaching his position. It was somewhat higher than the rooftop he stood on, and for a moment, Jake hoped that the chopper would fly over the building without its occupants noticing him. However, his hope quickly evaporated when the helicopter settled into a hover above the roof. The aircraft was completely black, adorned with a red demon skull painted on each of its sides. Just like all the other helicopters belonging to Los Demonios, this one appeared civilian. Aside from a machine gun mounted in one of the side doors, it lacked any additional weapons. While Jake battled the first group of walkers that had just emerged from the rift gates, he made sure to keep the chopper in his field of vision. The helicopter hovered next to a building a few dozen yards above him. It was too high in the air for Jake to reach by jumping. For the next several seconds, the pilot and door gunner observed Jake battling the ex-humans as more mutants poured out from the portals. Then, the door gunner tilted the barrel of the machine gun downward and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Heavy caliber rounds tore through the bodies of the ex-humans surrounding him. It was hard to tell if the door gunner was aiming specifically at Jake, struggling to hit him due to his constant movement, or if he was just indiscriminately spraying fire at every mutant in sight. The heavy caliber bullets tore at the bodies of low-level ex-humans, shredding them apart. The weak mutants, like walkers and leapers, stood no chance of survival against such relentless fire. In just a few seconds, most of the mutants surrounding Jake were torn to shreds. The door gunner unleashed a continuous barrage, bullets pockmarking the rooftop and kicking up clouds of dust. More ex-humans continued to emerge onto the rooftop, and the roar of the machine gun competed with the shrieks of the mutants for dominance. As the door gunner adjusted the muzzle of the weapon to aim at Jake, he quickly darted to the side. He ran around the electro anomaly hovering above the center of the roof as the door gunner struggled to track him, failing miserably. He was moving too quickly for the shooter to land a hit. Out of the corner of his eye, Jake noticed the anomaly pulsating more violently, waves of vibration hitting him with increasing intensity. The thunderous roar of the machine gun and the heavy caliber bullets striking the electro were undoubtedly disturbing it. If this went on a little longer, the anomaly would likely activate. The two occupants of the chopper either didn't notice the electro or simply couldn't care less. Jake hardly killed any mutants during this wave, as most of them were taken out by the door gunner. Instead, he simply ran in circles around the electro, pursued by the ex-humans. As soon as they emerged from the rift gates, they chased after him while the demon manning the machine gun gunned them down. The shooter was inadvertently making Jake's task of completing the challenge much easier and quicker. On one hand, it was a good thing, on the other, he was hardly gaining any XP during this wave since most of the mutants were being mowed down by the door gunner. It was unfortunate. He would have preferred to kill all the mutants by himself for the extra XP, but there seemed to be nothing he could do to change the situation. He couldn't take down the chopper, as it hovered just out of reach, far too high for him to jump and attack. Leading the chopper from this position wouldn't be possible either. If he left the boundaries of the challenge, he would trigger a 30-second countdown. He doubted he would be able to lead the chopper away, lose it, and then return to the challenge area within 30 seconds. So, it seemed all he could do was keep running in circles while the door gunner took out the ex-humans emerging from the portals. At least there was a silver lining, he would be able to finish the challenge quickly enough to earn the cloaking ability as a reward. As Jake continued running in circles, he stole occasional glances at the chopper hovering above the building. A crooked smile played on the door gunner's lips as he mowed down the mutants. They were sitting ducks for him, easy XP. Even the shamblers and whippers struggled to withstand the devastating barrage of fire he unleashed. The heavy caliber rounds tore through the organic layer protecting their bodies with ease, shredding it to pieces in mere seconds. It took him just a couple of seconds to tear to shreds a well-protected enemy like a shambler or whipper. The door gunner kept slaying mutants in droves, with a wide grin on his face and a gleam of excitement in his eyes. For him, it was pure fun, the mutants couldn't fight back, so he wasn't in any kind of danger at all. Some of the creatures stopped chasing Jake, glaring up at the chopper in frustration, which made them even easier targets. What worried Jake, however, was the electro, which pulsated harder with each bullet that struck it. The bullets that passed through the anomaly weren't affected by it in any visible way, which was why neither the pilot nor the door gunner had noticed it yet. Jake, however, could see that the anomaly appeared to be charging with energy. It might go off at any moment. As he continued to run in circles, he made an effort to keep his distance from the electro. If it suddenly triggered, he wanted to be as far away from it as possible. He didn't even bother engaging the ex-humans, letting the door gunner deal with them. As soon as the challenge was over, he would run away and take refuge in one of the buildings. Judging by the rate at which the gunner was killing them, it wouldn't be long before the challenge ended. For now, all he had to do was focus on staying alive and avoiding the deadly spray of machine gun fire. It wasn't long before the 9th wave was over. 5 seconds later, the final wave began. This wave had a total of 200 mutants, featuring all types of ex-humans, walkers, leapers, shamblers, whippers, slashers, and chasers. A few wraiths, capable of becoming invisible, also emerged from the rift gates to join the fray. For a moment, the door gunner stopped firing, staring down at the scene unfolding on the rooftop. He clearly didn't understand why the mutants kept materializing. Nevertheless, shaking off his confusion, he reloaded the machine gun and resumed mowing down ex-humans in droves. Given how quickly and easily he eliminated all kinds of ex-humans, Jake didn't expect the final wave to be much more difficult or longer than the previous one. At some point, he found himself surrounded by 3 slashers and 2 chasers. Despite being outnumbered by such powerful ex-humans, he handled the confrontation with ease. He couldn't help but remember his very first encounter with a slasher during the tower climbing challenge. Although he had won that fight, the slasher had inflicted a deep slash on his shoulder and cut off 2 of his fingers. However, that fight had taken place a long time ago, and now Jake was much stronger than before. He didn't even bother to extend his blades and was using his claws instead, successfully blocking nearly every attack. Occasionally, a slasher would cut him with a sword, or a chaser would slash at him with its claws, but the injuries were superficial and healed quickly. While he used his own claws to deflect their attacks, he employed his tentacles to slash and stab at his opponents. Half the head of the chaser in front of him blew apart in an explosion of gore as a heavy-caliber bullet hit it. Then a slasher's body on his right thrashed violently under the barrage of machine gun fire. The chopper's door gunner had dealt with most of the weaker ex-humans and now targeted Jake and the mutants he was fighting. Just as Jake turned to escape the line of fire, he felt a round slam into his shoulder. The force of the impact jolted him, nearly causing him to lose his footing, but he managed to keep his balance. Another slasher thrashed about as heavy-caliber rounds perforated its body. When the door gunner aimed at another ex-human, something unexpected occurred. The electro anomaly, which had been continuously hit by bullets, seemed to decide it had had enough. The hum and vibrations emanating from it intensified dramatically, and the spheroid form of the anomaly emitted a blinding light. The door gunner ceased firing the machine gun, staring in awe at the anomaly, which he had not noticed before. Even some of the ex-humans paused in their pursuit of Jake and turned their heads to gaze at the electro, which glowed brighter and brighter. Then it suddenly exploded with waves of magical energy. With a crack that split the air like thunder, the electro surged to life. Blinding bolts of electricity erupted from the magical anomaly, sending arcs of energy shooting in every direction. The spheroid mass of the anomaly pulsed with an astonishing brightness. Now that the 2 occupants of the helicopter were aware of the electro's presence, they completely forgot about what was happening on the rooftop. The door gunner ceased firing at the mutants and began screaming at the pilot to get them the hell out of there, even though the pilot already desperately worked to do just that. The helicopter lurched sideways as the pilot frantically adjusted the controls, attempting to pull away. Too late. As the pilot initiated a sharp climb, a bolt of electricity suddenly struck the fuselage, jolting the chopper. The rotors whirred frantically as the pilot fought to regain control, his face taut with panic. The hum of the blades mingled with the crackle of the raging anomaly. The door gunner held on to the edges of the doorway, his eyes darting between the anomaly launching erratic bolts of electricity everywhere and the ground far below. Before the helicopter could get away, another bolt struck its tail rotor with a bright flash. Metal screeched as the rotor shuddered violently, sparks flying chaotically everywhere. The helicopter jerked violently, the rotors sputtering and stalling as the imbalance took hold. The pilot struggled, his hands gripping the controls tightly, sweat glistening on his brow. The anomaly pulsed rhythmically, almost as if mocking the helicopter's frantic attempts to maintain balance. Another bolt shot through the air, striking the chopper with wild ferocity. At that moment, the helicopter entered a chaotic spin, losing altitude at a heart-stopping rate. The shriek of the dying engines echoed through the air as the aircraft spiraled downward. A second later, the helicopter plummeted out of view below the rooftop's edge, and Jake couldn't see it anymore. Then came the sound, the sickening crunch of metal colliding with stone as the chopper crashed into the side of a nearby building. An explosion erupted, blooming like a flower, with the shockwave rolling across the rooftops. A plume of fire blossomed, sending shards of debris spiraling into the sky. However, Jake didn't have time to watch. The cacophony of sounds reverberated through the air as the magical anomaly raged, pulsating with electrical rhythms and sending lightning bolts in every direction. With a powerful leap, Jake propelled himself into the air, dodging one of them. Another bolt crackled past, missing him by mere inches. Jake was in constant motion, leaping this way and that, dodging bolts of electricity. His enhanced reflexes and enhanced agility were working in overdrive, keeping him just ahead of danger. He quickly rolled as another bolt sliced through the air and hit the spot where he had been moments before. The electrical energy sizzled against the surface of the roof, and he felt a wave of heat wash over him as he came up, ready to dodge yet another strike that burned through the air like a whip of light. The anomaly pulsed rhythmically, emitting a deep thrum that vibrated through the air, sending arcs of electricity from its core. Predicting where the next bolt would strike was nearly impossible, but Jake's feral instincts guided him. He knew the electrical fury would subside in mere seconds, yet he didn't let himself think about it. Instead, he focused solely on dodging the bolts. He could probably survive a direct hit, but he didn't know how much damage it would inflict on his body, so he wanted to avoid being hit at all costs. With a quick dash and a leap, he launched himself into a roll to dodge another bolt. As he leaped to his feet, he quickly glanced around, catching sight of the chaos the anomaly continued to unleash upon the rooftop, smoke billowing up from the surface where bolts struck. The air crackled with electric energy, sending a trickling sensation through his skin as he surveyed the chaos unfolding around him. Unfortunately for the ex-humans, they lacked his speed and agility. Even with the anomaly raging around them, some still tried to get to him, while others looked confused and uncertain about what action to take. No matter what path they chose, all of them were killed, being hit by the bolts of electricity, dying instantly. Jake darted to the side, narrowly avoiding a bolt of raw electricity that struck a walker beside him, charring its upper body instantly. He continued to leap from side to side as bolts lanced through the air around him. With every movement, he could hear the mutants shrieking in pain and frustration as they were hit. Another bolt shot forth, striking one of the creatures with a sickening crackle. It erupted into flames, becoming a living torch, before it disintegrated into ash. Jake urged his body to move faster, to outmaneuver both the bolts of electricity and the horde chasing him. A slasher lunged, its curved claws poised to tear him apart, but he dashed aside just in time. In the next instant, the ex-human was struck by a bolt of electricity with such brutal force that it was hurled through the air all the way across the roof. Watching its smoldering body tumble over the roof's edge, Jake thought he'd just found another reason to do his best to avoid being hit. The electricity surged relentlessly, casting a blinding glow across the roof where monsters were being killed. Their shrieks pierced the air, blending with the constant crackling of the anomaly. More than once, Jake saw a bolt strike a mutant, splitting into several others that leaped to nearby creatures, killing them all at once. The monsters surrounding him were falling like flies. Jake ducked and darted, skillfully avoiding the onslaught while the mutants died all around him in droves. He leaped to the side as a bolt of electricity lanced past him. He launched himself into a roll to avoid being hit again, and immediately dashed aside, successfully dodging yet another bolt of electricity. "Is that all you've got?" He mentally taunted the anomaly. "You gotta do better than that if you want to get me." Then it suddenly was over. The electro stopped pulsating vigorously. The anomaly no longer radiated a blinding light and ceased launching any more bolts of electricity, reverting to its idle state, becoming almost invisible. The hum and crackle ceased, and the air was no longer charged. Jake quickly looked around. There were just a handful of walkers left, and no new mutants materialized, because all the portals had sealed shut a while ago. It didn't take Jake long to deal with the remaining mutants. Unfortunately, he hadn't leveled up during the previous two waves, because in the ninth wave, most of the mutants had been mowed down by the chopper's gunner, while in the final one, most had been killed by the anomaly. As soon as he took care of the last enemy, the electro-anomaly suddenly erupted in a flash of blinding light and ceased to exist. Waves of bluish energy surged toward him from where it had just been, absorbed by his body. Then, system notifications flooded his mind. Challenge complete. You have received 30,000 XP. You have received 30,000 MP. The cloak ability has been added to the genetic development interface. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 46 to 51. You have gained 25 SP. After earning 30,000 XP for completing the Wave Survival Challenge, he had leveled up 5 times and now possessed a total of 45 skill points. Not bad at all. He looked around. The rooftop was devoid of mutants, the anomaly was gone, and there were no more helicopters nearby. It was finally peaceful and quiet, the perfect moment to put those skill points to good use. Jake checked the second section of the genetic development interface. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent, Level 25. Abilities, 1 of 6. Skills, 1 of 4. Ability, Gravity Leap. Requirements, Body 43, Mind 40, Magic 37. Cost, 17,000 MP. Ability, Acidic Spit. Requirements, Body 45, Magic 45. Cost, 20,000 MP. Ability, Serpentine Form. Requirements, Body 50, Mind 45, Magic 50. Cost, 25,000 MP. Ability, Spikes. Requirements, Body 60, Magic 65. Cost, 30,000 MP. Ability, Cloak. Requirements, Body 45, Mind 55, Magic 60. Cost, 25,000 MP. Skill, Adhesive Secretion. Requirements, Body 40, Magic 35. Cost, 15,000 MP. Skill, Toxic Resistance. Requirements, Body 45. Cost, 23,000 MP. Skill, Adaptive Armor. Requirements, Body 55, Magic 50. Cost, 27,000 MP. Ability, Mind Reader. Requirements, Mind 30, Magic 25. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Durability. Requirements, Body 30. Cost, already owned. As he was already aware, all the skills and abilities listed there were expensive and had demanding requirements. For that reason, he decided to use all 45 skill points he'd earned during the Wave Survival Challenge to upgrade his attributes. Body, 3646. Mind, 3050. Magic, 3550. He could now acquire the Gravity Leap ability and the Adhesive Secretion skill he had set his sights on a long time ago. The requirements for the former were Body at 43, Mind at 40, and Magic at 37, while for the latter, Body at 40 and Magic at 35. He first checked out the ability. Gravity Leap, the mutant can jump high up in the air, defying the laws of gravity. Upgrades, 0 of 4, Uncommon. Requirements, Body 43, Mind 40, Magic 37. Cost, 17,000 MP. The ability sounded quite impressive. Thanks to one of the upgrades for enhanced agility that improved his acrobatic abilities, he could already perform mana-infused jumps that propelled him a considerable distance. With Gravity Leap, he would be able to execute not just long jumps, but high ones too. After acquiring the ability, he checked out the skill. Adhesive Secretion, the mutant obtains the ability to exude a sticky substance from his skin, allowing him to cling to surfaces and ensnare foes. Upgrades, 0 of 4, Uncommon. Requirements, Body 40, Magic 35. Cost, 15,000 MP. Jake could climb pretty well. His agility and acrobatic abilities allowed him to scale almost every surface. However, when he climbed a wall, he always had to look for footholds and handholds, such as cracks or any features protruding from the surface. While he could climb almost any vertical surface, it could still be quite challenging at times. With Adhesive Secretion, he should be able to climb any surface without any trouble, even if it lacked handholds altogether. He acquired the skill. After he finished the Wave Survival Challenge, the Cloak ability had been added to the genetic development interface. Jake decided to check it out as well. Cloak, the mutant can merge with their surroundings to become nearly invisible. This ability allows the mutant to move stealthily, stay hidden, and set up ambushes. Upgrades, 0 of 4, uncommon. Requirements, body 45, mind 55, magic 60. Cost, 25,000 MP. The cloak ability had demanding requirements. His body was 46, but his mind and magic were lower than needed. It was also quite expensive. Gravity leap was 17,000 MP, while adhesive secretion was 15,000 MP, so he had spent a total of 32,000 MP and now had just over 30,000 mana points left. Even if he met the requirements for cloak, he wouldn't have purchased the ability just yet, as it would have left him with too little mana. However, cloak seemed like an extremely useful ability, so he planned to work toward acquiring it next. While Jake had enough MP left to acquire one more skill or ability, he decided against it for now. At his current level, 30,000 MP wasn't particularly high and could be depleted quickly. His powerful body demanded a significant amount of mana to function, with all his abilities and skills consuming varying amounts of mana during use. So, he decided to return to the genetic development interface after he gathered more mana. Jake opened his eyes, and all the information vanished. It was time to try out his newly acquired skill and ability. He decided to start with gravity leap. He scanned his surroundings, making sure no helicopters were nearby that could mess with him. He bent his knees and then jumped straight up into the air, activating the ability with a thought. He floated through the air with ease, as if experiencing zero gravity. His ascent gradually slowed until he reached the apex of his vertical jump. For a brief moment, he seemed to hover motionless in the air, having risen several meters. Then gravity took hold, and he began to plummet, rapidly picking up speed. Upon landing on the rooftop, he dropped into a crouch to absorb the impact. He stood up and looked around, turning toward the adjacent building before bursting into a sprint across the rooftop. When he reached the edge, he executed a mana-infused jump while simultaneously activating gravity leap, propelling himself forward and upward, flying through the air in a high arc. He soared across the gap between the two buildings. The breathtaking leap lasted just a couple of seconds before he touched down on the other rooftop. He ran across the rooftop for a few yards before gradually coming to a stop. Gravity leap was definitely a powerful and useful ability. Acquiring upgrades and leveling it up to higher ranks would make it even more effective, likely increasing the height of his vertical jumps. Currently, gravity leap allowed him to ascend several meters. Eventually, he might even be able to reach helicopters when they weren't flying too far above him. Next, Jake wanted to test out adhesive secretion. Unlike gravity leap, it was a skill, not an ability, so it would activate on its own without any mental commands from him. He made his way to the edge of the rooftop, leaning over to gaze down. After a moment of thought, he turned and swung one leg over the ledge. With both hands gripping the ledge, he swung his other leg over the edge of the rooftop, feeling his body drop. For a second, he hung motionlessly, gripping the edge of the roof above him with both hands. Since adhesive secretion was a skill, not an ability, it should activate automatically without any commands from him. It was time to see how it worked. He bent one knee, pressing the tips of his feet against the wall, and immediately felt a sticky substance begin to form. It seeped through his textured skin and tiny pores, causing his foot to adhere to the building's wall. Next, he pressed the other foot against the wall, and more secretions were released, making his other foot stick to the surface securely. Jake released one hand from the edge of the roof and pressed it against the wall. As he did, the sticky substance oozed from the tiny pores in his palm and fingertips, allowing his hand to adhere to the wall, increasing friction and securing his grip like an insect's. He then let go of the roof with his other hand and pressed it against the wall too. Thanks to the adhesive his body produced, he clung securely to the side of the building. His body seemed to instinctively know how much sticky substance it needed to generate to keep him anchored to the wall. Now, he was ready to see if he could crawl across the wall without losing his grip. He glanced at his right hand. For a moment, he worried that he wouldn't know how to unstick it from the surface, but the answer popped into his mind almost instantly. His body adjusted the amount of adhesive it produced depending on the situation. The moment he decided to unstick his right hand, the adhesive ceased to flow from it. Also, as he had noticed a long time ago, his skin was irregular and textured. Now he knew the reason for that, at least one of them, the specific pattern helped break the adhesion. By adjusting the angle of his feet and hands, he could peel off his grip without losing balance. He learned how to do this surprisingly quickly, as if he had been crawling across vertical surfaces like a bug his entire life. He turned to the side and crawled across the building's wall, resembling an insect in his movements. He moved easily and quickly, as if he had experienced this in a past life. At one point, he changed direction and crawled down toward the street 10 stories below. Jake also discovered that instead of twisting his hands in a specific way to break the adhesion, he could simply tug them forcefully, which instantly detached them from the surface. For several minutes, Jake crawled in different directions along the building wall. He then realized something. While adhesive secretion was active, not only did his body release the adhesive, but its structure also appeared to alter slightly. Although his form was primarily humanoid, it adapted to facilitate crawling like an insect. Jake couldn't see his reflection, but he suspected that he looked more like a massive insect than a humanoid-like creature when he crawled across the wall. He was also keenly aware that his body was consuming mana at an increased rate while adhesive secretion was active, though thankfully, it wasn't excessive. When Jake decided he had mastered the art of imitating a huge bug, he turned upward and crawled to the edge of the roof. Upon reaching it, he grasped the edge and pulled his body up and over. Moments later, he stood on the rooftop again. Both adhesive secretion and gravity leap had proven to be incredibly useful. He knew he would frequently put these skills to good use. Thanks to adhesive secretion, he could now easily scale any surface without having to search for handholds. Gravity leap would also come in handy in various situations, such as taking down helicopters. He then checked his current experience count. XP, 4235/6500. It wouldn't be long before he leveled up again. He had less than 30,000 mana points left, though. So he was going to spend the rest of the day slaying mutants for XP, and come nightfall, he would continue his routine of hunting for various mana consumables, using mana vision to locate them. With that determined, he picked a random direction and set off. Jake managed to collect enough XP in the evening to level up to 52. He gained 5 skill points, but he decided to hold off allocating them for now. During the night, he hunted for mana and collected over 10,000 MP. The following morning, he used the 10,000 mana points to purchase an increased XP booster and spent the next several hours in the sewers, killing mutated rats and devourers. He managed to level up 2 more times. His current level was now 54, and he had 15 skill points at his disposal. Since he was working toward acquiring the cloak ability, whose requirements were body 45, mind 55, and magic 60, he allocated all 15 skill points to his attributes. Body, 46-46. Mind, 50-55. Magic, 50-60. So he could now acquire the cloak ability. However, it was quite expensive, priced at a whopping 25,000 MP. Since he had a little over 30,000 MP, purchasing it would leave him with only about 5,000 MP, which wasn't much at all. When he was much weaker, below level 10, his body consumed just a little over 1,000 MP in a day in an active state. But now he needed much more than that. At his current level, his powerful body could burn through 5,000 MP in just a few hours to a day, depending on how active he was. So, he decided to wait until he collected more mana before acquiring the cloak ability. Finally, he emerged from the sewers. As soon as he returned to street level, he heard the rumble of a powerful engine nearby. Jake looked around and spotted a vehicle behind him. The huge pickup truck, with a machine gun mounted in its bed, was driving in his direction, quickly approaching his position. The hood of the large vehicle had a red demon skull painted on it. The person manning the machine gun and the driver both stared directly at him, determination etched on their faces. It was clear they hadn't stumbled upon him by accident. Instead, they had been purposely hunting him down. The intersection where Jake stood was crisscrossed with huge chasms, spanning the entire street. He knew the 2 demons in the technical wouldn't be able to follow him there, so instead of wasting time fighting them, he decided to slip away. He burst into a sprint, easily leaping over the massive cracks in the asphalt. Just as he expected, he heard the screech of tires behind him when the driver suddenly hit the brakes upon realizing he couldn't follow Jake. The driver would have to backtrack and search for the nearest side street, but by the time he maneuvered around the intersection marred by cracks, Jake would already be long gone. However, if they were on a mission to track and kill him, like the previous demons he had slain the other day, they would likely be equipped with a scanner to help them locate him. Still, even with the scanner, following him wouldn't be easy. Jake continued to run as heavy caliber rounds zipped past him. But he was already too far from the truck, so none of the bullets hit him. At the next intersection, he took a random turn, and the gunfire ceased. Instead of returning to the rooftops, Jake chose to stay on the streets for a while. He needed to level up as quickly as possible. The gangsters from Los Demonios were high-leveled and armed with powerful weapons. He still remembered his encounter with a couple of them when they had attacked him from their truck while he was climbing a building wall. The machine gun in the truck's bed and the revolver the driver wielded were surprisingly powerful because both weapons were high-leveled and enchanted to boot. The machine gun dealt explosive damage, while the revolver had not one but two enchantments, the first making the initial round deal cryo damage, and the second causing the next two shots to inflict explosive damage. Jake had to level up as fast as he could to be able to combat the demons effectively. They were everywhere, making it nearly impossible to avoid confrontations with them. Therefore, he had to become strong enough to fight back. The bandits from Los Demonios utilized special spells to level up more quickly. While Jake didn't have access to such spells, he could occasionally purchase an increased XP booster when he could afford to spend 10,000 MP. Another effective method for gaining substantial amounts of XP was through quests and challenges. While anomalies could sometimes be found on rooftops, the majority were located in the streets, along with most quests. For this reason, Jake chose to remain at street level for a little while. He ran through the streets choked with overgrown vegetation for some time. So far, he hadn't encountered any anomalies or quests, which was disappointing. The longer he lingered at street level, the greater the odds of running into another group of Los Demonios. His hearing picked up the sounds of gunfire, the roar of powerful engines, and human screams echoing from various corners of the devastated megalopolis. It felt as though the entire city was at war with itself. It definitely hadn't been like this before Los Demonios showed up. Almost every building he ran past had a red demon skull painted on it. The demons were marking what they now considered their own territory. The gang was quickly taking over the whole city, and the other survivors were seemingly completely powerless to stop them. It wasn't long before Jake ran into another demon vehicle. This time, it was an SUV with a machine gun mounted on its roof. One person operated the gun while another occupied the passenger seat. There could be even more bandits in the back of the vehicle. The looks on the demons' faces made it clear they weren't just driving around aimlessly. No, they were specifically looking for him too. Jake knew that one of the leaders of the gang, known as Skullface, had a mission to kill him. Rather than taking it upon themselves, Skullface preferred to hand this mission over to their subordinates. After Jake had eliminated the first two demons who came after him, Skullface must have passed the mission on to someone else. As long as Skullface was alive, the hunt would continue. However, even if Jake managed to eliminate Skullface, it might not put an end to his troubles, because the system could assign the same mission to another survivor. Yet, whoever was next in line to receive the mission might not possess the same level of power as Skullface, have fewer resources, and probably wouldn't have an army of subordinates at their disposal to chase Jake down. Jake heard the rumble of another engine on his left. He glanced that way and saw yet another huge vehicle approaching his position. It was the technical he had encountered right after emerging from the sewers. It appeared that various groups of Los Demonios were now working together to hunt him down. That was troubling. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. The SUV was coming in from the front, the technical from the left. On his right, at the corner of the intersection, stood the remains of what used to be a coffee shop. Without wasting another moment, Jake dashed toward it. The moment Jake burst into the building, he was met with the sight of replication pods dangling from the ceiling. About a dozen ex-humans wandered aimlessly around the interior, and some of them hissed and snarled upon spotting him. Without hesitation, Jake sprinted across the room toward a door on the opposite side that led deeper into the building, easily evading clawed hands that reached out for him. Just as Jake reached the far side of the room, a tremendous crash echoed behind him. He glanced over his shoulder to see the technical smashing its way into the coffee shop, crashing through debris, mutants, and replication pods. The vehicle came to a halt in the center of the room, and the demon in the truck bed swung a machine gun toward Jake, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Heavy caliber bullets zipped through the air like crazy hornets. Jake continued to run, ignoring the chaos unfolding inside the room. Just as he reached the doorway leading deeper into the building, a translucent bluish surface popped up in front of him, completely filling the entrance. Unable to stop in time, Jake slammed into the semi-transparent wall, bouncing back. He morphed his right hand into a smash fist and struck the bluish magical barrier with all the strength he could muster. To his surprise, the powerful blow didn't do anything at all. The magical barrier turned out to be as strong as a stone wall. Scratch that, it was even stronger. While punching a stone wall with a smash fist might not have been enough to shatter it, it would at least have left a dent. The magical barrier in front of him, however, showed no visible damage at all. With his only escape route blocked, Jake pivoted to the right and sprinted away as the demon continued to unleash gunfire. Heavy caliber bullets ripped through the debris strewn across the room, drilled into the ex-humans milling about, and punched through the replication pods dangling from the ceiling. Rounds slammed into the floor and walls, sending fragments of concrete and clouds of dust flying in all directions. Every second bullet exploded on impact, tearing huge chunks of flesh out of weak, low-level ex-humans and causing replication pods to burst apart, splattering liquid everywhere and destroying the embryos of undeveloped creatures. Jake continued to run in a semicircle, gradually closing in on the pickup truck. He was moving so fast the gunner struggled to track him with the mounted weapon. Suddenly, Jake felt his speed begin to wane. Immediately afterward, a system message flashed through his mind. An ethereal grasp has been cast on you. One of the bandits, likely the person manning the machine gun, had just used a magic spell on him. Jake didn't need to read its description to know what kind of spell it was. It was meant to either freeze him in place or slow him down. If it was intended to fully immobilize him, it had failed. Still, he certainly felt his movements becoming sluggish, but thankfully not too much. The points he had invested in the magic attribute definitely paid off, likely increasing his resistance to such spells. Still, now that he was affected by ethereal grasp, it became somewhat easier for the gunner to target him. Jake felt a round slam into his right shoulder, staggering him momentarily. It wasn't an enchanted bullet, so it didn't inflict much damage. But the next one that hit him was. It drilled into his side and exploded inside, tearing a chunk of flesh from his body. Jake was starting to get pissed. Why couldn't Los Demonios just leave them alone? Did they have a death wish or something? For all their trouble, it could end only one way. Another system notification emerged in his mind. A shadow tether has been cast on you. Jake had no idea what this spell was for. He didn't feel any change in his body, so he mentally summoned the description of the spell. Shadow tether creates a thin, invisible thread that links the caster to a target, either a nearby object or person, allowing the caster to feel their general direction and distance as well as see their outline, even through obstacles. The effect lasts a few seconds, and the caster can also break the spell with a thought. Jake wasn't sure why his enemies had cast such a spell on him. The answer came shortly afterward. A shimmering mist enveloped the area, slightly reducing visibility. Again, likely due to his advanced magic attribute, he could still see quite well. He realized that the mist spell, or whatever it was called, hadn't been directed at him specifically, because unlike the previous two spells, he hadn't received a notification about it. Instead, the mist spell must have been cast over the entire room, affecting every creature within. He could see other ex-humans looking around in confusion. Despite having limited visibility, the mutants dashed toward the pickup truck, using the sound of the firing machine gun for direction, although some tripped over debris and fell. Jake knew that survivors could learn magic from scrolls, each containing a spell for one-time use. Scrolls were extremely rare, probably the rarest items in this game-like world. For that reason, he rarely used spells himself when he was a survivor. However, the two bandits in the pickup truck didn't seem to lack spells, having already cast 4 different ones. That wasn't all that surprising, considering the gang they belonged to had an abundance of various resources. It was also possible that after the rest of the gang learned about the defeat of the 2 demons who came at him first, the others realized how dangerous he was and felt compelled to use everything at their disposal to stop him. This seemed plausible, especially given that different groups within the gang were now collaborating to hunt him down. Now that Jake was under the effect of the shadow tether spell, the gunner, who must have been the one to cast it on him, could clearly see him through the magical, sparkling mist enveloping the area. However, Jake had no trouble seeing through the mist, too. His magic attribute and enhanced senses allowed him to see well even in poor and difficult conditions. He navigated through the debris, dead mutants, and torn replication pods scattered across the floor, drawing closer to the pickup truck with each step. Some of the walkers had already made it to the large vehicle, but neither the driver nor the gunner appeared concerned. A second later, Jake understood why. The first walker that reached the pickup truck spotted the driver through the driver's door window and raised a clawed hand toward the glass. As soon as the hand touched the window, a sigil flared to life at the contact point. In an instant, a crackle of electricity erupted, sending the walker flying back with great force, half of its body charred. So, the pickup truck was protected by wards. However, Jake doubted they would have the same effect on him as they did on weaker, low-level ex-humans like walkers. The ethereal grasp spell no longer affected him, and his movements returned to normal. He ducked as he approached the pickup truck from the front. The gunner was now unable to target him, and all the bullets he fired zipped harmlessly over Jake's head. He darted around the front of the truck and drew closer to the driver's window. The person at the steering wheel stared at him with a mix of apprehension and confidence, as if he weren't entirely sure whether the wards on the vehicle were powerful enough to protect him. "Let's find out," Jake thought as he threw his right hand, which was transformed into a smash fist, toward the window. The moment his fist made contact, a crackling sound began but quickly faded as the glass shattered into thousands of shards, cascading down on the screaming driver. With the window shattered, the ward was broken, so nothing prevented Jake from reaching inside the cab and grabbing the driver by his head, dragging him through the shattered window. The driver screamed in pain as several shards of glass still jutting from the door raked across his body. Jake dropped the bandit to the floor and immediately stomped on his head, causing it to burst apart like an overripe melon. He then leaped into the truck bed and with his left hand, which was transformed into claws, lashed out at the gunner's throat, opening it up. The gangster staggered backward and tumbled over the side of the bed, hitting the floor hard. Bullets suddenly poured into the room from the street through the entrance and shattered windows lining the front wall. The large SUV sat directly outside the building, its occupants unleashing a barrage of fire into the room with everything they had. A machine gun mounted on the roof was blazing away, while the driver's side windows were rolled down, weapon barrels sticking out and muzzles flashing. Rushing out of the building and sprinting toward the SUV, with all its occupants firing at him, would likely have resulted in his death or serious injury. So Jake opted for a different strategy. He seized the machine gun mounted in the truck bed, pivoted it toward the SUV, and unleashed a deadly torrent of gunfire on it. Jake wasn't sure how much they knew about him, but they clearly hadn't expected him to suddenly use one of their own weapons against them. Some of the bandits stopped firing and ducked, trying to hide deeper inside the large vehicle. Through the tremendous roar of gunfire, Jake heard one of the demons shout to the driver to get them out of there. Unfortunately for them, the shouter didn't know the driver was already dead by that point. Jake had targeted him first. The first several bullets he fired struck the driver's door but caused no damage at all because the SUV was protected by wards. Sigils glowed at the points of contact, disintegrating the bullets into mere dust and not leaving a mark on the metal. Jake quickly adjusted his aim, walking the line of bullets upward until he hit the driver. The first bullet drilled into his shoulder. The second one, which was enchanted, bit into his neck and detonated, tearing out a large chunk of flesh and causing a fountain of blood to gush from the nasty wound. The third one was a regular bullet, and it turned half the driver's face into a gory mess. Jake then swung his fire to the right, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the car's interior, through the open windows. By that point, none of the gangsters remained near the windows as they had all ducked deeper into the vehicle, hoping the wards placed on the car body would shield them. Jake released a long burst of fire into the back of the car through one of the windows and saw a red mist erupt outward. Someone inside the large vehicle had been hit, but it was hard to tell if they were still alive or not. The gangster manning the machine gun mounted on the roof was now the only one firing back at Jake. However, he seemed to struggle to take aim, likely overwhelmed by panic. Jake, on the other hand, was as cold as stone, his aim steady. Completely ignoring the round zipping past him, he walked his fire up the side of the vehicle and across the upper body of the demon operating the machine gun. Red blossomed across his chest, and the limp body of the now-dead bandit slipped through the roof hatch into the vehicle. Jake eased his finger off the trigger. No one was firing back at him anymore. After the tremendous roar of gunfire, the ensuing silence felt eerie. He released the machine gun and jumped from the truck bed to the ground. Running out of the building, he approached the SUV. A glance through the windows revealed the carnage inside the large vehicle. Mutilated bodies were piled on top of each other, and the inside of the car was splattered with blood. Not all of them were dead, however. Upon spotting Jake's terrifying face, with large unblinking eyes and a mouth full of jagged, pointed teeth, one gangster let out a panicked scream and scrambled to disentangle himself from the dead bodies surrounding him. He crawled to the far side of the vehicle, trying to distance himself from Jake as much as he could within the confined space of the car. Once he reached the door, he blindly groped for the handle, his gaze never leaving Jake's frightening eyes staring back at him. Before the man could open the door, Jake sprouted 3 long tentacles from his back. With lightning speed, he maneuvered one into the vehicle through the window, and the moment the demon saw it, he let out a terrified scream. No, he screamed just before the pointed, razor-sharp tip of the tentacle lunged forward, stabbing him in the eye and drilling deep into his brain. Jake yanked his tentacle back, and the bandit's lifeless body slid from the back seat onto the floorboard. He quickly scanned the other bodies to check for any signs of life. Suddenly, the passenger door of the cab swung open, revealing that the man in the shotgun seat was still alive. As soon as he burst out of the car, Jake straightened up and ran to the front of the vehicle. The man was wounded in one leg and struggled to run quickly. He glanced over his shoulder and let out a panicked scream upon seeing Jake with 3 long tentacles writhing behind him. The demon raised a large pistol he held in one hand and popped off a few hasty shots at him. Jake didn't even flinch. One bullet whizzed past his head, missing by an inch, while another punched into his shoulder, inflicting minimal damage. Jake didn't bother to chase after the bandit. Instead, he used one of his 3 tentacles, launching it toward the fleeing man and extending it to its full length. The blade at the tip of the tentacle stabbed into the man's back, throwing him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. The 3 tentacles reached the end of their lifespan and detached. The bandit was still alive, however, crawling across the asphalt toward where his pistol had flown from his hand when he fell. Jake was about to leap toward the bandit to deliver the final blow when he suddenly became aware of someone's presence nearby. He looked to the right and saw her. She was atop her futuristic-looking motorcycle, over 100 yards down the street, looking in his direction. Jake immediately recognized the woman, whose name was Catalina. The first time he had seen her was on a rainy night when he stood atop a 10-story building, watching her chase a group of survivors into a trap on her bike. Her accomplices appeared in front of the fleeing survivors, capturing them and driving them away in one of their vehicles. Just before Catalina followed her companions, she caught sight of him standing on the roof. So it was their second encounter. Catalina remained seated on her motorcycle, making no move to ride toward him. Her hood was down this time, exposing her short black hair that barely brushed her shoulders. A red bandana covered the lower half of her face, leaving only her keen eyes visible and concealing the rest of her features. Jake wasn't sure how long she had been there, watching him. She might have witnessed the entire scene, the other gangsters chasing him into the building and then him firing at the SUV from inside before exiting the building. He couldn't tell if she worked with the gangsters in the SUV and the pickup truck to hunt him down or if she had merely stumbled upon him by chance. Knowing that various groups within Los Demonios now worked together to hunt him down, Jake leaned toward the former. Besides, the city was enormous, so the odds that she had accidentally crossed paths with him again were slim to none. However, she made no move toward him. She must have been smarter than that. After witnessing what he was capable of, she likely decided to keep her distance. With a thought, Jake summoned her stats, which instantly appeared in his mind. He already knew her name, so he was mostly interested only in her level. It turned out to be 85, which was 31 higher than his own. But that wouldn't matter much if she decided to attack him. Jake already knew he was a force to be reckoned with, capable of handling opponents that surpassed him by more than a dozen levels without any trouble at all. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed past him. Jake jerked his head to the side and saw that the guy he had wounded in the back with a tentacle just a minute before was now lying on his back and aiming his large pistol at him, holding it with both hands. Just as the gangster fired another shot and missed again, Jake vaulted over the SUV's hood and reached the demon in a single leap. Before the bandit could pull the trigger a third time, Jake extended a blade from his right wrist and swung it down, slicing through the guy's wrists. They dropped to the ground, the pistol still held in them, and dark blood poured from the cut ends of his arms. The bandit opened his mouth to scream, but before a sound could come out, Jake struck out again, the tip of his sword plunging into the guy's open mouth. The blade sliced through his skull, to burst from the back of his head in a shower of gore. The roar of an engine prompted Jake to swiftly pull his sword free and wheel to face a new threat. He saw Catalina driving toward him, quickly gaining speed. So maybe she wasn't as smart as he'd thought after all. Jake extended a blade from his left wrist as well and waited for her to draw closer. Suddenly, Catalina veered her sleek bike around and raced in the opposite direction, rapidly picking up speed. Jake watched her until she vanished into the distance. For a moment, he remained still, thinking. It seemed Catalina was among those sent to hunt him. But she had decided not to get into a fight with him, which was a wise move. How her superiors would respond to her insubordination was an altogether different matter. Not that Jake really cared. It wasn't his concern. He turned back to look at the carnage he had caused. Having just used the machine gun made him think of something. He raised his hands to his face. Just before he took hold of the machine gun mounted in the truck bed, he had reverted his right smash fist and the claws on his left hand back into normal, human-like hands. He continued to look at them, deep in thought. Apart from being obsidian black and textured, his hands didn't differ from regular human hands. This meant he could easily wield firearms. Until the recent fight, he had never truly felt the need to arm himself. However, in situations where his enemies held an advantage over him, like during the recent gunfight with the occupants of the SUV, he could certainly grab a gun to balance the odds against his enemies. While his own weapons, like claws, smash fists, and others, were very powerful, he sometimes wished he had some ranged ones as well. Although his tentacles were quite long, they were primarily designed to slay enemies in close proximity. In most situations, his arsenal was enough to deal with various foes, but he could definitely benefit from having a long-range weapon at his disposal. While the system spawned plenty of firearms in this world, it didn't mean they just lay around every corner. In critical situations where he needed a weapon, one might not be within reach. Although he didn't often find himself in situations where he really needed a gun, the possibility still existed. Maybe it would be wise to grab a firearm from the bandits he had just slain and carry it with him from now on. He stepped toward the SUV again and peeked inside, examining the guns scattered throughout the vehicle. As he looked at each one, he summoned its stats with a thought. Most of the firearms were uncommon and had various enchantments, but none truly caught his eye. Besides, there was the issue of ammunition. He would need to wear a tactical belt or carry a compact bag to ensure he had enough ammo on him. However, the idea of packing a weapon with a means to carry ammunition felt off to him. That's when he realized something else. After the transformation, his appearance wasn't the only thing that had changed, his mindset and behavior had altered as well. As he had noticed many days before, even his movements were very different now. Also, he hardly ever walked anymore. Instead, he always moved around at a constant brisk jog. When he wanted to sit, he lowered himself into a crouching position, which would have been very uncomfortable for a regular human but felt perfectly natural for him. He could remain in that position for a very long time without making even the slightest movement. His behavior was now more similar to that of an animal than that of a human being. He recalled the time when he needed to lure a group of 4 survivors into the building where he was doing a tower climbing challenge. Approaching them from behind, he needed to find a way to attract their attention without frightening them. So, he leaped onto the roof of a nearby old, rusted vehicle, causing it to creak under his weight. He then lowered himself into his usual crouching position, sitting motionless on the car's roof as he awaited the survivors to notice him. He could just have casually strolled over and pounded his fist on the roof to look more like a normal person, but that thought never even crossed his mind. He was now thinking and acting in ways that set him apart from humans, and it was happening on an instinctive level. It seemed that he just couldn't change the way he acted, his behavior, or his mindset. Anyway, the thought of always carrying a gun and ammunition felt alien to him, so he decided not to bother with firearms. After all, he hardly ever found himself in situations where he really needed one. Besides, perhaps later he would be able to acquire ranged weapons of his own. However, if he ever stumbled upon a legendary handgun, he might give the matter some more thought. A handgun of legendary rarity would definitely pack quite a punch, and it wouldn't be much trouble to carry it. He could just strap it to his thigh and draw it only when he needed to hit a target beyond the reach of his own weapons. Another thought crossed his mind. His perfect perception and agility could make him a truly deadly gunslinger. However, even with this capability, he wasn't going to bother with regular weapons. If he were to carry a gun, it would need to be a legendary one, or at least an epic one. Until he found such a sidearm, he would continue to rely on his own weapons, which were more than sufficient for most situations. The bandit in the driver's seat suddenly let out a gurgling sound, prompting Jake to turn his attention to him. He walked to the front of the vehicle and looked at the dying driver. Surprisingly, the man was still clinging to life, despite the ragged hole in his neck and missing half his face. The gangster's only remaining eye stared at him. He tried to say something, but all that came out was a gurgle. Jake didn't bother to finish him off, aware that the driver wouldn't last much longer anyway. The only reason he had lasted this long was likely due to all the skill points he must have invested in his constitution attribute, granting his body a level of strength and resilience far beyond that of people from Earth before the collapse. Since the driver was still alive, Jake decided to take advantage of the situation. He grabbed the dying gangster by the head and utilized Mind Reader. The demon's memories flooded his mind. Having upgraded the ability to rank 2, he could now access several hours of a target's most recent memories instead of just a few minutes as before. He didn't learn anything interesting from exploring the driver's memories, but it was fine. It wasn't the reason he used Mind Reader anyway. He simply wanted to advance the ability so he could eventually level it up to rank 3. After watching as many of the driver's memories as possible and reaching the limit of Mind Reader, he pulled his hand back. Elongating his fingers into talons, he raked them across the driver's already ravaged neck, pitting him out of his misery. Next, he opened the rear door and examined the remaining bodies, grabbing them by their heads. One gangster was still alive, though unconscious. Jake activated Mind Reader, managing to delve into just a couple of hours of the demon's memories before they were swallowed by darkness. The bandit had just died. The rest of the gangsters were already dead, so he couldn't use the ability on them. Jake made his way back to the wrecked coffee shop. The 2 occupants of the pickup truck lay dead. Most of the replication pods and ex-humans had been wiped out by the gunner's relentless barrage of fire as he had tried to hit Jake. However, a couple of cocoons remained intact. Jake quickly took care of the remaining ex-humans before approaching one of the 2 replication pods. He peered inside for a few seconds, but nothing happened. He tore the cocoon apart with his claws and moved on to the next one. He didn't expect this pod to offer a quest, so he raised his claws to lash out at it. But as he peered inside, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. New mutation research. Objective: analyze 5 replication pods that contain an elite mutant of the Wraith breed. Difficulty: very hard. Reward: Morph Disguise, epic ability. Accept, Y/N. Jake felt a wave of excitement wash over him. It was always a good thing to receive a mutation research quest and be rewarded with a new ability upon its completion. This mutation research quest was definitely different from all the previous ones he had completed. First, its difficulty was rated as very hard. Instead of having him analyze different types of mutants, this time he needed to focus exclusively on a particular one, a wraith. Moreover, he had to search for an elite version of the mutant. Elite versions of mutants were much rarer than regular ones, so it would likely take him quite a long time to complete the quest. But it should be totally worth it because the ability he could receive as a reward was epic. It was the very first ability of this rarity he had ever received, which made him even more excited. He wasn't sure how Morph Disguise worked, though. In the second section of the genetic development interface, there was already an ability called Cloak, which allowed him to become invisible to other living beings. While Morph Disguise sounded somewhat similar to Cloak, suggesting it would let him disguise himself, it should enable him to do so in a very different way. Anyway, since Morph Disguise was of epic rarity, Jake was sure it would turn out to be a very interesting and useful ability. With a thought, he accepted the mutation research quest. He spent the rest of the day searching the city for buildings infested with replication pods. Unfortunately, whenever he came across such a building, he often found only remnants of destroyed replication pods, survivors having already cleared the area. Even when he was fortunate enough to discover intact replication pods, none contained the specific mutant type he needed. It became painfully obvious that if things continued this way, it would take him several days to successfully complete his current mutation research quest. As he prowled the streets choked with vegetation, he occasionally heard the distant sounds of gunfire and the roar of engines echoing from various parts of the city. Fortunately, after his last confrontation with 2 groups of Los Demonios, he hadn't encountered any other gang members so far. He kept searching for buildings that contained replication pods, but more often than not, he found only remnants of cocoons that had already been destroyed. It was becoming increasingly tiresome. At one point, he entered another high-rise building and found the main room on the first floor filled with replication pods. He decided to remain in that room and wait for the desired mutant type to form in one of them. After slaying all the ex-humans milling about the vast room, he carefully examined each cocoon one by one. None were currently producing wraiths, but there was still a chance that one might after it finished creating the creature it was working on. So he decided to wait. He spent a while in that building. Whenever a pod finished creating a mutant and opened to release it, Jake swiftly took care of the creature and then looked into the pod to see what type of mutant was going to be created next. Unfortunately, most of the mutants generated in replication pods were low-level walkers and leapers, as was usually the case. Jake spent several hours in that building, but only a couple of shamblers and whippers were created, and once, a slasher as well. The rest of the mutants that emerged from the replication pods were walkers and leapers, as usual. He continued to wait in the building until, at last, a wraith started to take shape in one of the pods that had just released a walker. However, as it turned out, this wraith was a regular mutant, not an elite one. It was truly disappointing. Jake then realized that all the replication pods he had ever encountered had only produced regular mutants. Could it be that there was a distinct type of replication pod designed specifically to create elite mutants that he simply hadn't encountered yet? At some point, a group of survivors entered the building. As soon as Jake heard them, he decided to leave through a back exit, not wanting to unnecessarily get into a fight with humans. Besides, he was becoming increasingly convinced that regular replication pods produced only regular mutants. To complete the mutation research quest, he likely needed to find replication pods specifically designed to create elite mutants. When night fell, he began searching for mana consumables using mana vision. It was an excellent perk that made finding mana items a very easy task. He also remembered that perks could be upgraded to the next ranks, just like skills and abilities. He was definitely going to upgrade it at some point. By the time morning came, Jake had raised his total mana count to over 55,000. With that, he could purchase the cloak ability, which cost 25,000 MP, leaving him with over 30,000 MP. Jake decided to postpone purchasing the ability for a little longer, though. He wanted to stick to his daily routine and move on to clearing the sewers of mutants. So he spent the next several morning hours in the underground tunnels. Since this time he didn't bother to purchase the increased XP booster, he only leveled up once by the time he finished clearing the sewers. His level was now 55, and he allocated 4 of the 5 skill points to body. Body, 4650. Mind, 55. Magic, 60. Jake then purchased the cloak ability and emerged from the sewers onto the city streets, now illuminated by the morning light. He spent some time testing out his newly acquired ability. When cloak was activated, he blended with the environment. When he was completely still, his outline softened, making him nearly undetectable. The ability merged him flawlessly with his surroundings, allowing him to dissolve into them and create an illusion of transparency. However, when he moved, the ability struggled to adapt quickly enough to keep him concealed. The distortion that cloaked him could only keep pace with him when he was completely still or moved slowly. Whenever he shifted his weight or turned his body, the illusion faltered, causing parts of him to momentarily reappear and become partially visible. When he dashed through the streets, his disguise became inconsistent, and the illusion of invisibility faltered, making his movements visible. When he moved quickly, he appeared as a blurry figure instead of being fully invisible. The faster he moved, the more difficult it was for his ability to keep him hidden. Also, while the ability was active, it consumed his mana. He still had 1 skill point at his disposal and took a moment to consider where it was best to invest it. He had 2 recently acquired abilities, Gravity Leap and Cloak, along with 1 skill, Adhesive Secretion. Each of the 3 was uncommon and therefore had 4 available upgrades. In the end, Jake decided to invest the skill point into one of his perks instead. Currently, he had 2 perks, Enemy Appraisal and Mana Vision. He examined the former. Enemy Appraisal, Rank 2, Common. Rank 3, allows you to see the elemental weaknesses of your enemies. Raised to Rank 3, Y/N, Cost, 1 SP. He decided to allocate the skill point to Enemy Appraisal. Later on, he would upgrade Mana Vision as well. He examined the description of the perk one more time. Enemy Appraisal, Rank 3, Max, Common. Description, allows you to see basic information about any living being, including its level, attributes, skills, abilities, and elemental weaknesses. It seemed that perks could only be upgraded to Rank 3, at least those of common rarity. Skills and abilities could be upgraded to the next rarity after his evolving into the next stage, but he wasn't sure if the same rule applied to perks. For the next several hours, he continued searching the city for replication pods. Unfortunately, every time he found some, they were only producing regular mutants. He needed to find pods that created elite X-humans, but he had no idea where to look. Were they just extremely rare, requiring him to simply rely on luck to eventually stumble across one? Or were they spawned only in specific areas he wasn't aware of? Jake wasn't sure. At some point, something unexpected happened. He discovered another building filled with replication pods in the spacious main room on the first floor. After slaying the X-humans who were aimlessly roaming the area, he inspected the pods. As expected, each one was generating either a walker or a leaper. He was about to leave when he heard the screech of tires as a large vehicle came to a sudden stop in front of the building. Doors swung open, and several people got out. Jake wasn't sure what was happening. Instead of fleeing, he chose to do something else. Activating gravity leap, he jumped vertically upward. As soon as he reached the ceiling, he pressed his hands and feet against it, clinging to the surface like a giant insect as adhesive secretion automatically kicked in. Just as footsteps approached the entrance of the building, he activated Cloak. The ability didn't work immediately, taking a few seconds to completely blend him into his surroundings. However, it was enough. By the time the newcomers entered the building a few seconds later, Cloak had successfully rendered him invisible. Remaining completely still, Jake watched the scene unfold several meters below him. He watched as several people entered the main room. 3 of them were regular survivors, 2 men and 1 woman, while the rest were Los Demonios. Each of the demons sported either a red scarf around their neck or a red bandana. It was obvious that at least 2 of the regular survivors, 1 man and a woman, were prisoners because their hands were tied behind their backs. However, the 3rd survivor was not restrained for some reason. The group of bandits unleashed a barrage of fire upon the replication pods and a couple of walkers that had just emerged from 2 of them, quickly dealing with the X-humans and destroying the pods. The demons then scanned the area, but they failed to notice Jake clinging to the ceiling above them. None of them even glanced upward. Then, the 2 captured regular survivors were forced to kneel at the center of the expansive room, the floor slick with pod liquid and strewn with the pulpy remnants of the shattered replication pods. The 3rd survivor, the one who wasn't tied, was allowed to remain on his feet. Although he wasn't bound like the other 2, he looked very unhappy. Completely invisible, Jake remained motionless, clinging to the ceiling while watching the unfolding scene below, eager to find out what it was all about. One of the demons pulled a large knife from where it was sheathed on his belt. Turning to the survivor standing nearby, he held out the knife. The man flinched as if he had been hit. Staring at the weapon, he took a step backward. "Whoa, what's that for?" he stammered. "Take it, George," the bandit holding the knife demanded in an authoritative voice. "Why?" George asked nervously. "You're going to need that for what you're gonna have to do." "What exactly am I supposed to do with that?" George asked meekly. He appeared far more terrified than the 2 survivors kneeling close by with their hands bound behind their backs. The gangster holding the knife, who was clearly the leader of this group, was quickly losing patience. "Just take the fucking knife," he said, punctuating each word. The look in the gang leader's eyes was so intimidating George immediately stepped forward and finally took the knife, holding it carefully as if it were made of eggshell. "What do I do with it?" he squealed. The gang leader took a step back and pointed at one of the kneeling survivors, the male one. "Cut his face off," he ordered. "What?" George flinched, trembling so violently that the knife nearly fell from his grasp. No, no, no," he stammered, taking a few steps back. "I can't do it. Not to Anton. He's my friend." "Tyron," the gang leader said as he looked at the imposing figure standing behind George. The giant named Tyron stepped in behind George, placing his enormous hands on George's shoulders, effectively trapping him in place. George tried to break free, but it was no use. "Jose, what's going on?" he squeaked, his eyes wide as he stared at the gang leader standing before him. "Let me break this down for you," Jose began. "Pay attention, because I won't say it again. Los Demonios was formed by someone who was a member of a cartel prior to the collapse. They took the same principles from the cartel to create Los Demonios. That means our organization operates under strict rules and can resort to extreme violence when needed. Jose took a small step forward, causing George to tremble uncontrollably. He seemed on the verge of collapsing, but Tyron's strong grip on his shoulders held him up. Since you've shown interest in joining Los Demonios, you need to take a test, Jose said. Anyone looking to join must pass a test to prove their loyalty to the organization. Your task is to cut this guy's face off. Once you do this, you'll officially become one of us. You'll gain access to superior weapons and vehicles that you can't find on your own. You'll be given the means to level up faster and become a force to be reckoned with. You'll be a part of a large and powerful organization with plenty of members who will always back you up if you ever get into trouble. There won't be any enemies who'll be able to harm you anymore. Los Demonios is a huge and dangerous organization, and we don't have any enemies strong enough to pose any kind of threat to us. So tell me, do you want to be part of this? Do you want to become one of us? George nodded vigorously. Then do what you're told, Jose said, nodding toward the kneeling survivors. Doubt washed over George once more. Why does it have to be my friend, he asked, his voice trembling. Can't they just be sent to work for the gang instead? Why must they die? They no longer have the option of working for us, Jose said. We tried to capture your group, but you opened fire on us. Did you really think we would let you take us hostage without a fight? The female survivor retorted defiantly. Your group killed 2 of my men and managed to get away, Jose continued, dismissing her words. Now your friends must face the consequences for their actions. We captured you, and you begged us to let you join us. You even revealed where your friends were hiding, which led us right to them. You bastard, the kneeling woman spat at George. But that's still not enough, Jose said, looking directly at him. If you truly wish to join us, you must pass the test. If you fail it, you'll be tortured to death along with your 2 friends over here. The decision is yours. Jose nodded at Tyron, and the giant released his hold on George's shoulders. George hesitated for a second, then began to slowly walk toward the male survivor named Anton. George, what the hell are you doing? The woman hissed at him. I don't have a choice, Enid, can't you see that? Of course you do, she said angrily. But George continued to walk toward the male survivor, whispering under his breath, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. When George finally reached Anton, the captive tried to get up, but Tyron suddenly jumped behind him with surprising speed for his size. He wrapped one arm around Anton's neck while holding the back of his head with his other hand. Anton struggled to break free. But the giant was far too strong. George, stop. Enid screamed when he began to drag the tip of the knife across Anton's forehead, drawing blood. Suddenly, he straightened and stepped back, his hands trembling, still gripping the bloody knife. What's the matter? Jose barked. Why did you stop? Finish what you started. I can't. I don't know how to do it. I've never done anything like this before. You just need to cut around his face, then grab the upper edge and yank the skin off. Alright, just give me the fucking knife. I'll do it myself. You watch closely and learn, because you're going to have to do the same to her after that, Jose said, pointing at Enid. Without waiting for a response, the gang leader seized the bloody knife from George's hands and started walking toward Anton, who now had a long cut running across his forehead. Get your PDA ready, Jose said to George without glancing back at him. Why? George asked. Because once I'm done, you'll need to turn on the front camera and aim it at him to let him get a good look at himself. Completely motionless and invisible, Jake continued to cling to the ceiling. Back when he was a survivor, he had seen plenty of mangled dead bodies, not to be disgusted by gore anymore. However, seeing mutilated dead bodies was one thing, while witnessing someone being tortured was something entirely different. Human suffering was way more disturbing than inanimate viscera, and only those truly evil could remain indifferent to the sight of it. Being amorphous, he was as cold as ice and hardly ever experienced any emotions. Despite this, witnessing the cruel scene unfold below, he felt a pang of anger rise inside him. He welcomed the feeling because it meant he wasn't a complete monster yet. Still capable of sympathizing with human beings, Jake knew he wasn't going to let the bandits torture and kill their captives. He detached from the ceiling and dropped to the floor. Twisting in midair, he gracefully landed on his feet, dropping to a crouch to absorb the impact. He landed so softly he hardly made a sound. By that time, Jose had already reached Anton, raising the knife smeared with blood. Tyron tightened his arm around Anton's neck, nearly suffocating him as Jose brought the tip of his knife to the captive's face. A spectral figure blending with the shifting shadows and lights, Jake rose silently behind the bandits who were unaware that death itself came to claim them. His sudden appearance didn't go completely unnoticed, though. While cloak rendered him invisible when he stood still or moved slowly, abrupt movements disrupted his disguise, as his ability struggled to maintain the illusion of transparency. Enid had been watching the cruel scene unfold on her right. Her companion, Anton, struggled against Tyron, who stood behind him with his huge arm tightly wrapped around the captive's neck, while Jose brought the knife to his face. However, when Jake suddenly landed a few feet in front of her, she caught the movement out of the corner of her eye and jerked her head to look in his direction. As Jake rose to his feet, Cloak bent the light around him, blending him into the background as if he were part of the air itself. However, the ability couldn't adjust fast enough to his sudden movement, allowing Enid to notice his shimmering form. Most of the gangsters' attention was focused on Anton and Jose, but the man in the red bandana standing behind Enid noticed her looking at something. Following her gaze, he turned his head and stared at Jake as well. To the two of them, his form seemed to dissolve into thin air, gradually making him appear transparent. "What the hell is that?" the bandit mumbled, puzzled by what he was seeing. Jake didn't wait for the demons to realize what was happening. He sprouted 3 long tentacles from his back and immediately lashed out with one of them at the bandit wearing the red bandana. The blade at the end of the tentacle sliced across the demon's throat, tearing it up and causing a shower of blood to pour from the ragged wound. The man dropped his weapon as his hands went up to his throat. As Jose leaned over the kneeling Anton, ready to cut his face, he caught sight of the commotion to his right. He quickly straightened and spun to face it, just as the severely injured gangster crumpled to the ground, his fingers growing weak around his torn throat, blood oozing freely between them. "What the hell just happened?" Jose shouted at his men. "Boss, there's something near us," one of the gangsters yelled, his voice trembling with fear. Jake was already in motion, closing in on his next target. "I can't see anything," Jose growled, jerking his head back and forth, struggling to comprehend where their assailant was. "Boss, look ahead," somebody warned. "It's right in front of you." Jake was already on top of the group's leader. His cloaking ability suddenly faltered and deactivated, making him completely visible. Jake wasn't surprised by that. When he had tested the ability earlier, he had noticed that it tended to deactivate whenever he moved too quickly or made erratic movements, causing Cloak to malfunction or shut down entirely. The leader's mouth fell open in shock as he stared at the obsidian-black monstrosity from hell that had suddenly materialized before him. Jake's tentacles writhed through the air behind him, and he opened his jaws impossibly wide, exposing rows of large, jagged teeth. "Fucking." He never finished what he was going to say. Jake leaned in, clamping down on the gangster's face, his strong teeth easily breaking through the skull. With a sudden, powerful yank, he tore Jose's face off. The gangster collapsed to the ground, his body twitching in death throes. Before the body even hit the floor, Jake was already on the move again, spitting the torn piece of flesh from his mouth. With one of his tentacles, he stabbed a nearby bandit through the chest. Another bladed tentacle whipped through the air, slashing at another gangster's face across both his eyes. The demon screamed and dropped his weapon, his hands trying to pull a stim from a pouch on his belt. Before he could do that, Jake used the same tentacle to stab the gangster into the side of his neck, putting him out of his misery. Jake closed in on another target, which turned out to be Tyron. The giant had let go of Anton and unslung his shotgun, which seemed tiny in his huge paws. However, he struggled to track Jake with his weapon. Before the large gangster could fire, Jake closed in on him, grabbed the weapon with his left hand, and yanked. The giant was surprisingly strong, and for a fraction of a second, Jake felt a bit of resistance as Tyron held on to the weapon with all his might. However, the bandit's muscles were no match for Jake's inhuman strength. Wrenching the shotgun from the giant's grip, he tossed it aside. Tyron just stared at him in sincere surprise, having not expected the obsidian-black mutant to be so much stronger than him. Before he could even snap out of it, Jake threw his right hand, which was transformed into a smash fist, at the center of his upper body. His massive fist easily smashed through, splintering ribs as it went. Jake withdrew his smash fist from the gaping hole he had created in the gangster's chest, and Tyron crumpled to the floor, hitting it with a resounding thud. His tentacles detached from his body, but that was fine because only one gangster remained. After witnessing the other gang members die so easily at the hands of the obsidian black mutant, he decided it was best to flee. Wheeling around, he burst into a run toward the exit from the building. Only he didn't get far. Jake bent his knees and performed a mana-infused jump, easily covering the distance of a dozen yards to the fleeing bandit. He collided with the man from behind, sending him crashing to the floor face first. Jake sat atop the fallen demon, straddling his prone form. The gangster struggled to break free, but he was powerless against Jake. He raised his smash fist and swung it downward. His huge fist struck the back of the bandit's head, crushing the skull with ease. All the enemies taken care of, Jake rose to his feet and turned to face the three captives. They remained frozen in place, their eyes wide with fear. Jake stared back at them with his large, unblinking eyes. One of the three upgrades for his feral instincts allowed him to sense the emotional states or intentions of nearby humans and pick up on their potential hostility. So he could tell that all three survivors were in a state of shock, utterly astonished by the brutal scene that had unfolded before them, and they weren't planning to do anything against him. Even George, who, unlike Anton and Enid, didn't have his hands bound behind his back, showed no signs of aggression. He was standing not far from his kneeling companions, watching Jake intently. Realizing the three of them weren't going to give him any trouble, he relaxed and transformed his right smash fist back into a normal, human-like hand. He looked at Anton, who flinched when he saw Jake fix his gaze on him. Jake simply watched. The long cut across Anton's forehead, inflicted by George, was still oozing blood, though it wasn't a severe injury. Jake then turned his attention to George. That man had betrayed his friends, revealing their hiding spot to Los Demonios. However, it was up to Anton and Enid to decide what to do with him. He gestured for them to stand up. The two of them exchanged surprising glances. "I think it wants us to get up," Anton said. "Yeah." The two slowly rose to their feet. Moving deliberately slowly and trying to appear non-threatening, he walked around them and positioned himself behind their backs. They were too scared to move. Jake stopped directly behind Anton and morphed his right hand into claws. "What is it doing?" he whispered to Enid. Turning her head to the right, she saw Jake bringing his claws close to Anton's hands. "Oh no," she whispered, misinterpreting the situation. Before she could say anything else, Jake used one of his talons to slice through the rope binding Anton's wrists. "Oh," Enid said, realizing Jake's intention was not to harm them but to set them free. After slicing through Enid's bindings, Jake moved in front of them again, morphing his claws back into normal, human-like fingers. He scanned the area and approached one of the dead bodies. Leaning down, he retrieved a healing auto-injector from a pouch on the dead man's belt. He turned to the survivors and tossed the injector to Anton, who snatched it out of the air, surprise evident in his eyes. Thanks," he stammered, taken aback. Jake surveyed the bodies of the dead gangsters he had just killed. Some might have mana consumables in their backpacks, but he didn't feel like rummaging through them. Instead, he opted for a quicker approach. He closed his eyes and activated mana vision. No blue spots appeared nearby, indicating there were no mana items in the rucksacks of the dead bandits, so he had no reason to search through them. Jake opened his eyes and took one final look at the three survivors. He nodded at Anton and Enid, who hesitated for a moment before nodding back. Turning away, he dashed for the building's exit. Halfway across the vast room, he glanced back and noticed Anton and Enid grabbing some weapons lying on the floor. Instead of aiming them at him, however, they directed their guns at George, who was starting to sob. "I'm sorry, guys," he pleaded. "I really didn't want to do this." Jake didn't hear what his companions replied to him because he had already reached the exit and dashed out of the building. He anticipated the sharp crack of gunfire, but it never came. Probably, Anton and Enid would simply let George go, despite his betrayal. After all, even despite the cruel world Earth had become, not all people had turned into heartless killers. Without giving the matter another thought, Jake continued to run through the overgrown streets, his focus already back on his mutation research quest. Over the next several hours, Jake searched the city for replication pods. Unfortunately, every time he found some, they produced only regular mutants. To advance his quest, he needed to locate pods that created elite ex-humans. It took him a while to finally come across such a pod in one building. The cocoon didn't look much different from the regular pods surrounding it, but when he looked inside and summoned its description, he learned it was in the process of developing an elite walker. To progress his quest, he needed to analyze an elite wraith instead. He decided to wait. Replication pods selected mutants for development at random, so after the cocoon finished creating the elite walker and released the mutant, there was a small chance that the next one to be developed would be a wraith. However, Jake quickly realized that mutants developed in elite replication pods were created at a much slower rate than those created in regular replication pods. Regular walkers and leapers took only a few minutes to grow from a single cell into fully developed creatures, while larger mutants like shamblers and whippers took somewhat longer. But in contrast to regular mutants, elite X-humans took much longer than just a few minutes to develop. He spent at least a quarter of an hour in the building, but there were hardly any visible changes in the elite mutant developing inside the cocoon. Judging by the rate of development and the current stage of the forming creature, Jake figured it would take a couple more hours for the mutant to be fully created. Staying in the building for 2 hours would be a waste of time. Most mutants developing in regular replication pods were low-level walkers and leapers, which provided little XP. Therefore, he would hardly gain any experience if he remained in the same building, slaying low-level mutants that emerged from the pods every few minutes. Besides, it would be best to spend the next 2 hours searching for other elite replication pods. If luck smiled on him, he might find some more. So he decided to leave for now, having memorized the location of the building. In a couple of hours, he would return to check if the replication pod had finished developing the elite walker and if it had started working on a new type of mutant. He spent the next 2 hours searching the city for other elite replication pods while slaying all the mutants in his path. Gunfire rang out from different corners of the city. Occasionally, the roar of powerful engines could be heard as well. However, Jake managed to avoid getting into any more fights with Los Demonios. Whenever he heard the rumble of a car nearing his location, he activated cloak or performed a gravity leap, clinging to the side of a nearby building before climbing through one of the windows. He stayed concealed until the vehicle passed out of sight, then resumed his journey. Every so often, the sound of rotor blades scything through the air could be heard as a helicopter flew over the rooftops. However, the aircraft were too high up to be a concern. He only had to worry about them when traversing the city from above. Now that he was at street level, the demon helicopters posed no threat to him. Jake continued his search through the city, taking down every mutant in his path, and eventually, he leveled up to 56, gaining 5 skill points to allocate. Not willing to stay out in the open while allocating his skill points, he decided to hide. After all, with the arrival of Los Demonios, the city had become much more dangerous and active than it had been before. Initially, he considered entering one of the buildings, but then a different idea came to mind. He performed a gravity leap toward the front wall of a nearby building. Upon impact, adhesive secretion activated, allowing him to cling to the surface. He crawled a couple of floors up the wall, resembling a giant insect in his movements. Then he paused and activated cloak. A few seconds later, the disguise ability made him appear transparent, rendering him completely invisible to the naked eye. Now it was time to allocate his skill points. This time, Jake chose not to raise any of his attributes. Instead, he opted to concentrate on improving his skills and abilities. He then remembered his intention to upgrade the Mana Vision perk, so he decided to do it now as well. He summoned its stats with a thought and checked them out. Mana Vision, rank I, common, allows you to see nearby sources of mana. Raised to rank 2, Y/N, cost, 1 SP. It was a common ability, so it could be upgraded only 2 more times, up to rank 3. He used 2 of his skill points to upgrade Mana Vision, first to rank 2 and then to rank 3. After completing the upgrades, he examined the perk once more. Mana Vision allows you to see nearby sources of mana, such as consumables, mana clouds, and other types of storage. Rarity, common. Rank 3, max. After upgrading the perk to rank 2, Mana Vision now allowed him to see something called mana clouds. With the upgrade to rank 3, he also acquired the ability to detect different types of mana storages, although he wasn't quite sure what those storages were. He had 3 more skill points, but he decided to hold off on allocating them for now. He first wanted to test out the upgraded Mana Vision perk. He dismissed the information and, with his eyes still closed, activated Mana Vision. He saw several bluish lights materialize in the distance. However, he identified them as mana consumables. He didn't spot anything new that could be identified as mana clouds or other types of mana containers, which suggested there were none in the vicinity. Perhaps they were just rarer than typical mana consumables. He figured that sooner or later, he would come across some. After that, Jake decided it was time to return to the building where an elite walker had been developed in one of the pods. A couple of hours had passed since he left the building, so the replication pod should have finished developing the walker and started working on another elite mutant. Deactivating the cloak ability, Jake crawled down the front wall of the building and took a moment to get his bearings. Once he identified the right direction, he set off at his usual brisk jog. When he returned to the building, the elite walker had already been created and released from the cocoon. The mutant milled about the room with several regular ex-humans. It didn't take Jake long to slay all the mutants inside the room, including the elite walker. After that, he approached the replication pod to see what kind of elite mutant was now being created. The creature was still in the early stages of development, looking nothing more than an embryo. Its current appearance made it difficult to determine what type of mutant it would become, prompting Jake to summon the pod's description. He learned that the elite mutant currently being created in the pod was a leaper. It was truly disappointing. He would have to wait several more hours for the pod to finish creating the leaper. Only after that would it start working on another elite mutant, but there was no guarantee that the new mutant wouldn't be just another walker or leaper. However, there seemingly was nothing he could do about it. He left the building and for the next several hours, continued searching the city for replication pods and eliminating mutants. At some point, he decided to allocate the 3 remaining skill points to obtain 3 of the 4 available upgrades for the Gravity Leap ability. He then gave it one more look. Gravity Leap, rank I, 23%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. 1 makes your jumps more powerful. Cost, already owned. 2 allows you to perform a double jump. Cost, already owned. 3 allows you to briefly hover in the air after reaching the peak of your jump. Cost, already owned. 4 after performing a gravity leap, you can drop with increased power at any moment. This upgrade is essential for some other abilities to function. Cost, 1 SP. He acquired the first 3 upgrades. As for the 4th upgrade, he couldn't obtain it yet, because he had no skill points remaining. The 4th upgrade didn't seem particularly useful, though, because its primary purpose appeared to be linking other abilities to Gravity Leap. So it seemed that some abilities depended on others to work. Jake hadn't encountered any such abilities yet, but he was pretty sure he would at some point. After that, he dedicated some time to testing his newly acquired Gravity Leap upgrades. To start, he executed a simple jump. The effects of the first upgrade were instantly noticeable. His vertical leap was quicker than before, and the distance of the jump had also increased to some extent. The second upgrade allowed him to initiate a second jump after the first one. Unlike the third upgrade, he didn't have to reach the peak of his jump to perform the second one. Instead, at any moment after executing a gravity leap, he could make a second jump in midair with a simple thought, as if he were pushing off an invisible solid platform. Thanks to this upgrade, he could now jump quite high. However, he wasn't sure how often he would need to use the double jump. After all, it wasn't often that he needed to reach such heights. Besides, Gravity Leap had become quite demanding in terms of mana usage. Each double jump consumed a hefty chunk of his mana, so he probably wouldn't use this upgrade too often. Yet, in certain situations, like when he needed to reach a helicopter hovering over a rooftop, the double jump would certainly come in handy. The third upgrade allowed him to hover in the air for a couple of seconds. The hover feature didn't activate automatically. Instead, similar to the double jump, he needed to initiate the hover with a thought, but it could only be activated after reaching the peak of his gravity leap. Jake wasn't entirely sure what he would need the hover for, but he figured that while he probably wouldn't use this upgrade too often, it might be useful in certain situations. After that, he decided to return to the building to check on the development stage of the elite mutant. When he made it back, an unpleasant surprise awaited him inside. Every pod had been destroyed, with remnants of cocoons and the dead bodies of slain mutants scattered throughout the area, the floor slick with pod liquid. It had been to be expected, though. It had taken several hours for the pod to produce an elite mutant, so it had been obvious that some survivors might stumble across the building and destroy the replication pods. Still, it was frustrating. So far, he hadn't made any progress in his mutation research quest at all, which was truly disappointing. He hoped the reward for this quest, the epic ability called Morph Disguise would be worth all the effort he was putting into completing it. Jake exited the building and resumed his search for elite replication pods throughout the city. Occasionally, he activated mana vision, but most of the time, he only came across various mana consumables. However, at one point, after activating the perk again, he noticed something different. It appeared as a bluish cloud slowly drifting in one direction, and it was very close to him. Jake would later discover that he could only detect mana clouds when they were in his immediate vicinity. Jake memorized the location of the mana cloud he had just discovered and approached the spot. Sure enough, he couldn't see the mana cloud with his eyes open, but when he closed them and activated mana vision again, he realized he was now standing right in the middle of it. The mana cloud seemed to be floating along the middle of the street, drifting slowly away. He tried to absorb the mana cloud, but nothing happened. He made another attempt, just to be sure he wasn't missing something. It made sense. After all, the mana vision perk was designed only to reveal the locations of various mana sources. To successfully absorb a mana cloud, he likely needed to learn a specific ability or perk. With his eyes still shut, Jake swiveled his head from side to side and suddenly became aware of two glowing spots moving in his direction. They resembled the lights that represented mana crystals, only larger and in motion. One of the lights was noticeably bigger and brighter than the other. For a brief moment, Jake couldn't understand what he had just detected, but then it struck him, two survivors were approaching his position. Keeping his head turned toward the direction from which the two glowing spots were coming, Jake opened his eyes. Just then, two survivors stepped out of a side street. He had been right. Thanks to upgrading mana vision to rank 3, he could now detect not only mana clouds but also the mana contained within living beings. Like Jake, survivors could extract mana from various consumables, such as marbles or crystals. However, unlike him, they relied on mana solely for casting magic spells. With the recent upgrade to mana vision, he could now detect the mana contained within human beings. When he activated mana vision, individuals with mana appeared as glowing bluish spots. The more mana a survivor possessed, the brighter and larger the light representing them would glow. After emerging from the side street, the two survivors came to an abrupt halt when they spotted him. For a moment, they simply stared at him, but then they quickly brought up their weapons and opened fire. Jake could have easily turned and run away, but he wanted to verify something first. He couldn't extract mana from mana clouds without a special ability or perk, and he was sure the same rule likely applied to human beings. He likely needed some ability to siphon off the mana stored within them. Yet, he wanted to make sure, so instead of fleeing, he took off in a sprint toward the two survivors. Bullets whizzed past him like angry hornets as he charged toward the two survivors. Jake didn't even bother to dodge the rounds. He felt some of them hit him in various parts of his body, but they inflicted minimal damage. Enhanced durability made his body incredibly resistant to damage, while enhanced regeneration healed minor injuries in no time flat, even in the middle of a fight. He slammed into one of the survivors, sending him sprawling to the ground. Immediately, Jake pivoted toward the other survivor and, with a powerful yank, disarmed him. Gripping the man's head, Jake closed his eyes and activated mana vision. The human before him turned into a brilliant glow, indicating that his body held a substantial amount of mana. However, when Jake attempted to extract mana from the person, nothing happened. It confirmed his suspicions. He had gathered the information he needed, so it was time to move on. He didn't want anything else from the two survivors, so he opened his eyes and forcefully shoved the man in front of him. The survivor stumbled backward, colliding with the first one, who had just gotten back up on his feet, and they both tumbled back to the ground. Jake left them struggling on the ground, trying to disentangle from one another. Turning around, he took off running, and by the time the two survivors finally got up and retrieved their weapons, he was long gone. As he continued to explore the city, he mulled over various thoughts in his mind. There was a slight possibility that he couldn't extract, or, more accurately, steal, mana stored inside humans at all. However, he dismissed the thought. After all, if he couldn't do it, what was the point of mana vision revealing which humans held mana within them and in what quantities? So he was quite sure he could steal mana from humans, he just needed to learn a specific ability or perk to do that. Jake found himself wondering what the humans thought of him. If Anton and Enid, the two survivors he had recently saved, survived long enough, they might spread the word about what had happened. The same went for the two survivors he had just interacted with. When they encountered others, they might recount their meeting with him and the details surrounding it. He was already aware that numerous stories about him were making the rounds. Survivors speculated about him endlessly, forming all sorts of assumptions, unsure of what to really make of him. These two stories would only deepen the confusion. Survivors would never fully understand what was going on in his head, why he killed some survivors, like the first group Elena was in while saving other humans, like Anton and Enid. To them, he would always remain a complete mystery, leaving them uncertain about what to expect if they were unlucky enough to cross paths with him. They wouldn't know if he was an enemy or an ally. Even Jake was unsure of how he truly regarded humans. While he tried to avoid confrontations with them, that didn't mean he wouldn't fight back when cornered or provoked. One thing was clear, though. Many days ago, he had been eager to demonstrate to the survivors that he was intelligent and not so different from them, at least on the inside. But he had moved past those delusions. He recognized that he was fundamentally different from them, both on the outside and within. It was better for him to stay away from humans, for the good of everyone involved. He also had no intention of trying to explain his motives to humans anymore. For one, he had learned long ago that communicating with them wasn't easy. For another, he didn't feel the need to do so. Although his path crossed with humans every now and then, his needs and goals were vastly different from theirs. Therefore, most of the time, he simply tried to avoid any kind of interaction with them. Jake spent the next several days adhering to his usual routine, hunting for mana and XP while searching for elite replication pods and doing his best to steer clear of confrontations with Los Demonios and other groups of survivors. During this time, he leveled up several times, progressing from level 56 to level 61 and gaining a total of 25 skill points. First of all, he increased the ranks of some of his abilities and skills that had reached 100% by that point, making them even more powerful and useful than they already were. Bladed Tentacles, Rank I Rank 2. Smash Fists, Rank I Rank 2. Enhanced Reflexes, Rank I Rank 2. Enhanced Strength, Rank I Rank 2. Enhanced Regeneration, Rank I Rank 2. Feral Instincts, Rank I Rank 2. Enhanced Durability, Rank I Rank 2. Following that, he spent several of his skill points to acquire upgrades for some of his skills and abilities. He used one skill point to obtain the 4th upgrade for Gravity Leap, which allowed him to drop with greater power at any moment after jumping. He knew that this upgrade wasn't particularly useful on its own, but it was necessary for other abilities to function, which he was sure he would acquire at some point. He also acquired all the upgrades for Cloak. Being an uncommon ability, it had 4 upgrades available. Cloak, Rank I, 44%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Reduces the time required for the illusion of transparency to fully engage. Cloak adapts more efficiently when you move quickly. Greatly lowers the risk of malfunction during erratic movements. When Cloak is active, you are difficult to detect even with special tools. Thanks to the first upgrade, it now took less than a second for the illusion of transparency to activate once he used Cloak. The second upgrade allowed the ability to keep pace with him when he ran, making him difficult to detect with the naked eye even when he moved quickly. With the third upgrade, Cloak rarely got turned off, even during intense battles with mutants that involved lots of erratic movements. As for the 4th upgrade, he hadn't yet seen any survivors using special tools to detect hidden objects or mutants, but he was certain that, at some point, they would acquire such tools, and when that happened, this upgrade would prove invaluable. He also acquired all 4 upgrades for the Adhesive Secretion skill. Adhesive Secretion, Rank I, 23%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Allows you to stick to almost any kind of surface. Increases the strength of your adhesive, so there is now barely any force that can detach you from a surface. You can now break the adhesive at will, increasing the fluidity and speed of your movement. When someone touches you, you can ooze adhesive fluid from the point of contact, effectively ensnaring your enemy. The first 3 upgrades basically improved the overall effectiveness of this skill. The 4th upgrade was more interesting, but Jake wasn't sure how often he would actually use it. After all, regular survivors hardly ever attacked with bare hands, usually relying on firearms instead. However, this upgrade might be useful in battles against certain types of mutants. With all his skills and abilities upgraded to the next available ranks and every upgrade acquired, Jake spent the rest of his skill points to boost his attributes. Body, 50-55. Mind, 55-57. Magic, 60-62. At some point, Jake finally finished the Wraith mutation research quest, unlocking Morph Disguise. This ability appeared in the third section of the genetic development interface titled Evolution Stage 3, Apex Manifestation. Since Jake remained in Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent, he didn't have access to the skills and abilities listed in the third section. Still, he could view the description of the Morph Disguise ability, even though he couldn't acquire it yet. Morph Disguise, this ability allows you to take on the appearance of the last human whose mind you have accessed using Mind Reader. You can change your exterior to match that of the human, and while adopting this appearance, you also retain some of the person's memories and knowledge. Rarity, Epic. Upgrades, 0 of 5. Requirements, Body 125, Mind 135, Magic 140, Mind Reader, Rank 4. Cost, 125,000 MP. Note, you need to evolve into Stage 3 Apex Manifestation before you can acquire Morph Disguise. This ability was truly remarkable. With it, he could disguise himself as a person and walk among them undetected, blending in as if he were one of them. It would certainly open up a world of opportunities for him. However, Morph Disguise came with an exceptionally high cost, more than double the MP he currently possessed. It was safe to assume that all skills and abilities available in Evolution Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, would be equally expensive. Moreover, this ability relied on Mind Reader to function. He would need to upgrade Mind Reader to Rank 4 before he could use Morph Disguise. It got him thinking. The skills listed in the first section of the genetic development interface were common, while those in the second section were uncommon. He assumed the third section contained epic skills. Since Morph Disguise was epic, it fell under the third section, meaning he must evolve to Stage 3 to access that section and purchase Morph Disguise. He had been able to upgrade common skills to uncommon upon evolving to Stage 2, which meant that all his uncommon skills would be eligible for an upgrade to epic once he reached Stage 3, and probably so on, at least, if Stage 3 wasn't the final stage of evolution. Judging by its name alone, Stage 3 might actually be the final stage of evolution, but sure enough, he didn't know that for sure yet. Anyway, Jake wondered what the requirements were for evolving into Stage 3, Apex Manifestation. As soon as he asked the question in his mind, the answers popped into his head. Requirements for evolving to Stage 3. Level, 75. Attributes, Body 70, Mind 70, Magic 70. Skills. Enhanced Senses, Rank 3. Enhanced Agility, Rank 3. Enhanced Intelligence, Rank 3. Enhanced Reflexes, Rank 3. Enhanced Strength, Rank 3. Enhanced Regeneration, Rank 3. Feral Instincts, Rank 3. Enhanced Durability, Rank 3. He realized he wasn't too far from meeting the requirements. He just needed to level up to 75, increase each of his attributes to 70, and raise some of his skills to Rank 3. So, it wouldn't take him long to fulfill the requirements and evolve into Stage 3. The thought filled him with excitement. He could hardly wait to transform into the next form. He then took a moment to examine all his current stats. Name, Jake Turner. Race, Human Morphus. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent. Level, 61. HP, 100%. XP, 165/7, 750. SP, 0. MP, 61,575. Body, 55. Mind, 57. Magic, 62. Claws, Rank 3, 23%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Swords, Rank 2, 21%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, Common. Bladed Tentacles, Rank 2, 0%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, Common. Mind Reader, Rank 2, 15%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Smash Fists, Rank 2, 0%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, Common. Gravity Leap, Rank I, 36%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Cloak, Rank I, 44%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Senses, Rank 3, 21%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Agility, Rank 3, 26%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Intelligence, Rank 3, 27%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced reflexes, rank 2, 0%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Enhanced strength, rank 2, 0%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Enhanced regeneration, rank 2, 0%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Feral instincts, rank 2, 0%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Enhanced durability, rank 2, 0%. Upgrades, 3 of 3, common. Adhesive secretion, rank I, 23%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. After that, Jake resumed his journey. Jake slashed the claws on his left hand across a chaser's throat, tearing it open and causing a fountain of blood to pour out. The skinless mutant took a couple of steps toward him before collapsing to the forest floor, dead. Even before it hit the ground, Jake was already dealing with another mutant, which was a slasher. With his right hand, which was transformed into a smash fist, he blocked the mutant's blade before immediately striking back. His huge fist easily broke through the ex-human's chest, killing the mutant instantly. Jake spun around, looking for more mutants to kill, but there were none. The forest floor around him was scattered with the numerous bodies of various ex-humans he had just defeated. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 1,150 XP. It was the next day after he examined the requirements for evolving into Stage 3. The day before, after he learned he wasn't all that far from reaching the point of evolving into the next form, he had decided to level up as fast as possible. He couldn't wait to meet all the requirements and evolve into Stage 3, Apex Manifestation. As always, he spent the morning hours hunting mutants in the sewers. He hadn't bothered buying the increased XP booster because he wanted to conserve his MP and purchase some of the skills and abilities from the second section of the genetic development interface a little later. While he hadn't leveled up yet, he was pretty close to gaining another level. After clearing the sewers, he returned to street level. Instead of climbing to the roofs, he decided to roam the streets instead because he wanted to find some challenges or quests to complete, which could usually be found at street level. Challenges and quests were the fastest way to gain XP and MP, as well as obtain other rewards like unlocking new skills and abilities. After wandering the city streets for a couple of hours, Jake came upon the city park. It had become so overgrown with vegetation that it now resembled a dense forest. The last time Jake had been there, he had encountered the dark void anomaly that had drawn him in and transformed him into the Morphus. He couldn't help but wonder if the mysterious anomaly was still there. He doubted it because every time the system reset the world, everything changed, items and mutants respawned, quests and missions were replaced with others, and so on. The same applied to magical anomalies. With every world reset, they either shifted to new locations, got replaced, or vanished entirely. Still, out of curiosity, Jake decided to enter the jungle the city park had become and see for himself if the dark void was still there. He wasn't sure what he would do if it was still present, though, but he figured he would decide once he actually found it. So he ventured into the deep foliage, and that's where he received the hunt quest he was currently undertaking. Not long after stepping into the heavily overgrown city park, he came across a tree lying on the ground, looking as if it had been wrenched from the earth by some colossal creature. As Jake moved in for a better look, he was suddenly offered a hunt quest. The objective was to track down an elite mutant called a wood golem. The difficulty level was rated as hard, but fortunately, there was no time limit, which was a relief. Jake wasn't a fan of time-sensitive quests and challenges. The reward for this quest was quite impressive, 10,000 XP and an epic ability called Ground Strike. This was the second epic ability he had encountered, the first one being Morph Disguise. If he successfully completed the hunt quest, he would have 2 epic abilities in the third section of the genetic development interface, which was really exciting. Jake now wanted to evolve into the next form even more than before. However, he didn't let his excitement cloud his judgment. He needed to concentrate on the quest. If he failed it, he wouldn't gain the ability. For the next several minutes, Jake navigated through the vegetation-choked city park, battling every group of ex-humans he encountered along the way. Tracking the elite creature turned out to be a very easy task. The wood golem he needed to slay had to be quite big because the tracks it left in the ground were large and easily noticeable. Here and there, Jake also found large broken branches and, at times, even entire uprooted trees scattered across the ground, violently torn from the earth. The wood golem had to be incredibly strong. All the tracks led toward the center of the city park. Jake followed them until the trees opened into a large clearing. He immediately recognized the area. It was the same spot where he had encountered the dark void during his time as a human. However, there was no sign of the anomaly now, which wasn't all that surprising. In the middle of the clearing, where the dark void anomaly had once existed, now stood a massive creature. Jake took a moment to examine it. The mutant resembled a gorilla in posture, standing on all fours. Its arms were much longer and thicker than its legs, huge and powerful, almost as thick as tree trunks. The creature's skin appeared to be made of wood bark, and here and there, small branches with green leaves sprouted from its body in various places. Whatever this creature was, it didn't resemble an ex-human mutant at all. It looked more like some kind of magical being, as if plucked straight out of a fantasy video game. The creature faced him, its glowing red eyes locked onto his. It could definitely see him, but made no effort to charge. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing jagged, pointed teeth. While these sharp facial appendages resembled teeth, they were more like extensions of the creature's body itself than actual teeth in the traditional sense, much like his own. Jake then summoned the description of the creature. Wood Golem, level 65, elite. Special abilities. Minion summoning, the mutant can summon several minions to its aid. Pursuit, the mutant selects a target and pursues it relentlessly for some time, disregarding any other distractions. Earthquake, the mutant can stomp the ground with great force, causing a small earthquake. He also used his enemy appraisal perk on the Wood Golem to identify its weaknesses. Wood Golem, level 65, elite. Body, 75. Mind, 65. Magic, 70. Elemental weaknesses, fire, explosive. Unfortunately, he lacked any means to deal fire or explosive damage. So, Jake figured he would have to rely on his claws and other weapons to inflict as much damage on the golem as possible until it was finally defeated. He jogged across the clearing, quickly closing in on the wood creature. It observed him without moving for a little while. Then, as he reached the midpoint of the clearing, the golem suddenly opened its jaws wide and let out a deafening bellow right before charging at him. The wood golem barreled toward him surprisingly fast for its enormous size. Jake could feel the earth beneath him tremble as the creature's feet pounded the ground. When the massive monster reached him, it swung one of its forelimbs in a wide arc. The creature was impressively quick, but it was still no match for Jake's own speed and agility. He ducked, feeling the golem's thick, log-like arm rush through the air above him with an audible whoosh. Jake struck back, the claws on his left hand raking across the creature's other arm, which was leaning on the ground. It felt as though he had just attacked a thick tree trunk. His talons left 4 long but shallow grooves across the golem's limb, but that was the extent of the damage he had inflicted. Judging by the creature's reaction, it hardly even noticed the attack. His powerful claws could easily rip flesh to shreds, but the creature before him seemed entirely made of wood. There appeared to be no weak spots anywhere on the monster's body, so all he could likely do to defeat his opponent was deal as much damage as possible. How long that would take, he had no clue. Realizing his claws weren't very effective against the wood golem, Jake extended a sword from his right wrist. He immediately swung it at the creature's arm like an axe, exerting all his might. The blade thunked about 2 inches into the wooden limb, embedding itself fast. For a moment, it felt stuck. Jake had to yank it back with great force to pull it out. After wrenching his sword free, Jake saw a deep gash across the golem's limb. Since the creature was made of wood, there was no blood, and instead, a viscous, sap-like fluid oozed from the split. The golem didn't seem to feel any pain or discomfort, however. It raised its other arm high into the air and poised it over Jake. He darted aside just as the monster crashed its massive fist down, striking the spot where Jake had been just a fraction of a second before. The golem's massive fist impacted the ground with such force that it sent tremors through the earth, momentarily staggering Jake. He quickly regained his balance and turned back to confront his opponent. With a wide leap, he closed the distance to the monster and raised his sword. The creature's crude, emotionless face featured only 2 eyes and a wide mouth filled with jagged, teeth-like extensions. Its eyes appeared to be nothing more than luminous orbs floating in empty sockets. They didn't even seem solid, but Jake decided to strike at one of them to see what would happen. He thrust his sword forward, plunging the blade into one of the golem's eye sockets. The sword tip passed through the red glowing light that represented the creature's eye as if it were nothing more than air, inflicting no noticeable damage. The tip of the blade embedded itself about an inch into the back of the golem's eye socket, which, just like the rest of its body, was also made of wood. At least he now knew that there was no point in targeting the creature's eyes. Being just two glowing lights, they seemed undamageable and didn't represent the golem's weak spots, as he had hoped. Just as he yanked his sword back, the monster suddenly lurched toward him. Jake barely had time to jump out of its way. Still, he wasn't able to completely avoid the charging creature, feeling one of its shoulders brush against his side with enough force to knock him off balance and cause him to fall onto his back. Jake looked up to see the massive creature looming over him, raising one of its arms. It aimed its colossal fist at his prostrate form and swung it downward with astonishing speed and power. Though Jake rolled aside just in time, his sword became trapped beneath the creature's immense fist, snapping under the pressure. He tried to free it from beneath the monster's grip, but it was futile. The wooden golem was simply too strong. Seeing that its prey was trapped, the golem seemed to get excited. It shifted its weight onto its legs and lifted its other fist, planning to smash it into Jake's head. He had only seconds to do something to save himself. Exerting all his might, he yanked his sword as hard as he could and felt it break into two halves, the first still attached to his arm while the other remained pinned beneath the golem's massive fist. Jake immediately rolled farther away from the monster just as it swung its other hand downward, smashing into the spot where he had just been lying. Retracting what was left of his blade, he leaped to his feet and glanced over his shoulder at the wood golem. He expected it to charge at him, but the monster remained in the same spot. It stared at him with its emotionless glowing eyes for a second, then stood fully upright and raised its massive fists above its head. For a moment, Jake was uncertain of the golem's intent, but it quickly became apparent. The massive monster brought its fists down, striking the earth in front of it with great force. The creature didn't stop there, though. It began stomping and hitting the ground with all four limbs. The ground shook violently beneath him, and Jake realized that his opponent had just employed one of its special abilities, triggering a small earthquake. Despite the ground trembling beneath his feet, he managed to keep his balance and stay on his feet. However, just a second later, he realized the earthquake wasn't meant solely to cause him to fall. By unleashing the earthquake, the golem had also cast a spell that impacted him because he was close enough to be affected by the earthquake and the resultant magic spell. A system message flashed through his mind. You have just gotten a negative effect, dizzy, medium. You will be feeling disoriented and unsteady for a little while. The golem finally ceased its assault on the ground, bringing the earthquake to an end. However, the damage was done. Now affected by the dizzy negative effect, Jake felt shaky and unsteady. He made a bouncy step away from the creature and instantly felt his body tilt at an angle, almost causing him to lose his balance. This was not good. If the wood golem decided to charge now, Jake would be in serious trouble. With diminished control over his body, he was far from being in optimal condition to fight. He needed to wait for the dizzy effect to wear off before he could confront the colossal creature again. The wood golem had other plans than rushing at him, though. It opened its mouth wide and let out a thunderous bellow. Jake quickly realized what that meant. The monster had just used another of its special abilities, summoning its minions. Right after the golem's call, Jake noticed movement all around him. He quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted stirring in the dense foliage at the edges of the clearing. Within his wide field of vision, he could see the tangled bushes reshaping themselves and transforming into new forms. One by one, the newly created creatures erupted from the underbrush into the clearing. What the hell are those, Jake thought, his mind filled with genuine amazement as bizarre creatures emerged from the woods. They sprinted with bouncy steps across the clearing and closed in on him from all directions. Jake watched as over a dozen bizarre figures advanced toward him from various angles. Much like the wood golem, these beings didn't appear to be mutants. Instead, they seemed to be magical constructs, twisted forms shaped by nature itself. They stood tall and bore a resemblance to human figures, but instead of flesh and blood, they were formed from gnarled branches and plant matter. Tangled vines coiled and intertwined, forming their torsos and limbs, creating beings that looked like something straight out of a waking nightmare. Although their bodies resembled those of humans, their features were disturbingly distorted. Their arms were long and spindly, extending beyond natural limits. Some of the plant creatures sported hands that culminated in elongated claws, each finger tapering into a sharp, thorn-like tip that gleamed ominously. Upon closer examination, he saw that the tips of their fingers oozed a viscous fluid. It had to be some sort of poison. This observation made Jake pause for a moment. Could he be affected by it? After all, his body was vastly different from a human's, seemingly composed solely of some obsidian-like material and infused with mana. Then he recalled that there was a poison resistance listed in the menu of his resistances, which currently stood at 0. So, he could indeed be affected by poison after all. If any of those plant creatures managed to land a hit with their poison-dripping claws, it would likely have some negative effect on him. Not all of the plant monsters had claws, though. He noticed that some of the creatures closing in on him from every direction didn't have hands at all. Instead, their arms terminated in long, whip-like thorny vines, which looked quite menacing. Had he still been human, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to be lashed by those whip-like tendrils. They looked powerful enough to rupture human flesh all the way to the bones. The plant monsters continued to approach him from every direction. Leaves of various shapes and sizes sprouted from their bodies, but there was no life in them. Their faces, if they could be called that, were a patchwork of bark-like skin with hollow eye sockets, in which hovered emotionless eyes similar to those of the wood golem, ethereal orbs emitting a deep crimson glow. Unlike the golem, none of these minions possessed a mouth. With the creaks and rustles of their vine-like limbs, the plant monsters kept closing in on him. These creatures couldn't truly be considered living beings. Instead, they were made of various plants, shaped to resemble human figures and animated by dark magic. Jake used enemy appraisal on one of the nearest plant monsters to learn its weaknesses. He discovered that they were vulnerable to fire. While this piece of information was useful, none of the weapons he possessed could deal any elemental damage. If he had access to fiery weapons, he could likely have dispatched the plant monsters pretty quickly. Without any fire-based weaponry, he figured his only option was to tear through their plant-like bodies with his regular weapons. One of the creatures finally closed in, raising its poison-dripping claws. Jake ducked, feeling the whoosh of air as the plant monster's talons swept over him. Just then, feral instincts triggered an alarm, warning him of another impending attack from behind. He threw his body sideways, but the dizzy negative effect was still in play, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his footing. Although he managed to remain upright, he wasn't able to evade the strike, feeling the sharp claws rake across his back. Immediately, another system notification flashed through his mind. You have just gotten a negative effect, mildly poisoned. You will be losing HP for a little while. Another monster lunged at him. Jake tried to dodge its claws, but the dizzy debuff threw his balance off, causing him to stumble into another plant creature. It instantly attacked, its claws raking across his chest and leaving deep gashes in his obsidian-black flesh. His feral instincts flared up again, warning him of yet another unseen threat. Before he could react, a whip-like thorny vine struck, leaving a long gash across his side. This was just fantastic. Jake was furious now. These new types of monsters were proving much more dangerous than any ex-humans he had faced before. They moved with speed and agility, striking with enough force to leave deep gashes in his hardened body. Not even slashers or chasers, two of the most dangerous ex-humans he had met so far, could inflict such damage on him. This shouldn't have been surprising, though. After all, this hunt quest was marked as hard for a reason. For the next several minutes, Jake concentrated on dodging their attacks, choosing not to counterattack. He knew he had to wait for the dizzy debuff to wear off before he could regain full control of his body. With his movements shaky and unsteady, there was no way he could effectively evade attacks while simultaneously retaliating against his foes. So he focused entirely on defense for the next several minutes. While he dodged and evaded enemy attacks, he occasionally checked his HP. The mildly poisoned debuff caused him to lose a few health points every minute. It wasn't all that bad, but it was an issue he'd need to address later. He really needed to find a way to boost his resistances. None of the ex-humans, except for bloaters, he had encountered so far dealt any kind of elemental damage, so until now, he hadn't had a reason to think about it. However, now that he started to encounter monsters using elemental attacks, he realized he really needed to somehow increase his resistances. The dizzy and mildly poisoned debuffs wore off almost simultaneously. As soon as they did, Jake charged at the nearest plant monster, lashing out with his claws. The tips of his talons tore into its chest, which turned out to be much denser and harder to penetrate than he had expected from a creature that appeared to be made entirely of plant matter. His claws left half-inch deep gashes in the monster's body, causing sap-like fluid to ooze from the wounds. Feral instincts kicked in again, sending him an alarm signal indicating a foe was about to attack him from behind. Without the slowing debuff, Jake was prepared this time. He ducked just in time as a whip-like vine shot over his shoulder, missing him entirely. Spinning quickly, he grabbed the vine with one hand and yanked, pulling the attached plant monster toward him. With his right hand transformed into a smash fist, he delivered a powerful blow to the creature's face, with enough force to blow its head apart. Surprisingly, the now headless plant monster was still alive. Unable to see, the monster lashed out with the thorny vine extending from its other shoulder blindly in the air, trying to hit Jake. He let go of its vine arm and kicked the creature in the middle of its torso, sending it sprawling backward onto the ground. Jake immediately brought his foot down on it, stomping on its chest with enough force to create a huge hole through its body. Even without a head and sporting a gaping hole in its body, the plant monster was still alive. It now appeared to have trouble getting up from the ground, though. Deciding to finish it off later, Jake spun toward another enemy. For several minutes, Jake battled the plant monsters, which turned out to be incredibly hard to kill. They seemed to lack any weak points on their bodies. Even without heads or after sustaining heavy injuries, they continued to fight fiercely. To slay a plant monster, Jake literally had to tear it to shreds, leaving only torn pieces of plant matter. Because of this, the fight was long and exhausting. He really needed to acquire some weapons that dealt elemental damage to dispatch such monsters more easily. At long last, all the plant monsters were defeated, and the ground around him was littered with pieces of plant matter, along with shreds of tangled branches and intertwined vines. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 4,500 XP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 61 to 62. You have gained 5 SP. At least he had earned a good chunk of XP from those plant monsters. However, before allocating the earned skill points, he had to deal with the wood golem. He turned toward the massive creature, which stood in the middle of the clearing, watching him with its emotionless glowing eyes. Throughout his fight with the plant monsters, the golem had simply watched, refusing to join the fray. Now, Jake needed to find a way to bring the massive monster down, and he had to do it quickly. Unsure of how often the wood golem could summon its minions, he wanted to avoid another prolonged battle with those plant creatures. He kept his gaze locked on the golem for a moment longer, and then a plan formed in his mind. Jake burst into a sprint toward the towering beast. Jake leaped into the air, activating gravity leap, which propelled him upward and forward like a missile, soaring through the air as if he weighed nothing. The wood golem watched him with its strange glowing eyes, remaining motionless and doing nothing because Jake was well out of reach yet. As he approached the apex of his jump above the massive creature, he issued a mental command to drop, utilizing a specific upgrade. Defying the laws of physics, his forward momentum halted instantly, and he plummeted straight down like a boulder, picking up speed with the gravity's pull. Jake landed on the wood golem's hunched back with immense force, causing all 4 limbs of the creature to buckle momentarily. Remarkably, the monster didn't collapse. Not that it was Jake's intention. He had a different plan in mind. Turning around, he stepped toward the creature's enormous head. Dropping into a crouch, he sank the claws of his left hand into the golem's wooden flesh, embedding his talons as deeply as possible. Without a pause, he began pummeling the back of the monster's head with his right hand transformed into a smash fist, determined to break through the resilient exterior of the massive beast. The first strike left only a shallow dent in the wood golem's head, barely damaging its tough surface. But Jake was just getting warmed up. He relentlessly continued to hammer the creature's massive head with his smash fist, each strike creating small cracks and dents in the wood. Frustrated, the golem attempted to snatch him with one hand, but it couldn't quite reach him. After a few futile attempts, the creature decided to try a different approach. The golem thrashed its enormous body from side to side, attempting to shake Jake loose. Clinging for dear life with the claws of his left hand, he relentlessly pounded the creature's head with his right smash fist. The wood golem shook violently, determined to dislodge the annoying nuisance that Jake had become. Despite his efforts to maintain his grip, he felt his claws slowly slipping from the creature's wooden exterior, and he realized he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. As he smashed the wood golem's head again, something strange occurred. Eerie reddish light began to seep through the fresh cracks in the creature's sturdy exterior. Encouraged by the sight, Jake continued to hammer the creature's head. With every blow of his smash fist, new fissures opened up, and the existing ones expanded and deepened. The ominous red glow spilling from the cracks indicated that he was making progress. If he could inflict enough damage to the golem's head, he would finally bring the massive creature down. However, the wood golem kept shaking its colossal body, tossing it back and forth, and Jake could feel his claws loosening their grip. He transformed his right hand into a normal hand and then sprouted long claws from his fingertips. But before he could swing them at the monster's body to latch on with his right hand, his left suddenly lost its grip completely. Jake felt himself losing balance and tumbling off the side of the massive creature. With a clawed hand, he scraped against the golem's body, trying to anchor himself, but it was no use. He collapsed to the ground and quickly rolled to the side as the golem smashed its colossal fist down where he had just been a fraction of a second before. Jake jumped to his feet, catching sight of another fist rushing toward him. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The golem's fist struck him with the force of a freight train, propelling him through the air. He soared across the clearing all the way to the tree line, crashing into one of the smaller trees with enough force to snap the trunk in half. The shock of the collision stunned Jake, and for a brief moment, he lay on the ground without moving. He could tell he had sustained some minor damage to his back, but other than that, he was unscathed. If he had been human, that blow would have likely shattered his spine. Suddenly, he heard a familiar roar coming from the wood golem. Jake looked up just in time to see the massive monster with its mouth wide open, emitting a tremendous bellow. Its enormous head was covered in numerous cracks of various sizes, the result of Jake pounding on it with all his might. An eerie reddish glow seeped out of those cracks as the wood golem continued to bellow. "You gotta be kidding me," Jake thought. It was obvious that the wood golem was summoning its minions again. He had dealt with a group of those plant monsters a few minutes before, and now he would have to fight them once more. It was hard to believe the wood golem could summon them so often. Maybe it had a limit, like 2 or 3 summons per encounter? At least, Jake hoped so, because if he had to battle those plant monsters every few minutes, this fight would drag on for way too long. The wood golem stopped bellowing. In the foliage surrounding the clearing, a familiar movement caught Jake's attention. The undergrowth was reshaping and transforming into new forms. It wasn't long before human-shaped figures began to burst from the trees into the clearing. Jake stood up as a new bunch of plant monsters emerged from the dense vegetation. Then something unexpected happened. Jake caught a glimpse of movement and turned his head to scan the other side of the clearing. To his surprise, several survivors suddenly emerged from the trees. Each one sported either a red scar or a bandana. They were clearly Los Demonios, but it wasn't yet clear if they had stumbled upon the clearing by accident or if they had been tracking him all along. The demons stopped in their tracks when they spotted the wood golem looming in the center of the clearing. "What the hell is that?" one of them exclaimed. Another member of the group raised the assault rifle he was armed with and aimed it at the massive monster. The person next to him slapped the barrel of the weapon down, scolding his companion, "Don't shoot it, you idiot. It's not attacking us. No need to provoke it. That's not why we're here anyway." Though they were on the other side of the clearing, Jake's incredible sense of hearing effortlessly picked up every word they uttered. The wood golem seemed to have heard or noticed the demons, because it turned to face their direction, but it remained motionless. Unfortunately for the bandits, the golem wasn't alone. Several plant monsters nearby charged at them, prompting the survivors to open fire. "Where did those things come from?" somebody yelled. The gunfire echoed through the air, attracting all the plant creatures, even those that had initially been closing in on Jake. They lost interest in him and turned away from him, running toward the humans instead. Over a dozen plant monsters dashed across the clearing, quickly closing in on the gangsters, who continued to fire on the approaching creatures. Each bullet that struck the plant mutants exploded on impact, dealing impressive amounts of damage. Despite this, the plant monsters were not easily killed, and even sustaining severe injuries, they continued to close in on their targets. One of the plant creatures reached the survivors and jumped, landing on top of one of them and knocking him flat to the ground. It immediately began to tear the screaming human apart, triggering a wave of panic among the group. "Why won't they die?" someone yelled. "Fall back," shouted a person, who appeared to be the leader of the group. "Fall back." However, several of the gangsters had already spun around and fled. The others began to retreat while continuing to fire at the advancing monsters. Jake noticed some of the bullets unintentionally hit the wood golem in the head, detonating on impact and sending splintered fragments flying. That was when the wood golem decided to join the fray. Emitting an angry roar, the massive creature charged across the clearing after the fleeing bandits. Upon seeing the colossal monster chasing them, the humans completely lost any interest in continuing to fight. The rest of the bandits spun around and rushed back into the forest as well, while the wood golem thundered after the humans, moving with surprising speed for such a massive creature. "Now I have to chase it, huh?" Jake thought, frustration coursing through him as he, too, took off running after the wood golem. The wood golem charged through the forest, relentlessly chasing the fleeing humans. For such a massive creature, it moved with astonishing speed. Its colossal legs crashed into the ground, making the earth tremble beneath it. Bushes were crushed underfoot, and smaller trees snapped with resounding cracks as the beast barreled forward, quickly closing the distance on the gangsters. Up ahead, Jake saw that some of the plant monsters, incredibly fast and agile, were already on the survivors' heels. The bandits fired blindly at their pursuers and even managed to take down a couple, but there were still too many remaining. One of them pounced on one survivor, sending him sprawling on the ground. The person's screams penetrated the air as the plant monster sunk its talons into his body. A different plant monster lashed out with its whip-like vine, knocking the legs out from under a nearby survivor and sending him crashing face-first into the ground. Two other plant monsters immediately sprang onto the fallen human. The remaining gangsters kept running, showing no concern for their fallen comrades. While some of the plant monsters were preoccupied with killing the two survivors, the rest of them had a better chance of escaping. That's what the bandits were likely thinking. The wood golem almost caught up with the fleeing humans. One of them suddenly tripped over a root and collapsed to the forest floor. The massive monster was immediately on top of him. Before the survivor could scramble to his feet, the golem slammed one foot on the fallen human, turning him into a pulp. The gangster didn't even have time to scream before he died. The wood golem's brief pause allowed Jake to catch up with the massive creature, which was as large as an elephant. Remembering that his claws weren't very effective for gripping the golem's wooden exterior, he transformed both hands back into human-like ones. Then, he leaped toward the side of the wood golem. The moment he hit the golem's body, Jake pressed his fingertips and the tips of his feet against its wooden surface. Adhesive secretion immediately kicked in, allowing him to cling securely to the golem. Like a giant insect, he crawled up the creature, making his way along its back until he reached its thick neck. The wood golem seemed entirely unconcerned by his movement. After finishing stomping on the dead survivor's body, leaving behind nothing more than a wet patch on the ground, it resumed its relentless chase of the rest of the fleeing gangsters. Perched atop the creature like a rider on a horse, Jake pressed his left hand against the golem's exterior to stay anchored. He transformed his right hand into a smash fist, ready to start hammering at the creature's head again when something caught his attention ahead. Looking up, he realized they were nearing the edge of the woods that marked the boundary of the former city park. A second later, the wood golem burst from the tree line, snapping one of the smaller trees in its path. Suddenly finding itself in the middle of a street, the golem came to an abrupt halt. The jarring shift from sprinting to halting was so abrupt Jake would have been thrown off its back if not for the grip of adhesive secretion holding him securely in place. For a brief moment, the wood golem surveyed the desolate street. Jake scanned his surroundings too, quickly noticing two SUVs parked nearby, each adorned with red demon skulls painted on the hoods and sides. The remaining bandits were climbing into the vehicles, with two jumping into the first SUV and the other two entering the second one. With a screech of tires, the lead vehicle bolted forward as the plant monsters leaped at the speeding car from every direction. Some managed to cling to the car frame, their long claws piercing the metal, allowing them to anchor themselves to the vehicle. The other plant monsters sprinted after the fleeing SUV. They were fast, but not nearly as fast as a car, yet that didn't stop them from trying. Within just a couple of seconds, the lead SUV and most of the plant monsters vanished into the distance. The two survivors who hopped into the second car were less fortunate. 3 remaining plant monsters assaulted the vehicle, one leaped onto the hood, another scrambled onto the roof, and the third broke through the driver's window, reaching inside the cab. The passengers shouted for the driver to get them out of there, but the driver was too preoccupied trying to prevent his throat from being ripped out. The wood golem charged toward the SUV and stomped onto its roof, crushing it inward in a shower of shattering glass, killing one of its minions in the process. The massive creature continued to stomp and punch the vehicle, crumpling and breaking the car's body with an ease that made it seem like a cardboard box. In just a few seconds, the vehicle was reduced to a heap of twisted and crumpled metal. Both its occupants and 2 of the golem's minions were dead. The third plant monster was alive but gravely injured, lying on the ground next to the wreckage, unable to stand, its legs shattered. The wood golem stepped back from the vehicle, pausing for a brief moment as if to admire the destruction it had caused. Then its attention shifted to Jake, who remained perched on its neck. The massive beast shook its body violently, trying to throw him off. However, thanks to Jake having used adhesive secretion to cling to the beast's exterior, he was now much more difficult to dislodge than before. Jake set about hammering the wood golem's head with his right smash fist. Each powerful strike cracked the surface, causing ethereal light to radiate through the fissures. With every hit, the light that seeped from the cracks intensified, illuminating the area around him. Then in a sudden flash of light, the beast's head burst apart, large splinters flying every which way. The headless monster remained on its legs for a second or two, then heavily dropped to the asphalt in the middle of the street. Enemy killed. Plus 1000 XP. Hunt complete. You have gained 10,000 XP. Ground strike has been added to the genetic development interface. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level has gone up from 62 to 63. You have gained 5 SP. Something caught Jake's attention. Still perched atop the dead wood golem, he turned his head to see the plant monster lying on the ground burst into flames. In just 2 seconds, they consumed the monster, reducing it to a pile of ash. It seemed that now that the wood golem was dead, all the minions it had summoned died off as well. Jake leaped from the monster's body to the ground and accessed his stats. He saw that none of his skills and abilities had reached 100%, meaning they couldn't be upgraded to the next rank just yet. Additionally, he had already purchased all available upgrades for each of his skills and abilities. With no other options, he allocated the earned skill points to his attributes. Body, 5560. Mind, 5760. Magic, 6264. He was now one step closer to fulfilling the requirements for evolving into Stage 3. To advance to the next form, he needed to reach level 75 and elevate each of his attributes to 70. Suddenly, he heard the roar of an approaching vehicle. He quickly opened his eyes to see the SUV that had fled a few minutes earlier returning. It screeched to a halt some distance ahead of him, its metal frame marked by scratches where the plant monsters had attacked. However, with the golem now defeated, all its minions had died as well, allowing the 2 occupants of the SUV to return. One of them took position at the machine gun mounted on the roof and aimed directly at him. It was now obvious that the gangsters had ventured into the city park because they had indeed been tracking him. This was becoming really annoying. How many members of Los Demonios had he already killed? He couldn't even remember anymore. Yet, they kept coming back. Why couldn't these guys just leave him the hell alone? Well, of course, he knew why. It was the gang leader known as Skullface who had a mission to kill him. Instead of doing it themselves, they passed the mission to their subordinates. When one group got killed by Jake, failing to complete the mission, Skullface simply reassigned it to another team. And the members of the gang had no choice but to follow orders. By now, they must have realized that Jake was a tough target, but they just couldn't ignore their boss's orders. Los Demonios had extremely cruel rules and traditions inherited from a cartel, so the members understood that insubordination wouldn't be tolerated. They were simply caught between a rock and a hard place. Jake decided to do something about that. It was time to send a clear message to the leader of Los Demonios. Jake sprinted toward the vehicle, just as the gunner unleashed a hail of gunfire. To avoid getting hit, Jake darted to the side as heavy-caliber bullets whizzed past him. They tore into the cracked asphalt, exploding on impact and sending chunks flying. Jake continued to close in on the vehicle, moving in a circle. When the roof-mounted weapon stopped spitting out bullets, he immediately made a beeline for the vehicle. Before the gangster could reload the machine gun, Jake performed a mana-infused jump, landing on the roof of the SUV. Yelping in panic, the gunner tried to slip inside, but Jake grabbed him by the shoulders, the tips of his claws digging deep into the human flesh. Jake pulled him up, eliciting a scream of pain as he easily dragged his victim out of the vehicle. With a powerful yank, Jake tossed the gangster aside, sending him tumbling to the ground with a distinct snap. Peering over the edge of the vehicle, he saw the man lying motionlessly on the asphalt, his neck at an unnatural angle. He had accidentally broken the guy's neck. Falling from such a height shouldn't have killed the gangster, he had just been unfortunate enough to have a bad fall. But that was fine. Jake only needed one of them alive anyway, and there was another person inside the SUV, seated at the steering wheel. The driver must have realized things were not going as smoothly as he and his now-dead companion had hoped, because he suddenly slammed on the accelerator, causing the large vehicle to bolt forward. Jake was fast enough to hold on to the machine gun mounted on the roof to prevent himself from being thrown off the vehicle. As the SUV sped down the street, Jake clung to the roof, adhesive secretion holding him in position. He crawled toward the front of the vehicle, resembling a giant insect. He then made his way down the slope of the windshield and reached the hood. Once there, he turned to face the driver, who stared back at him with terror in his eyes. In an attempt to knock Jake off the hood, the driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the SUV to a sudden, jarring halt. Yet, with both hands and feet gripping the hood, Jake remained firmly anchored, adhesive secretion keeping him securely in place. Now that the vehicle had stopped, Jake lifted his right hand from the hood, morphing it into a smash fist. Before the driver could accelerate again, Jake swung his massive fist at the windshield. The impact shattered the glass, sending shards raining down on the screaming driver, who raised his arms instinctively to shield his face. Reaching inside the cab, Jake grabbed the driver by his head and, with a powerful yank, pulled him out of the vehicle. Shoving the gangster aside, he sent him crashing face first to the ground next to the SUV. The driver attempted to get up, but Jake jumped onto his back, pinning him to the asphalt. The man whimpered and squirmed beneath him, but he was powerless to escape. Perched on the struggling form of the bandit, Jake searched through his pockets. In one of them, he found what he was looking for, the guy's PDA. Reaching down, he took hold of the human's right hand and pressed his thumb to the screen, unlocking the device. He then released the bandit's hand and concentrated on the PDA for the next several minutes. Finally, he was done. He put the PDA away and stood up. Rolling the bandit over, Jake grabbed him by the shoulders and roughly sat him up, propping him against the driver's side wheel. The man tried to resist, but he was powerless against Jake's inhuman strength. He then sprouted 3 long tentacles from his back, causing the bandit to gasp in horror at the sight. Before the guy could do anything, Jake lanced his tentacles at the gangster, piercing him through both shoulders and through one thigh. The human let out a scream of pain, his eyes wide. Jake leaned in to just a few inches from the man's face and opened his mouth wide, allowing the terrified human to see rows of his jagged black teeth. Jake needed his victim to be severely injured and scared out of his wits, and he had accomplished that. The bandit trembled uncontrollably, fixating on Jake's large pointed teeth, which loomed just before him. So paralyzed by fear was the human, he lost control and wet himself. "No," the guy sobbed. "No. Please, no. Oh gosh, no." As he continued to stare at the terrified man, Jake picked up the PDA and held it in front of him. However, the bandit didn't even seem to notice it at first. He was so frightened he couldn't dare to look away from Jake's dreadful face even for a second. He fully expected those large black teeth to rip into him at any moment. It was only when Jake brought the device closer to the gangster's face that he finally tore his gaze from Jake's teeth and glanced at the screen. The device displayed the map of the city with 3 labeled pins that Jake had positioned a few minutes earlier. Each pin's label contained a short piece of text that he had typed in. With his index finger, Jake pointed at the first piece of text. "Let me be, or you die." Tears blurred the man's vision, and he had to blink rapidly for 2 or 3 seconds to clear his eyes. Once he could focus on the text, he quickly read it and looked back at Jake with surprise on his face. He then nodded vigorously in response. However, Jake was not done yet. He pointed at the second pin, which contained another piece of text in its label. "SHW it to your boss." After the gangster finished reading the text, Jake pointed at the last piece of text. "Unst?" The gangster read it and looked at Jake once more, energetically nodding his head. Up and down. Yes, the gangster exclaimed. I understand. I'll show your message to my boss. It was actually him who wanted you dead, not me. The system has given him the mission to kill you, but he keeps assigning it to us, soldiers, instead of taking care of it himself. Jake simply stared at the bandit. The information the human had just shared came as no surprise, as Jake had already figured that out by himself. We call him Skullface, the bandit added eagerly. None of us wants to fight you, but he forces our hands. We have no choice. Anyway, I promise I'll show him what you wrote. The 3 tentacles detached, and Jake stood up, tossing the PDA into the bandit's lap. For a moment, the human sat on the ground, as if he couldn't believe he wasn't about to be brutally killed. Then, he picked up his device and slowly stood, wary of making any sudden movements. Can I go now? He asked timidly, still struggling to believe his luck. Jake nodded. The bandit immediately swung open the driver's door and slid behind the steering wheel. In the next second, the vehicle bolted forward, quickly accelerating. Jake watched it disappear into the distance. Los Demonios must have a base somewhere, but he didn't even consider following the SUV to find out where it was. He was fast, but not nearly as fast as a car. Hiding inside the vehicle and letting the bandit take him to the gang's base, like a Trojan horse, was also not an option because he hardly had any mana left in his body. When he attempted to ride on Isra's PDA during the tower climbing challenge, his enhanced intelligence had been at rank 2. However, this skill was now at rank 3, and the difference was noticeable. While he could write much more easily than before, it was still an extremely difficult task that required a lot of time, concentration, and ridiculous amounts of mana. He had written 2 very short sentences, but it drained most of his mana. He had just a little over 1,000 mana points left, which wasn't much at all. At his current level, he could burn through 1,000 MP in just 1 hour, even without engaging in strenuous activities. During intense fights, his body could easily deplete those 1,000 mana points even faster. Plus, with his mana levels critically low, his speed and agility noticeably deteriorated, as the remaining mana was now solely used to sustain basic bodily functions. So, he wasn't in a condition to fight and had to steer clear of any confrontations with humans or ex-humans for the time being. He intended to take it easy for the rest of the day and throughout the coming night, focusing solely on hiding from enemies while searching for mana consumables. With this plan settled in his mind, Jake set off on his way. Jake spent the rest of the day and the entire night searching for mana consumables, gathering as much mana as possible. He focused solely on this task, refusing to let himself get distracted by anything else, and by morning, he had amassed a substantial amount of MP. He collected so much mana he even wondered if there was a limit to how much of this precious energy his body could hold. There should probably be some limit, but so far, he had never reached it, likely because he was always very active, causing his body to consume this magical energy at a high rate. Additionally, he occasionally used MP to purchase new skills and abilities. He had now enough mana to buy new skills, but he decided to wait until later in the day. For the moment, he wanted to stick to his daily routine, so he made his way down to the sewers, where he spent the next several hours. He gained some XP, but not enough to level up yet. Afterward, he emerged back to street level and continued slaying mutants for XP. Once he leveled up, he planned to allocate skill points and use the MP he had gathered overnight to acquire new skills and abilities. For the next 2 hours, he cleared one building of mutants after another. However, he noticed it was becoming more challenging to level up. The mutants he came across were those he had already encountered, yielding the same amount of XP, while his requirements grew with each level. This resulted in a noticeably slower leveling pace. To level up more quickly, he needed to venture to a new location or hunt down different types of mutants, but he wasn't sure where to look. At that point, it seemed he had explored the entire city, and there were no areas he hadn't visited by that point. The only exception was the dungeon known as the Maze of Torment, located in the sewers. Unfortunately, he couldn't access it without a skeleton key. Even if he managed to find one, he doubted that entering the dungeon would be beneficial, as it was designed for survivors between levels 15 and 20. At level 63, he was far too strong for that dungeon now and likely wouldn't gain anything valuable there. On the first floor of one of the high-rise buildings, he encountered a rare type of ex-human, a bloater. At one point, it ejected a torrent of acid toward him. Jake managed to dodge, but a few drops still splashed onto his shoulder. He felt no pain, but his flesh sizzled and smoked for a few seconds as the acid dealt some damage to his skin. This reminded him of the urgent need to enhance his resistance to various types of elemental damage. He initially planned to deal with the weaker ex-humans before focusing on the bloater. However, his plans changed when something unexpected occurred. With a screech of tires, a vehicle rolled to a stop in front of the building. Upon hearing the noise, he glanced over his shoulder. The front of the building was lined with tall windows, none of which had glass at this point, and through them, he saw a pickup truck adorned with red demon skulls painted on its doors and hood, and a machine gun mounted in the bed. The large weapon, manned by a bandit, was pointed at the building. The deafening roar of the machine gun drowned out the screams of the ex-humans. Instead of targeting Jake, the gunner directed his fire at the bloater. Its huge belly glowed increasingly brighter as bullets tore at it with squelching sounds. Jake understood that the gunner wanted to make it explode to shower him with acid. However, while he wasn't far from the bloater when it exploded, he dashed fast enough to avoid getting splashed with acid. When the bloater exploded, waves of acid and pulpy pieces of flesh went flying in every direction. Some of the nearby mutants got drenched in the acid, being reduced to little more than mere skeletons in seconds. Many of the ex-humans lost interest in Jake and sprinted toward the vehicle. However, none of them was able to make it out of the building, dropping like flies under the heavy gunfire. The gangster in the back of the car thrust the barrel of an assault rifle out the window and opened fire on Jake. While he could easily escape by getting to the upper floors, he didn't even consider fleeing. If the demons were so keen on getting killed by him, he wasn't going to disappoint them. When he dashed out of the building and sprinted toward the vehicle, the gunner yelled "fuck" just as the pickup truck bolted forward. But not before Jake performed a mana-infused jump, landing in the bed. He lashed out at the gunner, his claws aimed at the bandit's exposed throat. The guy stumbled back, clutching his bloodied throat, lost his balance, and fell over the edge to the ground rushing beneath him. The gangster in the back of the cab opened fire through the rear window at Jake. The bullets exploded on impact with his chest. The man also used a push spell on him, causing Jake to fly back over the tailgate of the vehicle and drop to the ground. However, he was quick enough to sprout a tentacle and lash out at one of the rear wheels, shredding the tire. The car went into a chaotic swerve, pivoting 90 degrees before rolling over several times until it finally came to a rest on its roof. One of the occupants of the vehicle was dead, but the other managed to survive by employing a magical shield. The gangster crawled out of the wreckage and got to his feet. When he noticed that Jake was still alive, he glanced around for his weapon, but it must have been left somewhere inside the vehicle. Rather than searching for it, the bandit decided to flee. Turning around, he darted around the upturned pickup truck and sprinted down the road. He must have cast yet another spell to increase his speed because he was running far too fast for a human. But he was still no faster than Jake. He leaped to his feet and gave chase. It wasn't long before he closed the gap between him and his prey. With a powerful leap, he collided with the fleeing gangster, sending him crashing to the ground in the middle of a four-way intersection. Jake planted his foot firmly on the bandit's back, pinning him down. The human was struggling to rise, but he couldn't do anything to shake off Jake's foot pressing down on his back with incredible strength. His victim thrashed his arms and legs wildly, resembling an oversized insect in distress. He didn't use any more magical spells, likely having run out of them by that point. Jake was moments away from finishing off the gangster when he caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye. He lifted his gaze from the pinned human and turned in the direction of the disturbance. At one of the corners of the intersection stood what used to be a diner. Peering through its shattered windows, Jake noticed something unsettling. Inside the diner, there were subtle rhythmic movements. Although he couldn't see the full scene from where he stood, he could see several naked bodies suspended from the ceiling, swaying gently in the draft inside the small building. The man beneath Jake continued to writhe in futile attempts to escape. In response, Jake momentarily lifted his foot, repositioned it slightly, and then brought it down with overwhelming force onto the back of the man's head. The impact echoed through the empty intersection, and the bandit's struggle ceased, his skull bursting apart like an overripe melon. Jake quickly scanned his surroundings to make sure there were no enemies lurking nearby and then jogged toward the diner. Upon reaching the entrance, he halted in the opening, taking in the atrocious scene inside the main room. The interior was in utter disarray, overturned tables and broken chairs lay strewn across the floor, while shards of glass glinted menacingly under the dim light. However, it was the bodies that dominated the space, suspended from the ceiling and swaying slightly. The horrid smell assaulted his enhanced senses, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood mixed with rust and decay as well as something stale and forgotten. There were several bodies that were suspended from the ceiling. The bodies were completely naked and heavily mutilated. Whoever those people were, they had been brutally tortured to death. Their bodies had numerous burn marks, various cuts and bruises. They were also missing various body parts. Some of them had some parts of their skin flayed, while others had their faces removed. Behind the suspended bodies, on the wall opposite the front entrance, a chilling message caught Jake's eye. It was written in red paint, or worse, the victim's blood, don't fuck with us. Next to the menacing phrase was a picture of a demon skull, splattered in the same blood-red hue. Even though Jake was as cold as stone, he found himself disturbed by the horrid scene before him. The lifeless forms swaying gently in their grisly suspension tugged at something deep within him, a flicker of humanity that was usually kept buried beneath layers of indifference and detachment. For a few minutes, Jake remained motionless, watching. So far, Los Demonios had been nothing more than a mildly annoying nuisance. They attacked him on sight, driven by their notorious reputation and the territory they claimed, but most of the time, their aggression didn't weigh heavily on him. Occasionally, he would simply give them the slip, while other times, he dealt with his attackers without much difficulty. While Los Demonios had been nothing more than a nuisance to him, they had become a relentless menace to regular survivors, terrorizing anyone they set their eyes on. Jake had consciously steered clear of getting involved, telling himself it wasn't his fight. However, the horror in front of him peeled back layers of indifference. With each violent encounter he witnessed, each desperate plea for help he turned away from, a simmering anger rose within him, one he had chosen to ignore. But this brutal scene, with its grotesque display and chilling message, stirred that anger into a furious blaze. Jake welcomed the unexpected feeling of rage. He thought he had long forgotten any human emotions, but the horrifying scene before him had awakened some of them. The oppressive weight of guilt, mixed with rage, twisted inside him. Fueled by a newfound purpose, he decided it was time to act. The brutality of the scene demonstrated the depths of cruelty that Los Demonios were capable of. As much as he tried to stay out of Survivor's business, the unsettling sight made him rethink his previous more dismissive attitude toward the gang. At that moment, Jake made a silent vow to himself, he would no longer be a bystander. He had to take matters into his own hands, otherwise Los Demonios would continue their reign of terror unchallenged. They walked the streets with a sense of invincibility, convinced that their strength granted them the right to terrorize others without consequence. But they were wrong. Dead wrong. It was settled. He was going to confront Los Demonios, tearing their gang apart, piece by piece. They must have a base somewhere, so he was going to find it and burn it to the ground. If they had multiple bases, he would find and destroy all of them. He was going to find Skullface and whoever else besides that person was in charge of the gang. Once he found them, he'd kill them all. He was going to leave nothing of Los Demonios but a wet patch on the ground. He would pursue the gang until nothing remained of it, as if it had never existed. He understood that those who decided to join the gang had to commit cruel acts to demonstrate their loyalty. Those who declined were assigned menial labor for the gang. So, everyone who wore something red, signifying they were officially accepted into the gang, would become his legitimate target. His ultimate aim was to eliminate all the leaders of the gang and destroy their bases. He didn't intend to bother with hunting down every single soldier, but any that stood in his way would be killed as well. Jake kept his gaze fixed on the brutal scene before him for a while, thinking about Los Demonios and what he was going to do with Skullface and whoever else was in charge of the gang. They referred to themselves as the demons. It was high time to show them what a true demon looked like and what he was capable of. Los Demonios were on the brink of facing their worst nightmare, one from which they would never awaken. Over the next few days, Jake leveled up several times, moving from level 63 to level 72 and accumulating 45 skill points in total. He allocated some of them to his attributes. Body, 60-70. Mind, 60-70. Magic, 64-70. Many of his skills and abilities underwent some changes as well. Those that were common, swords, bladed tentacles, smash fists, enhanced reflexes, enhanced strength, enhanced regeneration, feral instincts, and enhanced durability were ready to be elevated to uncommon, which would give them an additional upgrade to unlock. These skills and abilities did not need to be at rank 2 when he evolved to stage 2, meaning they could be manually upgraded from common to uncommon by allocating 1 SP to each. The only requirement for the upgrade was that he needed to have evolved to stage 2, Savage Ascent, which he had done quite some time ago. He spent 8 SP to raise each of these 8 skills and abilities from common to uncommon and then allocated another SP to each to increase them from rank 2 to rank 3. Each of these skills and abilities could now progress once more and had an additional upgrade to unlock. He also spent 3 more skill points to upgrade Gravity Leap, Cloak, and Adhesive Secretion from rank I to rank 2, making them more powerful. To perform an upgrade to the next rank, specific attribute requirements needed to be met, but by that point, he had raised all his attributes to a sufficiently high level, easily fulfilling every requirement for rank upgrades. At the moment, Jake clung to the front wall of a high-rise building, positioned at the 3rd floor height, adhesive secretion securely holding him in place. Cloak was active, blending him seamlessly with his surroundings and making him appear transparent and virtually invisible. It was high noon. He had just returned from the depths of the sewers, where he had spent the morning hunting down mutated rats and devourers. Before continuing with his day, he wanted to check his stats. He closed his eyes and summoned them with a thought. Name, Jake Turner. Race, Human Morphus. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent. Level, 72. HP, 100%. XP, 6, 565/8, 875. SP, 0. MP, 81,775. Body, 70. Mind, 70. Magic, 70. Claws, rank 3, 34%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Swords, rank 3, 27%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Bladed tentacles, rank 3, 17%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Mind Reader, rank 2, 85%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Smash Fists, rank 3, 13%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Gravity Leap, rank 2, 4%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Cloak, rank 2, 11%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced Senses, rank 3, 30%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced Agility, rank 3, 33%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced Intelligence, rank 3, 39%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced Reflexes, rank 3, 15%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced Strength, rank 3, 13%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced Regeneration, rank 3, 17%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Feral Instincts, rank 3, 15%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced Durability, rank 3, 18%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Adhesive Secretion, rank 2, 11%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. He noticed that the Mind Reader ability was currently at 85%. When it reached 100%, he would be able to upgrade it to rank 3. In the past several days, he had ambushed and slain several groups of Los Demonios, using Mind Reader on some of his victims. Currently, this ability allowed him to view only a few hours of a target's most recent memories, which was why he had so far failed to glean anything useful about the gang. He still didn't know where their base was located, where to find the gang leaders, or where captured survivors were kept, let alone what the gang needed them for. However, Jake hoped that by upgrading Mind Reader to rank 3, he would be able to view much more of a target's memories and therefore learn more about the gang. He then checked once more the requirements he needed to meet to evolve to Stage 3, Apex Manifestation. Requirements for evolving to Stage 3. Level, 75. Attributes, Body 70, Mind 70, Magic 70. Skills. Enhanced Senses, rank 3. Enhanced Agility, rank 3. Enhanced Intelligence, rank 3. Enhanced Reflexes, rank 3. Enhanced Strength, rank 3. Enhanced Regeneration, rank 3. Feral Instincts, rank 3. Enhanced durability, rank 3. He was getting there. Each of his attributes was at 70, and all of the required skills were already at rank 3. So all that was left to do was level up 3 more times to level 75, and he would finally be able to evolve into the next form. He couldn't wait. He figured it would take him only 2 or 3 days to gain those 3 additional levels. He was really excited about the next stage of evolution. Over the past few days, he had accumulated a substantial amount of MP, and he decided it was time to use some of it to purchase new skills and abilities. With a single thought, he summoned the second section of the genetic development interface. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent, Level 25. Abilities, 3 of 6. Skills, 2 of 4. Ability, Acidic Spit. Requirements, Body 45, Magic 45. Cost, 20,000 MP. Ability, Serpentine Form. Requirements, Body 50, Mind 45, Magic 50. Cost, 25,000 MP. Ability, Spikes. Requirements, Body 60, Magic 65. Cost, 30,000 MP. Skill, Toxic Resistance. Requirements, Body 45. Cost, 23,000 MP. Skill, Adaptive Armor. Requirements, Body 55, Magic 50. Cost, 27,000 MP. Ability, Mind Reader. Requirements, Mind 30, Magic 25. Cost, already owned. Skill, Enhanced Durability. Requirements, Body 30. Cost, already owned. Ability, Gravity Leap. Requirements, Body 43, Mind 40, Magic 37. Cost, already owned. Skill, Adhesive Secretion. Requirements, Body 40, Magic 35. Cost, already owned. Ability, Cloak. Requirements, Body 45, Mind 55, Magic 60. Cost, already owned. At his current level, he aimed to keep his MP above 30,000. Therefore, he decided to make only 2 purchases, the Acidic Spit ability and the Toxic Resistance skill, spending a total of 43,000 MP, which left him with 38,775 MP. He noticed that only 2 abilities, Serpentine Form and Spikes, and 1 skill, Adaptive Armor, remained in the second section of the genetic development interface now. He planned to review them later when he was ready to purchase them. One by one, he examined the ability and the skill he had just acquired. Acidic Spit, the mutant gains the ability to spit a glob of corrosive acid that can dissolve obstacles and enemies. Upgrades, 0 of 4, Uncommon. Requirements, Body 45, Magic 45. Cost, already owned. He had high hopes for this ability. It was his first ranged ability, and if it performed as well as he hoped, he would be using it in combat pretty frequently. Toxic Resistance, the mutant acquires resistance to acid and poison, enhancing their ability to withstand chemical-based attacks. Upgrades, 0 of 4, Uncommon. Requirements, Body 45. Cost, already owned. Each of these 2 was uncommon and had a total of 4 upgrades available for unlocking. However, since he didn't have any more skill points at the moment, he decided to examine the available upgrades at a later time. The last thing Jake did was check his current resistances. Elemental Resistances. Incendiary, 10%. Cryo, 10%. Shock, 10%. Explosive, 10%. Corrosive, 30%. Radiation, 10%. Other resistances. Pierce, 14%. Poison, 30%. Mana Bleeding, 9%. Mind Control, 0%. Stun, 0%. Chaos, 0%. Ethereal, 0%. Thanks to Toxic Resistance, his corrosive and poison resistances increased from 10% to 30%. He also noticed that Pierce and Mana Bleeding resistances had also gone up a little, the former from 12% to 14% and the latter from 7% to 9%. Pierce and Mana Bleeding resistances increased automatically each time he invested skill points to body and magic, respectively. After reviewing the information, Jake finally opened his eyes, making all the details vanish, and then he resumed his journey. Multiple enemies killed. Plus 1,135 XP. Immediately, another system message flashed through his mind. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level went up from 72 to 73. You have gained 5 SP. Jake stood in the center of a large room, surrounded by the dead bodies of various ex-humans he had just defeated. For the past few hours, he had been venturing into one building after another, fighting mutants and gaining XP, and he had finally leveled up, gaining 5 skill points. Now that he had increased the ranks of some of his skills and abilities, each of them had an additional upgrade to unlock. However, Jake decided to use 4 of his skill points to acquire all the available upgrades for acidic spit instead. He had used it multiple times in several recent battles with mutants. While it was a very useful ability, it certainly needed some improvements. So he checked out the available upgrades for the ability. Acidic Spit, Rank I, 14%. Upgrades, 0 of 4, Uncommon. Quick Charge, decreases the time needed to create a glob of acid. Cost, 1 SP. Extended Range, greatly increases the distance at which you can launch a glob of acid. Cost, 1 SP. Improved Stability, significantly lowers the risk of your ability being cancelled when under attack. Cost, 1 SP. Enhanced Potency, makes your acidic spit significantly more powerful, allowing it to dissolve various non-organic materials with ease. Cost, 1 SP. One by one, Jake acquired all of them. Acidic Spit should be significantly more powerful now. There were no enemies left around him, but he could still test out the first 2 of the newly acquired upgrades. He turned toward the wall that was farthest from him and utilized the ability. As he had learned some time ago, his mana pool was located in his midsection. Pathways extended from this mana pool throughout his body. The moment he activated Acidic Spit, he sensed just the right amount of mana flowing from his mana pool to his mouth. There, it transformed into acid. While the ability was called Acidic Spit, what formed in his mouth was actually a glob about the size of a golf ball. It levitated inside his large maw, held in place by magical energy, awaiting his command to be expelled. Jake couldn't help but notice that thanks to the first upgrade, the entire process, from pulling the right amount of mana from his mana pool to his mouth through one of the pathways to forming a glob of acid, now took less than a second. This was a pleasant surprise. Before the upgrades, it took several seconds for the whole process, forcing Jake to fend off his enemies while the acid formed. By the time he was ready to spit it out, his target was often already eliminated or gone. Now, he could create an acidic glob in no time and fire it almost immediately afterward. When Jake opened his jaws and mentally commanded the acidic glob to be ejected, it launched from his mouth at incredible speed. The projectile soared across the vast room, smashing against the farthest wall and sending splashes everywhere. Before the upgrades, the acidic glob could travel about 15 yards, gradually succumbing to gravity, which wasn't very far at all. With the recently acquired upgrade, the distance an acidic glob could travel had significantly increased. The ball flew across the room without showing any signs of descending, so he figured the distance was at least twice what it had been before. As for the other 2 upgrades, they could only be tested in battle. Jake had one more skill point at his disposal. After giving it some thought, he decided to use it on the 4th upgrade for Bladed Tentacles. Since he had obtained the first 3 upgrades some time ago, he didn't waste time rereading those and focused solely on the new one. Bladed Tentacles, Rank 3, 21%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, Uncommon. 4. Increase the length of the bladed tentacles by a few more feet. Cost, 1 SP. Jake acquired the upgrade and decided to test it right away. He activated the ability, and 3 tentacles burst forth from his back. They were noticeably longer than before, which would definitely prove to be quite beneficial in future battles. For a few seconds, he slashed at invisible enemies, astonished by the tentacles' impressive reach, now stretching at least a dozen feet. Yet he quickly realized that deploying such long tentacles demanded significantly more mana than in the past. This insight prompted him to reflect on the implications. Every level up, every upgrade he acquired, and every elevation of a skill or an ability to the next rank increased the amount of mana his body consumed, a price he had to pay for greater power. Jake remembered that at the beginning of his journey as a mutant, he struggled to gather enough mana to sustain himself while also acquiring new skills. However, after obtaining Mana Vision, that problem was resolved, as the perk allowed him to easily locate various mana consumables. Now, though, the issue of insufficient mana seemed to be creeping back. He sensed that the mana he accumulated at night from collecting mana consumables would soon fall short of his daily needs. With his mana vision perk at rank 3, he could now see not only the locations of mana consumables but also mana clouds and the mana contained within human beings. Unfortunately, he still couldn't absorb mana clouds or extract mana from living beings. To achieve that, he likely needed to learn a special skill or perk. As he grew stronger, his body demanded increasingly more mana each day. He hoped he would be able to find a way to extract mana from sources beyond mere mana consumables before he began to suffer from the shortage of his mana needs. He continued to explore the city. When he encountered another group of ex-humans in one of the buildings, he immediately employed acidic spit, eager to test out the upgraded ability in a battle. He launched the glob of acid at a chaser, one of the strongest ex-humans he had encountered so far. The agile mutant tried to dodge the projectile, but it failed to do so. The glob hit the chaser in the chest, and the acid immediately kicked in. It ate through the mutant's chest in mere seconds. The powerful ex-human took a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground, dead. Just like that, the chaser was dealt with. The acidic spit was definitely a powerful ability, but it depleted a hefty chunk of his mana with each use, so Jake knew he wasn't going to use it in regular fights like this one too often. Once he had dealt with the group of ex-humans, he exited the building and continued to prowl the city. Jake was clinging to the front of a high-rise building at a 2-story height, adhesive secretion anchoring him in place, cloak rendering him invisible. It was a new day. He had recently emerged from the sewers, having leveled up from 73 to 74. He was now just one level away from meeting all the requirements to be able to evolve into Stage 3. After leveling up, he spent 4 skill points to acquire an additional 4th upgrade for each of the following skills: swords, enhanced strength, enhanced regeneration, and enhanced reflexes, all of which he had recently advanced to rank 3. The upgrade he acquired for swords extended their length, providing increased reach. The upgrade for enhanced strength gave him greater damage resistance, boosting his pierce resistance by a remarkable 30% to a total of 44%. In his next several battles with ex-humans, he found that weaker mutants like walkers and leapers could no longer inflict any damage on him. Meanwhile, stronger foes like slashers and chasers dealt minimal damage, which healed almost instantly, thanks to the 4th upgrade for enhanced regeneration that significantly increased regeneration speed at the cost of more mana. When they managed to hit him, that is, because the 4th upgrade to enhanced reflexes made him even more agile in battle than he had been before. While all these upgrades made him more powerful, the necessity to find additional methods of collecting mana only intensified. That left him with one more skill point to allocate. Jake decided to hold off on using it because he wanted to spend it on Mind Reader to increase its rank from 2 to 3. Its current progression was stuck at 85%. At its current rank, each use of Mind Reader progressed it by about 5%, give or take, depending on how deeply into a target's memories he ventured. Thus, he needed to use Mind Reader 3 or 4 times on different targets to advance it to 100%, after which he would be able to upgrade it to rank 3, which could potentially allow him to explore even deeper memories of his targets. He had to learn the location of Los Demonios' base, and advancing Mind Reader to the next rank was the easiest way to accomplish that. Which was why after emerging from the sewers, Jake spent some time looking for Los Demonios. Eventually, he stumbled across a group of them. Their vehicle was positioned in the center of a 4-way intersection as the gangsters fired at a swarm of ex-humans emerging from a nearby building. Jake wasted no time sprinting toward the demons. However, as soon as they spotted him, they immediately forgot about the mutants. The gangsters jumped into their car and took off with a screech of tires, not even bothering to fire at him. They simply wanted to get away from him. Jake watched them disappear into the distance in amazement. It was the very first time something like that had happened. Previously, every encounter with Los Demonios had ended in an attack against him. He recalled passing a message to Skullface through one of his soldiers. Perhaps, after receiving his message, the gang leader had finally decided to leave Jake alone. It seemed highly unlikely, though. A more plausible explanation was that rumors of his dangerous reputation had spread among the lower ranks of Los Demonios, prompting at least some of them to avoid any confrontations with him to prevent being killed. That's why Jake was currently clinging to a building, hidden from sight by cloak. His plan was to wait for a demon vehicle to drive by and then push off the wall, performing a mana-infused jump and landing in front of the car or, if he timed it perfectly, even atop its roof. It seemed like a solid plan, But the problem was that he had no idea how long he would have to wait for a demon car to pass. While there were plenty of Los Demonios around, the city was enormous, so he could be in for quite a wait. An hour ticked by, and Jake was growing restless. Sitting idle wasn't his style, even if it was only figuratively speaking. When he wasn't battling mutants, he was usually collecting mana consumables or searching for various quests and challenges. This hour of inactivity felt like an immense waste of opportunity. There had been a couple of occasions in the past when he had hidden away after suffering severe wounds to allow his body to focus solely on healing. However, remaining in one place and doing absolutely nothing while waiting for a demon vehicle to pass down this particular street, which might not even happen, felt like a great misuse of his time. Just when Jake was about to give up, an SUV showed up, its sides and hood adorned with red demon skulls. He got ready. As the vehicle approached his position, he prepared to jump. To his surprise, however, the SUV began to slow down, eventually coming to a halt right in front of him. Jake watched, completely motionless. Nothing happened for a couple of minutes. Then, some of the doors swung open, and 4 armed gangsters emerged. They gathered in front of the right side of the vehicle, staring at the building's front wall. Jake clung to the space between 2 windows on the second-story floor, remaining completely motionless and invisible to the naked eye. He watched as the gangsters exchanged tense words, their anxiety palpable. One of them, a burly figure with jagged tattoos snaking up his arms, frowned at the PDA in his hand. "I dunno," he said, glancing at the others. "According to the scanner, the freak should be right before us." "Well, it's clearly not here," another gang member replied, staring at the building before him. "Any idea how far it should be?" another one asked. "Should be just a few yards in front of us," came the response from the burly one, irritation creeping into his tone. "Maybe the scanner is acting up," someone suggested, scanning the street lit by the morning light with suspicion. "Has that happened before?" "I don't think so. It should be working just fine," the tattooed man insisted, his voice steady. "Could be inside the building," the other gangster speculated nervously. Sweat beaded on his forehead. "Yeah, probably. Where's it at now? Still there, or moved somewhere? The freak always zips around chaotically at incredible speed." The tattooed, burly man glanced at the PDA he held in one hand. "Nah," he said, shaking his head. "It's still in the same spot. The scanner would have let us know if the freak moved." "Unless it's acting up," the wary gangster said again, anxiety creeping in. "Well, like I said, the scanner seems to be working just fine," the burly gangster snapped back. "The freak must be sleeping or something," another man piped up, his voice low. "I mean, it should sleep sometimes too, right? I guess. Come on inside. If the freak is actually sleeping, it's our chance to get the drop on it. We'll be the ones to deal with the freak, and Skullface will reward us awesomely." "Let's just be as quiet as possible," the anxious one warned. "The freak has already taken down plenty of our guys." The 4 gangsters nodded grimly at one another, gripped their weapons tightly, and began their cautious advance toward the building. Jake waited a beat longer, letting them get a little closer, then sprang into action. Pushing off the wall, Jake performed a powerful jump, landing in front of the 4 gangsters. His cloak was still active, making him nearly invisible. Now at rank 2, it was far more effective than before, and the second upgrade allowed the cloak to adjust more seamlessly to his swift movements. Still, even though he was difficult to detect, the gangsters noticed a distortion in the air as he landed before them. They froze in their tracks, their faces reflecting their surprise. "What the hell?" one of them yelled. Not wasting a moment, Jake executed a swift roll and came up behind the nearest gangster, using the element of surprise to his advantage. With a quick motion, he struck, catching the thug off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. The other 3 turned, eyes wide with shock, but Jake was already in motion again, utilizing his speed and agility to outmaneuver them. They had a hard time keeping track of him, his speed and the cloaking ability turning him into nothing more than a strange distortion of air weaving around them. "It's a wraith," somebody yelled. "No, it's the freak," another one shouted. "It can turn invisible too." "Get the bastard," somebody else shouted, fumbling for his weapon. Jake moved like a whisper through the shadows, keeping himself a step ahead of their panicked attempts to grasp the situation. He knew their patterns, their weaknesses. Each time they reacted, he was already positioned elsewhere, forcing them into an increasingly chaotic retreat. Some of them managed to pop off a few single shots, but they were reluctant to fire on full auto for fear of accidentally hitting one of their own. He was nearly invisible and constantly near them, making it hard for them to take a clear shot. The 4 gangsters were now filled with fear. The freak they were hunting had transformed from a hard target into a downright nightmare. Initially apprehensive of him, they were now on the verge of succumbing to pure panic. Jake felt the thrill of the hunt, a mix of excitement and purpose coursing through him as he darted from one spot to another. Their panicked shouts echoed through the street, creating a symphony of chaos that suited him just fine. "Stay together," the burly one yelled, but Jake was already ahead of them, slipping behind the group as they struggled to take aim at him. He could hear scuffing their boots, the frantic sound of breathing, the crackle of nerves. They were scared and desperate. Moving silently, he observed their every move, waiting for the moment when fear would send them scattering. He could easily dispatch all of them in mere seconds, but he needed them alive, at least for a little while. Instead of slaying the gangsters, he needed to neutralize them long enough to use Mind Reader on each of them. The group of panicked humans struggled to keep him in their sights. Their slowness and fear amused Jake. At some point, he jumped behind them once more, and before they could turn in his direction, he darted to another spot and immediately dropped into a crouch, becoming completely motionless. With the first upgrade that decreased the time needed for him to turn invisible, Cloak was now far more effective and worked much faster than before, rendering him entirely invisible almost immediately after he went still. "Where the fuck did it go?" one of them exhaled, sweat beading on his forehead. The group turned this way and that, but they failed to notice him even though he was crouched just a few yards away. For a second or two, he observed them with amusement. Then, he sprang toward the group with determination, rushing at the nearest gangster who had foolishly strayed a little too far from the others. As he lunged, he thought to himself, enough of playing around. Time to end this. Jake smashed into the back of the gangster, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. He perched atop the fallen man, pinning him down firmly and ensuring he couldn't escape. The other 3 immediately turned toward the sudden commotion. While it was impossible for them to see him straddling the prone form of their companion, the distortion in the air and the sight of the struggling gangster were clear indicators that something was restraining him. The 3 gangsters raised their weapons, aiming in his general direction. However, before they could open fire, Jake sprouted 3 long, bladed tentacles from his back and lashed out at them. 2 of the tentacles swept the feet from beneath 2 gangsters, sending them crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The third one managed to dart to the side, but Jake lashed out with the 3rd tentacle, slicing the human's throat open. The gangster's eyes widened in shock as he lost his balance and fell, his fingers wrapped around his wounded throat. He was gravely injured, but Jake knew from experience that people in this world were far more resilient than their pre-collapse counterparts. He knew he could reach the gangster long before he bled to death. The remaining 2 gangsters attempted to rise, but Jake quickly used his tentacles to pin them back to the ground. He thrust one tentacle into a gangster's shoulder, holding him down with unwavering strength. The final gangster, the burly man covered in tattoos, proved to be stronger than the others, so Jake employed 2 tentacles to subdue him, stabbing into his gut and shoulder. The burly man snarled in pain and anger, desperately attempting to pull the tentacles from his body, but he stood no chance against Jake's inhuman strength. Now that all the gangsters were neutralized, Jake turned his attention to the human beneath him. He grabbed the back of the man's head with one hand and activated Mind Reader. The upgraded ability functioned much better and faster now, allowing him to access several hours' worth of the person's memories in just a few seconds. Afterward, he checked the status of the ability. The progression bar increased by 7%, bringing it to 92%. Having no further use for the gangster beneath him, Jake morphed one hand into a smash fist and delivered a powerful blow to the back of the man's head, causing it to burst apart. Keeping the other 2 gangsters pinned down with his tentacles, Jake jumped on the man wounded in the throat and repeated the process, using Mind Reader and bringing its progress bar to 98% before finishing off the human. His next target was the burly gangster. Once he was done with him, the ability finally reached 100%. After that, Jake immediately used his last skill point from the most recent level up to upgrade Mind Reader to rank 3. His tentacles detached, but that was fine as he no longer needed them. The last remaining gangster, wounded in the shoulder, struggled to get up. Jake jumped on top of him, using the full weight of his body to pin him down. Grasping the man's head with his normal hand, he activated Mind Reader. With the ability now at rank 3, he could access several days' worth of memories instead of just a few hours. The upgraded ability allowed him to view them incredibly quickly and even skip to specific or notable moments. After finishing viewing the man's memories, he learned where he and his now-dead companions holed up at night. After slaying the gangster, Jake stood up. He parted his massive jaws, forming a nightmarish semblance of a grin. He had finally uncovered the location of Los Demonios' base. "Gotcha, you son of a bitches," he thought grimly. Jake sprinted through the overgrown streets, heading for the Los Demonios' base. After extracting information from the last gangster he had slain, he learned the exact location of the base. His enhanced intelligence functioned much like a GPS, forming a detailed mental map in his mind and guiding him to his destination. The base was situated in a part of the city where he had not been in quite a while. The last time he visited that area, there had been no base, as there had not been a significant presence of Los Demonios in the city at that time. This meant the gangsters must have established the base only recently. The realization sparked numerous questions in Jake's mind, and he hoped to find the answer soon. After watching several days' worth of the gangster's memories, Jake discovered that the man had joined the gang just a few days ago. By that time, the gang had already set up their base, leaving Jake without crucial information about when exactly it happened or where its resources came from. He hoped that he would eventually piece together those missing details. As he neared his destination, Jake slowed down. His cloak was disabled, as the ability consumed a significant amount of mana, especially during active movement, working in overdrive to keep him concealed. For this reason, Jake only activated cloak when he truly needed to hide himself and kept it turned off while simply navigating the city. Now, drawing closer to the Los Demonios base, he activated the ability, rendering himself nearly invisible as he transitioned to a jog. At some point, Jake halted completely to gather his thoughts. The base was situated about half a block ahead. He recalled there used to be an open area there. It had likely been a small park before the collapse. From what he had gleaned from the gangsters' memories, this once open space was now home to their base. Rather than sprinting out into the open and risking being detected, Jake decided to take a different approach. He approached one of the high-rises on the right side of the street and jumped, activating gravity leap. As he reached the peak of his ascent, he executed a second jump, as if pushing off an invisible solid surface. He soared a few more meters up, defying gravity until his upward momentum started to wane. Quickly, he pressed the tips of his fingers and toes against the building wall, employing adhesive secretion. The glue-like substance oozing from the small pores on his textured body anchored him securely to the wall. Moving like a giant insect, he began to crawl across the facade. When he reached the corner, Jake propelled himself off the wall, executing a mana-infused jump. Dashing through the air like a powerful projectile, he flew across the gap to the next building. Upon hitting its wall, adhesive secretion took effect once more, firmly anchoring him to the surface. Jake crawled across the walls of the buildings, jumping from one high-rise to another, gradually closing in on his destination. At one point, he activated cloak as he neared the base and wanted to avoid detection. Finally, he reached the last building in the block. He crawled from one exterior wall to the one overlooking what had once been a small park. As expected, he was greeted by the sight of the Los Demonios base, which occupied the entire area where the park had once been. The base was surrounded by sturdy concrete walls, several meters tall, obscuring his view of the inside. Undeterred, Jake crawled a few floors up the side of the building until he achieved a bird's-eye view of the base. He turned around so as his back was to the wall behind him now, still pressing his hands and feet to the building. Clinging to the wall, completely motionless and invisible, he studied the complex below. Inside the tall concrete wall sat several buildings, along with various strange-looking structures and large contraptions he had never seen in his life before. He could only speculate on what they were used for. Dominating the center of the base was the largest building, a boxy two-story concrete structure with a flat roof. Encircling this main facility were smaller buildings, an array of strange mechanisms, and a few tents scattered about. Walkways ran along the inner sides of the perimeter walls, patrolled by armed guards who surveyed the area outside the base. At the corners stood watchtowers fitted with turrets, which seemed to be operated either autonomously by an AI or remotely by an operator, possibly stationed in the main building or one of the smaller structures. The turrets had the capacity to rotate a full 360 degrees, though their barrels were currently aimed outward. Jake noticed the barrels. slowly sweeping from side to side, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. He couldn't shake the feeling that these turrets were fully operated by an AI. Jake couldn't help but marvel at what he was seeing. Back when he was a survivor, he had learned that there was a crafting system in this world. While he had never had the opportunity to learn how it worked, he had assumed it would let him create small items or simple contraptions. However, observing the base below, he realized the crafting system allowed survivors to construct not just makeshift items, but entire fortified bases equipped with advanced technologies like those sophisticated turrets that could automatically target threats. Jake also couldn't help but wonder where the resources for such an advanced base came from. The regular survivors he had encountered took refuge in various rooms of existing high-rise buildings. This base was something entirely different. It had been built from scratch, having come into existence only a couple of weeks ago. Jake was eager to learn how Los Demonios had managed to create such a facility, while the average survivor seemed unable to accomplish anything remotely similar. He knew his ultimate goal was to obliterate Los Demonios, erasing that bandit organization from existence. Yet, he found himself intrigued by the inner workings of the base and was eager to learn how everything operated within the base. Instead of immediately charging in to recklessly wreak havoc, he felt compelled to gather more information. Therefore, he chose to stay put for a while, taking the time to scrutinize the facility and discover how things worked within its walls. There were people milling about inside the base, engaged in various tasks that kept the place running smoothly. Scattered throughout the camp, various structures and contraptions hummed with activity, producing an array of items. Jake, feeling a mix of curiosity and awe, pressed himself against the cool stone wall of the building. Captivated by the hustle and bustle, he intently watched the daily routine play out within the base down below. Jake felt a wave of excitement wash through him as he finally laid eyes on the Los Demonios base. However, while he had finally pinpointed the base of the bandit gang he had declared war on, he was reluctant to be hasty. So he spent the next several hours taking in the activity within the tall perimeter walls, pondering his next move. As he had already noticed, various structures and contraptions lay scattered around the camp. They hummed with activity, churning out essential supplies like food, tools, and ammo. The base seemed to be self-sufficient, producing everything its inhabitants needed to survive in this harsh world. The air was filled with the sounds of machinery, voices, and the roar of the engines of vehicles, which occasionally drove in or out of the base. So, this was the stronghold he had vowed to take down, and now it was right in front of him. He carefully absorbed everything: the towering perimeter walls that loomed above the base, the vigilant guards patrolling the grounds, the AI-controlled turrets scanning the area outside, and the constant activity within. From his vantage point, he could see clusters of people engaged in various tasks, some tinkering with makeshift machines, others hauling supplies, and a few deep in discussion, perhaps planning their next raid. Jake paid special attention to the people inside the base. He noticed that not all of them wore red bandanas or scarves. Those who did were legitimate members of the gang, each armed and carrying themselves with an overconfident demeanor, acting like they owned the place. The other group of people was unnamed and not wearing anything red. From the way they were treated, it was obvious they weren't members of the gang, but rather regular survivors who had been captured and coerced to do manual labor for the gang. The workers toiled diligently to keep the facility running smoothly, conducting maintenance on various mechanisms and contraptions. They were probably categorized as machinery mechanics or engineers based on their skills. Each peculiar, large mechanism featured a computer panel integrated into one of its surfaces, and Jake frequently saw workers stepping up to read the data displayed on the screens. Other workers collected items from the contraptions that had produced goods and carried them to what appeared to be storage units. The armed gang members who weren't engaged in patrolling the area or any other activities watched the workers, occasionally yelling at them to work harder and faster, even though the workers were too scared to slack off. The bandits snapped at the workers for visibly no other reason than to assert their dominance. At one point, Jake even witnessed a gangster stride up to a worker reading data from a contraption screen and suddenly strike him with the butt of his assault rifle, sending the unfortunate worker sprawling to the ground. The bandit followed up by kicking him in the ribs, for good measure. When the worker finally got to his feet, blood trickled down from the side of his head where he had been struck. The gangster shouted at him, but Jake was too far away to hear the exact words, leaving him puzzled about the cause of the bandit's fury. Had the worker actually done something wrong, or had the gangster simply taken out his pent-up anger on him? Jake couldn't tell. The worker resumed his duties, a trickle of blood running from the wound. The poor guy wasn't even offered a stim to heal himself. Then the bandit left the worker alone, and the latter continued to work on the large device, occasionally stealing quick glances at the screen to read the data. The nearby workers pretended not to notice the brief act of mindless violence that had just occurred. As the aggressive bandit strode past them, they averted their gazes, concentrating intently on their own assignments and hoping he wouldn't take his anger out on them next. They made every effort to appear fully occupied and hard at work. Some of the workers visibly trembled with fear as the bandit sauntered by. He couldn't help but notice the effect he had on them, relishing every second, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Though he was just a regular soldier in the gang, he took pleasure in the power he wielded over the ordinary workers. While the other gangsters refrained from violence at that moment, they clearly treated the workers in a similar manner, regarding them with the same contempt. Jake was torn by conflicting feelings. Anger bubbled inside of him as he eyed the gang responsible for so much suffering. Yet, a spark of curiosity flickered within him as well. How had Los Demonios managed to achieve this entirely self-sustained operation? The ingenuity it took to build such a place intrigued him, even if it was for nefarious purposes. He wondered where the resources to build this facility had come from. He longed to know. As he continued to observe the activity within the perimeter walls, Jake carefully pondered his next move. Although he didn't plan to launch an immediate assault on the base, thoughts of an attack were already brewing. A gravity leap followed by a double jump could easily take him over the tall perimeter walls and onto the base grounds. However, charging in recklessly could lead to a failure, or worse, death. Jake was confident in his ability to deal with the bandits, but he had no idea how powerful the turrets that topped the watchtowers might be. Before initiating an attack, he knew he needed to gather more intelligence, learn his foes' patterns, and pinpoint vulnerabilities in their defenses. After all, information could be as powerful as any weapon. Jake continued to patiently observe the movements inside the compound, noting the patterns in the guards' shifts and the behavior of the AI-operated turrets. He knew he needed to remain hidden, biding his time until the right moment arose. It wasn't just about obliteration, but it was about dismantling Los Demonios from the inside out, crippling their operations in a way that would ensure they couldn't simply rebuild. Destroying this base would only be the first step toward accomplishing his goal, as it was clear that this location wasn't their main stronghold, it was just too small for that. He was aware that the gang had an impressive fleet of vehicles, including not just cars, but also numerous helicopters. There had to be many more members in the gang, yet the base below appeared capable of housing only a few dozen people in total. The small parking area inside the base contained a couple of large SUVs, and there was only enough space left for a handful of additional vehicles. On the eastern side of the base was the only helipad, and it was currently empty. There weren't any other suitable landing spots for helicopters within the compound. Clearly, this base was merely one of many controlled by Los Demonios, and it certainly wasn't their main operational hub. Wherever land vehicles and aircraft belonging to the gang were manufactured, it definitely wasn't done here. Jake was convinced that all the gang's vehicles were created from scratch, not scavenged, because they didn't have a post-apocalyptic look to them. Instead, they appeared pristine, brand new, as if produced in factories. Some of the vehicles, particularly the aircraft and motorbikes, even sported futuristic designs. While the base produced some survival necessities and equipment, it was obvious that larger items like vehicles were manufactured elsewhere. Suddenly, a disturbance broke out at the farthest side of the base from his position, and Jake quickly turned his attention to that area to see what was going on. Jake's gaze fell on one of the strange, box-like contraptions, roughly the size of a sedan, which suddenly began to emit black smoke from various openings and gaps. A worker who had been attending to the device rushed over to a panel screen set into one side. Waving his hand to disperse the smoke around him, he gazed at the data displayed on the screen, attempting to figure out what had gone wrong. 3 nearby bandits rushed over and began shouting at him all at the same time. One of the gangsters then struck the worker in the gut with the buttstock of his shotgun, causing the unfortunate man to double over in pain. Another bandit hit him on the back of the head, sending him crashing to the ground. As if on cue, the 3 bandits converged on the prostrate form of the fallen worker, kicking him with their heavy boots and striking him with the butts of their weapons. A few minutes later, the bandits left him alone, bruised and bleeding. One of them signaled for 3 nearby workers to come over. He ordered one to drag the wounded worker away, while the other 2 were to repair the machinery that was still belching out billows of black smoke. Jake watched as the first worker pulled the injured man across the base and toward one of the tents, where he began to tend to him. The worker quickly glanced around, and when he saw that none of the gangsters were paying attention, he discreetly administered a stim to the injured man. After giving the recovering worker a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he hurried back to his duties before any of the bandits could suspect him of slacking off or punish him for healing the wounded worker without permission. Jake turned his attention back to the malfunctioning machinery. The other two workers quickly fixed it, and the black smoke stopped billowing from it. After that, Jake got curious. What exactly were all those pieces of machinery scattered around the base? He already knew what some of them were, but he didn't know how exactly they worked. Until now, he had mostly focused on the people inside the base, so he decided to take a moment to examine various contraptions more closely. When he concentrated on the recently repaired machine, he suddenly realized he could access its stats in the same way he did with survivors and mutants. Fabricator, Level 4. No additional information appeared, but from its name alone, it was clear it could create items. Also, during the past several hours of observing activities within the perimeter walls, he had seen similar machines produce bullets of various calibers. However, he had a feeling that fabricators might be capable of creating a wider range of items, not just ammunition. Fabricators were indeed incredibly useful machines, so it was no surprise the bandits lost it when they saw one begin to malfunction. However, that didn't excuse their brutal treatment of the worker. While they would soon get what was coming to them, Jake chose not to act hastily. He first wanted to gather more information about the gang and their base to understand how everything worked within it. Now that he knew he could access information about the various structures within the base, Jake examined them one by one. His attention first fell on the largest building, situated at the center of the base. It was a two-story, boxy structure with a flat roof. With a thought, Jake summoned its stats. The HQ, Level 5. Jake then shifted his attention to the other structures and contraptions spread throughout the area, calling up their statistics one after another. Storage Unit. In contrast to the other structures, the storage units lacked game-like levels. They were arranged along the inner side of one of the perimeter walls. Cannery, Level 3. Several canneries were grouped together on the eastern side of the base, varying in levels but none higher than Level 5. Each cannery was box-shaped and approximately the size of an SUV. They trembled slightly and hummed as they worked. Occasionally, a cannery produced several tin cans at once, which a nearby worker then carried to one of the storage units. Watchtower. Like the storage units, the watchtowers did not have levels. However, the turrets positioned on top of them did. Machine gun turret, Level 5. Jake examined each of the turrets guarding the base and noted that all of them were at Level 5. Recycler, Level 4. The recycler was another boxy contraption, the size of a car, but it was not in use at the moment. Its name made its purpose clear. There was only one recycler within the base. Sawmill, Level 3. It was another boxy device, somewhat larger than most other contraptions, measuring about 2 cars in length. There was only one sawmill inside the base, and judging by its slightly vibrating frame, it was in use. Just as he was watching the sawmill, its front panel suddenly slid open, revealing a long platform that extended outward, carrying ideal-looking wooden planks. 2 nearby workers heaved the planks off the platform and stacked them next to the sawmill. The platform then slid back inside, and the panel closed as well. The same 2 workers strode toward one of the storage units and vanished inside. A minute later, they reappeared, pushing a cart that contained various broken pieces of wood. The 2 workers maneuvered the cart to the far end of the sawmill, opened the back panel, and began placing all the broken pieces of wood inside. Once the cart was empty, one of the workers closed the panel and pressed a button, activating the sawmill, which started to vibrate and hum once more. So, this was how it worked. Scraps of wood scavenged from around the city were fed into the sawmill, where they magically converted into brand new planks. Smelter, Level 4. It was a spheroid-shaped device. Although it wasn't in use at the moment, Jake guessed it probably operated somewhat similarly to the sawmill. Metal scraps were placed inside, where they miraculously transformed into ingots. There was another building that he hadn't paid much attention to yet. Even before pulling up its statistics, Jake could already guess its purpose, based on its appearance alone. Hydroponics, Level 5. So, this was where they cultivated their food. Several tents were set up on the western side of the base, though they didn't have any statistics available. While inspecting all these various structures and devices that created different products, Jake noticed a couple of interesting things about them. First, none of the structures had a level higher than 5. This immediately made him think of the HQ, which was at level 5 as well. Perhaps the different structures couldn't achieve a level higher than that of the HQ. It seemed likely that the HQ needed to be upgraded before they could progress further. Second, Jake noticed that all the contraptions producing various items operated on magical energy extracted from different mana items. On more than one occasion, Jake watched as a worker stepped up to a contraption, opened a specific slot, and inserted a mana consumable inside. Suddenly, Jake was jolted from his musing by the roar of gunfire and the revving of a powerful engine nearby. Still clinging to the building's wall and remaining completely invisible, he turned his head to see what was happening. He spotted a pickup truck speeding toward the base, with mutants hot on its tail. Jake watched as the pickup truck screeched to a halt in front of the gates, which were slowly sliding open. A gangster manning the machine gun mounted in the truck's bed unleashed a barrage of bullets at the approaching mutants. Low-level walkers dropped like flies under the heavy fire, but a couple of shamblers continued to charge after the now motionless truck. Those massive ex-humans were nearly bulletproof, thanks to the organic layer that shielded most of their bodies. As soon as the two turrets atop the front watchtower spotted the mutants, they zeroed in and opened fire. To Jake's surprise, the turrets turned out to be incredibly powerful, shredding the two massive shamblers to pieces in mere seconds. The person in the truck's bed finished off the remaining walkers. By the time the gates were fully open, all the ex-humans that had been pursuing the pickup truck were dealt with. The vehicle pulled into the base and rolled to a stop in front of the headquarters. The person in the truck's bed jumped down to the ground and was immediately approached by some of the bandits. From the way the newcomer carried himself and how the gangsters around him fawned over him, it was clear he was the leader. He might not be the supreme leader of Los Demonios, but he was undoubtedly in charge of this particular base. The bandits gathered around him appeared to be updating him on what had occurred inside the base while he was away. Watching the boss saunter around the base, Jake checked his stats. The gang leader's name was Miller, and his level was 185. As Miller continued to stroll through the base, inspecting various contraptions producing different goods, 3 bandits, evidently his closest subordinates, hurried after him. Jake noticed that the regular workers struggled to keep from trembling as the gang leader passed by. It was clear he was extremely ruthless, and the workers were visibly terrified of him. Jake was still clinging to the front of the building, completely unnoticed by the residents of the base. He knew Los Demonios had ways to track him through a specific app on their PDAs. However, it appeared that only those engaged in the mission to find and kill him had access to the scanner. While the gang leader, Skullface, had this mission, he could only assign it to one member at a time, not to all at once. And it seemed that none of the occupants of this particular base currently had the mission, meaning they had no way of knowing Jake was nearby. Miller stopped next to the stacks of planks recently produced by the sawmill. He turned to one of the bandits trailing him and asked a question. The bandit shook his head and replied something, pointing toward the storage structures. Jake wasn't sure what they were discussing. Had they run out of space in the storage units? Miller went silent for a moment. Then, he took out his PDA and spent a couple of minutes checking something on the screen. The 3 bandits nearby waited patiently. A moment later, Miller looked up from his PDA. He briefly glanced at the gray sky, where heavy clouds obscured the sun and the blue above, casting the city in a grim light. Shifting his attention back to his men, he said something. One of them nodded and looked around. Noticing a couple of nearby bandits, he waved them over. When they approached, Miller gave them some instructions, first pointing at the pickup truck he had arrived in and then at the stacks of planks. The 2 bandits nodded and then sprinted to the pickup truck parked in front of the HQ. It seemed that when Miller issued orders, his men were expected to obey quickly, without the slightest delay. Jake watched as the pair of bandits dismantled the machine gun mounted in the truck bed before driving the vehicle to the sawmill. Once there, they loaded the planks into the truck's bed, which wasn't designed to haul long lumber. However, they securely strapped the planks, making it safe to transport them in the vehicle. After the 2 bandits climbed into the cab, Miller approached the driver's window, which was rolled down, and gave further instructions, pointing at the screen of his PDA, which displayed a map of the city. After that, the driver started to slowly weave his way around the base, carefully maneuvering past various structures in an effort to guide the large vehicle loaded with long lumber back to the gates. The layout of the base was far from ideal for driving cars around. Miller and 3 other bandits approached the tent, near which sat a worker who had recently been beaten after a malfunction occurred with the fabricator he was responsible for. The poor man quickly stood up, visibly trembling. Miller said something to him, causing the worker to shake even more. It was an incredibly tense moment. However, the gang leader then spoke again and took a step back. The worker glanced at Miller, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He then nodded enthusiastically and returned to his duties, walking over to work on another contraption. From their body language, Jake guessed the worker must have been forgiven this time, but warned that if he made another mistake, he would face severe punishment. The pickup truck had already reached the gates and was waiting for them to slide open. Jake really wanted to follow the truck to see where the resources were headed. However, as he prepared to crawl down the wall, he noticed something. A bandit burst out of the HQ, glanced around, and upon spotting Miller, ran toward him. Actively gesturing, he said something to the gang leader. From the gang leader's body language, Jake could tell that Miller got excited by whatever information he had just received. They then strode to the HQ and disappeared inside. Curiosity gnawed at Jake as he wondered what was unfolding behind those walls. The gates fully opened, and the pickup truck began to roll out of the base. Jake felt torn. He wanted to follow the vehicle to see where the resources were being taken, but he was also curious about what was happening in the HQ. He shifted his gaze to the central building. The HQ Level 5, upgrade in progress. Current status, 1% complete. Estimated time remaining, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 54 seconds. So this was what was happening. Some requirements must have just been met, and Miller had activated the upgrade process. Jake was really curious about what would occur when the HQ upgraded to Level 6. Clearly, all the other structures and contraptions within the base would be eligible for upgrades up to Level 6 as well. But what if that wasn't all? What if new types of structures would become available for construction? Jake was itching to know what changes would unfold inside the base once the HQ completed its upgrade to Level 6. That's why he decided not to create havoc inside the base just yet. Instead, he would wait until tomorrow, returning to the base in 24 hours to witness the transformation after the upgrade. After all, he needed to understand how things worked for regular survivors. Information was a powerful weapon. The pickup truck had already driven out of the base, took a left, and disappeared into the distance. However, Jake knew that the route the truck took led through an area of the city riddled with enormous chasms. The vehicle would have to slow to a crawl to maneuver safely around those perilous cracks. If Jake hurried, he should be able to catch up to the truck before it made it past the chasms. He released his grip on the wall and dropped straight down to the street below, landing without taking any damage from the fall at all. After quickly turning in the direction the truck had gone, he broke into a sprint, eager to learn where the freshly produced lumber was headed. As Jake had predicted, the pickup truck had to slow down to navigate through the section of the city marred by giant chasms, giving him a chance to catch up. By the time he reached that area, the truck was maneuvering around the last crack. Beyond it lay a clear, undamaged stretch of road. Once the driver hit that stretch, he could accelerate, and Jake would lose his target. A thought crossed his mind to reach the pickup truck and jump into its bed. However, he quickly realized he wouldn't be able to navigate through the cracked section of the street before the vehicle finished maneuvering around the last crack. He simply didn't have enough time for that. Besides, getting too close to the truck was too risky. While the cloak was still active, it struggled to keep up with his rapid movements, causing visible distortions in the air. Jake wanted to avoid detection at all costs. Chasing after the pickup truck wasn't a great idea either. He wouldn't be able to keep up for long, and its occupants would eventually spot him in the rearview mirror. Additionally, continuing to run with the cloak activated would deplete his mana quickly, and if he turned it off, he would be even more easily detected. If they noticed him, the occupants might get spooked, and he could never find out where the resources were headed. So, he decided to take a different approach. He executed a gravity leap toward the nearby building. Once he reached the peak of the jump, he pressed himself against the wall, his adhesive secretion securely anchoring him in place. Without wasting a moment, he crawled upward as quickly as he could. Once atop the rooftop, he leaned over the edge to survey the streets 10 stories below. The pickup truck had already cleared the last crack and was now speeding along the open stretch of road. He had to hurry. He sprinted across the roof, heading in the same direction as the vehicle. He no longer needed to remain camouflaged, so he turned off the cloak to conserve mana. As he reached the edge of the roof, he performed a mana-infused jump toward the next building. Upon landing, he continued to run along the edge, making sure he kept the pickup truck in view. For several minutes, Jake leaped from one rooftop to another, carefully trailing the pickup truck and ensuring he didn't lose sight of it. Occasionally, the vehicle slowed slightly to navigate turns, which helped him stay somewhat close. However, the distance between them was steadily increasing. Jake was moving as quickly as he could, but the pickup truck continued to pull away. After every turn, the vehicle accelerated on the clear stretches of road. He hoped the truck's destination wouldn't be too far, because otherwise, he risked losing it entirely. At one point, the vehicle reached a long stretch of undamaged road. Aside from some grass poking through small cracks in the asphalt, there were no obstructions along the entire length, allowing the pickup truck to accelerate to its top speed. The gap between Jake and the vehicle began to widen by the second. He realized he would soon lose sight of his target, but there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared a few blocks up ahead. It descended until it came to a hover 10 to 15 meters over a large four-way intersection. A cable was lowered from the chopper, with a carabiner at its end hanging just above the ground. The pickup truck slowed as it neared the intersection. When the vehicle finally came to a stop, the two bandits climbed out and walked over to the truck's bed. Moving swiftly and with a professionalism that suggested they had done this many times before, they unstrapped the bundle of planks from the vehicle and secured it to the dangling cable. Once they completed the task, one bandit glanced upward and signaled to the pilot. The helicopter quickly started to ascend. When Jake arrived at the building looming over the intersection, the helicopter was already fading into the distance, transporting the lumber. He watched as it became nothing more than a speck against the gray sky, pondering where it might be headed. Maybe to the main base? Jake instinctively felt that wherever the main base of Los Demonios was, it lay beyond the city's borders. That was fine, he would find it eventually. With the ability to access several days' worth of a person's memories, he could learn everything he needed about Los Demonios simply by using Mind Reader on the gang members. He then leaned over the edge of the roof to look at the two bandits standing in the middle of the four-way intersection. They were discussing something, occasionally glancing at the PDAs in their hands. At first, Jake thought they might be heading back to their base, but it soon became clear they had different plans for now. Intrigued, he continued to watch them. Eventually, they climbed back into their car and drove slowly to the building across the street from where Jake was positioned. After parking along the curb, they exited the vehicle and each grabbed a sledgehammer from the back before heading into the building. Curious about what was going on, Jake decided to investigate. It didn't take him long to climb down to street level. With the cloak up, he entered the building the two bandits had just vanished into. To avoid detection, Jake pressed himself against one wall and crawled upward. Once he reached the ceiling, he continued to move across it like a giant insect, following the sounds the bandits were creating somewhere deeper inside. Their ruckus made it extremely easy to locate them. When Jake finally spotted them, he froze, clinging to the ceiling. The two bandits were swinging their sledgehammers at an old piece of wooden furniture on the far side of the expansive room, breaking it apart with ease. They created quite a commotion, but it didn't seem to faze them. There were no mutants in the vicinity, and they were clearly aware of that. They likely scanned the building before entering to ensure it was devoid of ex-humans. Having smashed all the wooden furniture into a heap of rubble, the two bandits took a moment to catch their breath. Then one of them gestured toward a metal cabinet in the corner and proposed they break it down as well. The other shook his head and retrieved a small handheld device from his rucksack. The two engaged in a brief argument, with the one holding the device advocating for its use, while the other insisted on saving the energy for later. In the end, the bandit with the device proved to be more stubborn than his companion. He approached the corner of the room and aimed the business end of the device at the metal cabinet. When he pressed the trigger, a blue beam shot forth from the barrel. He held the trigger down, enveloping the cabinet in the blue glow. Jake watched as the metal cabinet trembled, cracks appearing across its surface. Suddenly, there was a series of loud cracks, and the cabinet broke apart into several jagged pieces. Once it was done, the bandit released the trigger, and the device stopped emitting the blue beam. Jake took a moment to examine the device in the bandit's hand more closely. He could tell it was a magic-powered device that worked on mana. He even spotted a slot for inserting a mana consumable. Clearly, using this device was a much faster and easier way to dismantle an object compared to smashing it with sledgehammers. However, the device worked on mana, and mana consumables were hard to come by. This was the reason for the argument between the two bandits. One wanted to speed up the resource collection process, while the other urged him to conserve the magical energy for more urgent use. After that, the two bandits began collecting the broken pieces of wood and metal and hauling them outside. It took them several trips to gather all the debris and load it into the truck's bed. So, this was how survivors gathered resources. At least in this case, they systematically dismantled furniture and various objects found throughout the city to salvage the fragments. Once the truck was packed with wood scraps, the bandits drove off in the direction of their base. Jake decided not to follow, as he already knew what would happen next. The wooden scraps would be taken to the sawmill, and then the magic-powered contraption would convert them into brand new planks. Jake paused to gather his thoughts. He had previously decided to wait 24 hours for the HQ at the Los Demonios base he had recently discovered to upgrade to level 6. He was genuinely curious about the changes that would occur in the base once the HQ reached the next level. In the meantime, he could continue his daily routine of hunting for XP and searching for mana. He was currently at level 74 and only needed to level up one more time to meet all the requirements for evolving into Stage 3, Apex Manifestation. Once he leveled up to 75, he would finally be able to transform into the next form, becoming stronger and getting access to a range of new skills and abilities. He estimated it would take him about a day, or perhaps even less, to level up. After that, he would evolve into the next stage. Then, once 24 hours had passed, he planned to return to the Los Demonios base he had recently discovered to see what changes occurred after the HQ upgraded to level 6. After gathering that information, he would decide what to do next, likely adhering to his original plan to unleash chaos on the base. With this in mind, he set off. As the sun rose, it cast a warm glow over the streets. Jake could feel the sun's warm rays on his skin as he sprinted through the overgrown streets. He had spent the night searching for mana consumables and had accumulated quite a bit of mana. His next step was to head to the sewers for a regular cleanup of their mutated inhabitants. During this clearing, he expected to finally level up to 75. Once he leveled up, he could evolve into the next stage. He intended to take some time to assess the changes that would occur post-evolution and check out the new skills and abilities that would become available for learning. He figured he'd spend half a day roaming the city and hunting ex-humans to get used to his new form. When he had evolved from Stage 1, Primordial Form, to Stage 2, Savage Ascent, his body had changed, he grew taller, gained longer limbs, and developed a menacing set of jaws lined with razor-sharp triangular teeth. Given his past experiences, he was sure that evolving into Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, would bring about further transformations in his body. He planned to take some time to adjust to these changes, just as he had done after his last evolution. After getting accustomed to his new form, he would head to the Los Demonios base he had recently discovered to see the changes that took place after the HQ's upgrade to level 6. That was his plan for the day. He continued to run through the desolate streets, heading toward the section of the city that had access to the underground tunnels. It was quite quiet, as most of the survivors, including Los Demonios, had yet to start their day and were likely just waking up. Jake kept running, swishing through the tall grass that pushed through the cracks in the asphalt, barely making any noise as he moved. Suddenly, his enhanced sense of smell caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent he had never encountered before, causing him to slow to a jog. He focused on the scent, trying to identify it. It was very faint, almost undetectable, indicating that whatever was emitting the scent was quite far away. However, Jake was certain that the scent was coming from the direction he was headed. He picked up his pace again, continuing in the same direction. As he anticipated, the scent grew stronger as he approached its source. However, it was not a pleasant odor. Whatever it was, it had an awful stench. As Jake focused on the smell again, trying to identify it, a system message suddenly flashed through his mind. New hunt. Objective: track down and defeat an elite ex-human abomination. Difficulty: very hard. Reward: 25,000 XP, 50,000 MP. Accept, Y/N. So that was the source of the stench. An elite mutant was nearby, emitting a foul body odor. Jake took a moment to examine the details of the quest. It was labeled very hard, so it was clear he shouldn't anticipate an easy victory. The last hunt quest he had completed was to slay a magical creature known as a wood golem. That quest was rated hard and had left Jake figuratively sweating. The reward was an epic ability called Ground Strike, which was located in the third section of the genetic development interface, so he would only be able to acquire it after evolving into the next stage. The same applied to the morph disguise ability he had obtained earlier. This ability was also epic, and it was placed in the third section of the skill store as well, meaning it would become available for acquisition only after he evolved into Stage 3, Apex Manifestation. Unlike the previous hunt, which was rated hard, this one was classified as very hard and didn't offer any new abilities as a reward. Nevertheless, the rewards of 25,000 XP and 50,000 MP were quite appealing. He had gathered a significant amount of mana the night before, and if he successfully completed this hunt, he would have a substantial reserve of mana at his disposal. With all that mana, he would be able to acquire all the remaining skills and abilities from the second section of the genetic development interface, the Spikes ability, the adaptive armor skill, and the serpentine form ability. He was eager to obtain all of them before evolving to Stage 3, Apex Manifestation, so he could focus exclusively on gaining new skills and abilities once he completed the next stage of evolution. So Jake accepted the quest and pressed on. Tracking down the elite ex-human known as the Abomination was relatively easy, as he only needed to follow its scent. Eventually, he arrived at a massive crack that ran across the street, providing access to the sewers below. The scent wafted up from down there, indicating that the Abomination was lurking somewhere in the underground tunnels. This was quite convenient, as it meant he could tackle two objectives in the same place. He jumped into the underground tunnel below, landing in the center and sending splashes of murky water flying in every direction. The foul odor was even stronger now. Jake oriented himself toward the source of the stench and set off. For the next several minutes, he navigated the sewers, heading toward the source of the scent and slaying all the mutants in his path. Finally, he reached his destination. He entered a long, wide tunnel with a high ceiling and immediately halted upon spotting an enormous ex-human halfway down the passage. The rancid smell emanating from the mutant should have been overwhelming at this distance, but surprisingly, Jake was completely unfazed by it. He took a moment to assess his opponent. The creature was massive, several meters tall. Jake was tall himself, but even so, the top of his head barely reached the ex-human's waist. The mutant was not only foul-smelling, but also an eyesore. It possessed a humanoid shape, with two thick legs and arms that were as sturdy as logs. The creature appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of numerous human bodies fused together. Hands, feet, and even faces protruded from various areas of the ex-human's form. The sight was truly disturbing, nerve-wracking, even. That is, it should have been if Jake had any nerves. Cold as stone, he felt little in reaction to the repulsive figure standing before him. With a thought, he called up the ex-human's description. Abomination, Level 115, Elite. Special abilities. Minion creation, the mutant can create minions out of its own body. Hurl, the mutant can rip pieces of flesh out of itself and turn them into powerful projectiles. Swallow, the mutant can breathe in air with great force, sucking in everything within several meters of it. It was disconcerting. The Abomination surpassed him by 41 levels. He had never fought an enemy that was so much stronger than him. Not that he was willing to back down. He was determined to take on the Abomination. However, he knew the fight wouldn't be easy, that much was for damn sure. He also used his enemy appraisal perk on the Abomination to check its attributes and identify its weaknesses. Abomination, Level 115, Elite. Body, 175. Mind, 45. Magic, 85. Elemental weaknesses, acid, explosive. Having gathered all the information he could about his opponent, Jake took a moment to ready himself for battle. Then, he launched himself at the towering ex-human. Jake charged down the tunnel toward the Abomination, morphing his right hand into a smash fist, his second favorite weapon after claws. He also transformed the fingers of his left hand into long, curved talons. Then he jumped, using the waterlogged floor of the tunnel to propel himself forward and upward with great force. He soared through the air toward the colossal ex-human like a missile fired from a cannon, crashing into the center of the Abomination's torso a second later. He struck the massive beast with the force of a freight train, or so he thought. Yet, aside from taking a slight step back, the beast seemed completely unfazed by the impact. Immediately upon hitting the monster's upper body, Jake plunged the claws of his left hand into the creature's flesh, anchoring himself. The ex-human's muscle structure was dense, yet he managed to embed his talons about an inch into it. He attempted to secure himself further by pressing his toes against the beast's body, but as it turned out, the abomination's skin was slick with some liquid oozing from all its pores, rendering adhesive secretion useless. Maintaining his grip on the monster's body with his clawed left hand, Jake drew back his right smash fist and delivered a powerful blow to the center of the beast's chest. He struck the ex-human with every ounce of strength he could gather, but to his great surprise, the damage he inflicted was minimal. He could feel something break inside the abomination's body. Perhaps he broke some ribs or other internal structures, but it was hard to tell, given the creature's bizarre anatomy, which was basically numerous human bodies melded together. Whatever had snapped inside the abomination left the monster completely unfazed. Jake brought his smash fist back once more and struck again, this time with even more strength than before. However, just like last time, he hardly dealt any damage to his opponent. The creature didn't even seem irritated by the assault. Jake brought back his smash fist and struck again, feeling more bones snap inside the abomination. He was determined to keep pounding his opponent. Sooner or later, it had to yield results. After all, that was how he had defeated the wood golem, by striking its massive head repeatedly until it finally burst apart. Just as he was about to strike the monster once more, the ex-human raised its massive hand and closed its enormous fingers around Jake's body. As they clenched around him, he marveled at the creature's strength. The pressure clamping down on him was so intense, he was surprised he wasn't crushed. The abomination abruptly pulled its hand away, tearing Jake from its body. His claws were yanked from the creature's body, leaving deep gouges on the surface. Jake noted that they didn't start to heal, which indicated that while the abomination possessed incredible strength and resistance to injury, its regenerative abilities were at least somewhat limited. This gave him a glimmer of hope. If he could keep attacking the beast, he would eventually bring it down. The massive ex-human drew back the hand that held Jake and then flung him forward with tremendous force. Jake soared through the air, reaching the end of the tunnel he had come from, crashing into the brick wall with enough force to break all the bones in his body had he been a human being. He fell onto the flooded floor of the tunnel, splashing dirty water everywhere as pieces of crushed brick fell against his back. He took a second to assess the damage he might have sustained. He had lost some of his HP, but other than that, he was fine. Jake looked up at the abomination. The colossal beast remained in the same spot halfway down the tunnel, seemingly having not moved an inch after hurling him. It hadn't lunged for the kill while he lay crumpled on the ground, which took him by surprise. The abomination was the most composed monster he had encountered so far and definitely the strongest. Rising to his feet, he began to make his way back to his opponent. Instead of running, he walked this time, observing the massive creature and trying to figure out a way to bring the giant down. He stopped about 15 yards from the enormous ex-human, which had remained motionless all this time. Jake still hadn't devised a plan to defeat his opponent. He could try to maneuver around the giant and jump on its back, where the monster might have difficulty reaching him with its hands. However, he decided to try something else instead. One of the abomination's weaknesses was acid, and he possessed a very good ability that could inflict that kind of damage. Maintaining the same distance from his opponent, Jake gave a mental command to use acidic spit. He felt some of his mana pull from the mana pool in the center of his body and flow along one of the passageways into his mouth, where it almost immediately formed an acidic projectile. Opening his jaws, he launched the glob of acid at the massive ex-human. The giant didn't even make an attempt to step aside as the projectile zipped toward it with the speed of an arrow. When it splashed against the middle of the monster's torso, acid immediately began to eat away at it, causing visible damage to its surface. The creature's flesh sizzled and smoked for a few seconds, before the acid completely evaporated, creating a small hole in the creature's flesh. While the damage was not severe, it was undoubtedly a more effective result than what could be achieved by simply battering the abomination with his smash fists. The colossal beast stirred and growled, clearly irked by what had just happened to its body. Yet, it made no effort to charge at him. Jake sensed that could change after he inflicted more damage on his opponent. He looked at the creature's oversized head, or what passed for one. It was grotesquely deformed, devoid of any definitive shape. The abomination lacked a neck, causing its massive, formless head to meld seamlessly with its shoulders. The creature's enormous mouth was closed, and the upper half of its head was scattered with numerous eyes of various sizes. Jake noticed that there were more eyes on the sides of the monster's head and wondered if there were even more on the back of its grotesque cranium. He prepared another glob of acid, feeling it form inside his mouth. Slightly adjusting the position of his head, he launched the acidic projectile. Though shooting it out of his mouth wasn't particularly easy, Jake had used this ability so many times before he'd developed surprisingly good aim by that point. The glob of acid struck one side of the monster's head and immediately began to eat through it. The creature's flesh puckered and tore apart as the acidic substance devoured the skin and muscle tissue with surprising efficiency, causing some of the monster's eyes to burst apart. That was when the abomination finally erupted in anger. It opened its mouth slightly and emitted a menacing growl, clenching its massive fists and shaking them in fury. The numerous eyes scattered across the uninjured part of the abomination's deformed face burned with rage as they all fixed their gaze on Jake. Even the numerous faces that protruded from various areas of the massive monster's body twisted in either anger or pain. The beast raised its enormous fists and pounded on the walls on either side of it, causing the entire tunnel to tremble. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls and ceiling, chunks of masonry falling and pelting the waterlogged floor, sending splashes in every direction and creating rings on the water's surface. The tremor shook this part of the tunnel so violently it felt as though it might collapse in on itself at any moment. However, the abomination abruptly ceased its assault on the walls. It turned its gaze back to Jake, part of its face marred by the acid burn. Jake braced himself to fight back, expecting the hulking ex-human to charge at him. But his opponent did something else instead. Jake saw the abomination use each of its hands to grasp a face that jutted out from its body. The monster then pulled, producing nauseatingly wet, tearing sounds. What the hell, Jake thought, a mix of disgust and awe washing over him as he witnessed what was undoubtedly the most bizarre scene he had ever seen in this twisted world. The abomination ripped the two faces, still bearing some meat, out of its own body and held them out in front of itself. The flesh clinging to the faces quickly reshaped, transforming into heads with numerous long legs that disturbingly resembled giant human fingers. This entire process took only 2 seconds, one for the monster to tear the faces protruding from its body and another for them to morph into bizarre, spider-like creatures that looked like human heads with 8 finger-like legs. Each of the two creatures held in the monster's hands let out a piercing cry, their mouths wide open to reveal rows of jagged teeth. The giant then hurled the spider-like creatures toward Jake. One of them fell to the waterlogged floor and immediately began to scurry in his direction, sending small splashes of murky water in various directions. The other struck the right-hand wall and clung to it like an oversized insect. Turning toward him, the second head spider skittered along the wall, quickly closing in. Jake held his ground. While agile and unsettling, the creatures didn't appear particularly dangerous, and he doubted he'd have any trouble dealing with them. A series of sickeningly wet and ripping sounds prompted Jake to shift his gaze back to the abomination, which remained rooted in the same spot. He saw that the 2 gouges in its body, where the faces had been ripped from, had already filled back in with flesh and even regrown the faces. The monster was currently tearing away 2 more faces. As soon as it was done, the beast hurled them forward, and they quickly transformed into head spiders while still in the air. Once they hit the ground, they immediately scuttled toward him through the filthy water that covered the tunnel floor. The ragged holes in the abomination's body were beginning to regenerate while the beast proceeded to rip away 2 more faces. However, Jake was pleased to see that the wounds he had inflicted on the monster were mending at a much slower rate than the ragged holes left in its body where it had ripped away pieces of its own flesh. The first 2 head spiders had already reached him. The one scampering along the wall suddenly leaped with the speed of a released spring. Jake reacted quickly, slashing at it with his left hand and striking the obnoxious creature midair. His talons easily sliced through some of its finger legs. When the spider-like monster splashed into the murky water beside Jake, he immediately stomped on it, crushing its cranium and killing the creature instantly. The second head spider leaped from the floor, soaring surprisingly high as it aimed for Jake's head. The creature was fast, but unfortunately for it, Jake's reflexes were much sharper. He snatched the monster from the air with his right hand and immediately clenched it in his smash fist, easily turning the monster's head into a pulp. He then opened his hand, allowing the remnants of the creature to drop into the water below. More head spiders surged toward him, splashing through the murky water and scuttling along the tunnel walls. The abomination appeared to have an endless supply of those obnoxious creatures. As soon as the beast tore a face from its body, the resulting ragged hole rapidly filled back in with flesh, regenerating the face once more. It was turning into a nuisance. While the head spiders didn't seem to pose any real danger, dealing with them prevented him from focusing on his main opponent. Jake continued to fight head spiders, killing one after another while wondering if there was an end in sight. Just then, feral instincts alerted him to imminent danger, warning of a projectile racing toward his head. Reacting instantly, he ducked just as something zipped past him at remarkable speed. Seizing the opportunity created by his momentary distraction, one of the small creatures lunged, biting down hard on his left ankle. However, while its teeth were incredibly sharp, they couldn't pierce his hardened skin. Nevertheless, the creature continued its relentless assault. Feral instincts flared up in his mind again, alerting him to another projectile racing toward him. As he darted aside, he noticed yet another one hurtling through the air. He ducked just in time, successfully evading it as well. The head spider continued to gnaw at his ankle, but Jake ignored it. A quick glance at the abomination revealed it tearing 2 chunks of flesh from its enormous body. So this was the monster's second special ability. The beast then hurled the pieces at him with tremendous force. Jake dodged one, but the second grazed his side. While the pulpy pieces of flesh couldn't cause serious damage, the sheer power behind them was enough to stagger him. The impact threw him off balance for a moment, but he managed to regain his footing, at least for a little while. However, another head spider clamped down on his other leg and pulled. This time, Jake succumbed to the force and fell. He collapsed onto his back, splashing dirty water everywhere. The rest of the spider creatures were immediately on him, burying their sharp teeth into various parts of his body. Even though they couldn't penetrate his hardened carapace, the creatures continued their futile gnawing. It was quickly becoming infuriating. He grabbed one of the spider creatures with his right hand and crushed it in his smash fist. He then took hold of another one, which was chewing on his side, and ripped it free from his body. He threw the creature across the tunnel with such force its cranium shattered upon striking the brick wall. One by one, he killed the spider creatures that were chewing on him. As soon as all of them were dealt with, he suddenly heard a tremendous roar. He quickly sat up, staring ahead. The abomination burst into a sprint toward him, splashing water everywhere and causing the tunnel walls to tremble with each powerful step. The monster was surprisingly quick for its size. Just as Jake jumped to his feet, the beast reached him and swung one of its arms, but he managed to duck just in time. The monster swung its other arm at him, and this time, Jake wasn't fortunate enough to avoid being hit. The powerful blow sent him flying across the tunnel, crashing into the brick wall on his left. The impact left him stunned. For a moment, he couldn't think straight, and the world swirled before his eyes. Just as he scrambled to his feet, standing on shaky legs and feeling unsteady, the abomination approached him. Before Jake could react, the monster seized him in one massive hand and lifted him off the ground. Jake felt immense pressure as the monster tightened its grip around him. While his right arm was pinned against his body within the creature's colossal fist, his left arm was free to move. Raising him close to its face, the abomination opened its mouth as if in preparation to take a bite. In response, Jake raised his left hand, transformed into claws, and swung them at the creature's face. However, just as his talons were about to make contact, the monster intercepted his arm with its other hand. For a moment, it simply held his arm tightly. Jake struggled to free himself, but the beast was far too strong. Then, with a swift motion, the abomination yanked, effortlessly ripping his left arm from his body at the shoulder. All the eyes scattered across the monster's face locked onto him as it let out a triumphant roar. Then, the creature hurled him forward, sending him flying a few meters down the tunnel. He collapsed face first onto the waterlogged floor, splashing water everywhere. Before he could even process what had just happened, he sensed something happening behind him. He quickly rolled onto his back to look at the monster. The abomination had dropped to all fours and opened its mouth wide, bringing its chin down so low it almost touched the floor. The monster then inhaled deeply, sucking the air in with tremendous force, utilizing its third ability. Jake felt himself being dragged along the slick floor toward the abomination's open maw. He managed to roll back onto his stomach, desperately reaching out with his now only hand for any purchase, but finding nothing. As he was pulled closer and closer to the monster's gaping mouth, he continued desperately searching the waterlogged floor for handholds, but there were none. Every attempt to anchor himself yielded no results. A second later, his lower body was sucked into the abomination's throat. The beast immediately stood up, tilting its head back. In the next instant, it swallowed Jake whole. Darkness enveloped him as he found himself in the abomination's belly. The beast's acidic stomach fluid quickly started to digest him, dealing some serious damage to his body. Thinking fast, Jake reverted his smash fist to a regular hand and extended a sword from his wrist. He drove the blade into the monster's flesh in front of him. It met some resistance, but he soon felt it slice cleanly through. Summoning all his strength, he pulled the sword downward, carving a deep vertical slit into the monster's torso. He took a step forward, forcing himself through the opening he had just carved in the giant's body. He landed back onto the damp, waterlogged tunnel floor and quickly rose to his feet. After sprinting a few yards ahead, he turned around, prepared to defend against any further assaults from his opponent. However, the beast didn't come at him anymore. The abomination had a huge, deep vertical gash in its midsection. The monster looked at him with surprise in its numerous eyes, as if not quite comprehending how he had managed to escape from its belly. The giant took a step forward, then another, before abruptly sinking to its knees. Jake raised his sword, ready to plunge it into the center of the monster's hideous face to deliver the final blow. However, there was no need for that. The abomination began to sag, and moments later, its colossal body crashed face-first onto the tunnel floor with a deafening thud, sending torrents of murky water cascading in all directions. Immediately afterward, several system messages flashed through his mind. Enemy killed. Plus 2,500 XP. Hunt complete. You have gained 25,000 XP and 50,000 MP. You have gained enough XP to level up. Your level has gone up from 74 to 77. You have gained 15 SP. So, he had leveled up 3 times, earning a total of 15 skill points, which wasn't bad. However, his left arm, which had been torn off, had him worried. Would it grow back? Jake was pretty much sure his torn-off arm would eventually grow back, but he didn't know how long it would take. Just like the bladed tentacles that detached from his body, his left arm had disintegrated into a pile of black dust shortly after being separated from his body. He glanced at his left shoulder and noticed that his body had already sealed the wound, preventing mana loss. For the next several minutes, he focused on his shoulder, watching the flesh slowly regenerate. Judging by the rate of growth, Jake estimated it would take a few hours for his left arm to fully regrow. He considered acquiring the regeneration booster for 10,000 MP but ultimately decided against it. Though it could have accelerated the growth of his left arm, he wasn't willing to spend that much mana. He glanced at the motionless body of the abomination he had just defeated. If he had been a human with normal human feelings and emotions, he might have kicked the massive corpse of the monster in frustration. However, Jake didn't feel much of anything at that moment. Averting his gaze away from the dead beast, he decided to take a moment to review his stats. Closing his eyes, he summoned them with a thought. Name, Jake Turner. Race, Human Morphus. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent. Level, 77. HP, 56%. XP, 314/9, 750. SP, 15. MP, 102,570. Body, 70. Mind, 70. Magic, 70. Claws, Rank 3, 37%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Swords, Rank 3, 29%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Bladed Tentacles, Rank 3, 25%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Mind Reader, Rank 3, 0%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Smash Fists, Rank 3, 21%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Gravity Leap, Rank 2, 15%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Cloak, Rank 2, 44%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Acidic Spit, Rank I, 77%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Senses, Rank 3, 33%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Agility, Rank 3, 35%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Intelligence, Rank 3, 45%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Reflexes, Rank 3, 38%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced Strength, Rank 3, 23%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, Uncommon. Enhanced regeneration, rank 3, 26%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Feral instincts, rank 3, 17%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Enhanced durability, rank 3, 21%. Upgrades, 3 of 4, uncommon. Adhesive secretion, rank 2, 67%. Upgrades, 4 of 4, uncommon. Toxic resistance, rank I, 13%. Upgrades, 0 of 4, uncommon. All his skills and abilities were gradually progressing. Unsurprisingly, those at rank 3 were the slowest to progress. He noticed that acidic spit, which was currently at rank I, and adhesive secretion, at rank 2, were both nearing completion. Acidic spit was at 77%, while adhesive secretion stood at 67%. So, he had 15 skill points at his disposal. Jake decided to invest some of them in skills that weren't maxed out yet: feral instincts, which had 3 upgrades out of 4, enhanced durability, which was in the same position, and toxic resistance, which had not received any upgrades yet. Skill, feral instincts. Upgrade options. 4. Improve the ability to anticipate enemy actions based on their body language and movements, allowing for preemptive defensive or offensive maneuvers. Cost, 1 SP. Requirements, Mind 60. Skill, enhanced durability. Upgrade options. 4. Increase resistance to concussive forces, preventing disorientation from powerful impacts. Cost, 1 SP. Requirements, Body 55. He thought the upgrade for enhanced durability was very good. He recalled the moment he had been stunned when the abomination smashed him against the brick wall, allowing the beast to grab him before he had time to recover. With the latest upgrade, such unfortunate incidents should happen much less frequently. After that, he purchased all 4 upgrades for the toxic resistance skill. Upgrade options. 1. Decrease the duration of negative status effects caused by toxins. 2. Reduce the damage taken from acidic attacks and shorten the duration of their effects. 3. Enhance your body's recovery speed after sustaining toxic or acidic attacks. 4. Obtain the ability to store toxins in your body and release them later as a concentrated attack against enemies. Requirements, Body 50, Magic 55. The 4th upgrade certainly caught his interest the most. He wasn't entirely sure how it worked yet, but he figured he would find out eventually. Most likely, he would need to be exposed to a toxic or caustic environment to store toxins in his body. With that, all of his current skills and abilities had been maxed out in terms of upgrades. Now, he had 9 skill points remaining. He then summoned the second section of the genetic development interface to review the skills he planned to acquire. Ignoring the skills and abilities he had already obtained, he focused solely on the 3 he had yet to acquire. Evolution Stage 2, Savage Ascent, Level 25. Abilities, 4 of 6. Skills, 3 of 4. Ability, Serpentine Form. Requirements, Body 50, Mind 45, Magic 50. Cost, 25,000 MP. Ability, Spikes. Requirements, Body 60, Magic 65. Cost, 30,000 MP. Skill, Adaptive Armor. Requirements, Body 55, Magic 50. Cost, 27,000 MP. Since each of his 3 attributes was at 70, he met the requirements for all 3 abilities. However, he intended to wait until his armory grew before acquiring them. This way, he could evaluate his remaining MP and determine how many skills to purchase based on that. He then opened his eyes, causing all the information to disappear. There were mutants in the sewers, but Jake didn't want to engage them while he was still handicapped. So he crawled up one wall. Despite currently having only one arm, climbing vertical surfaces wasn't difficult for him. Upon reaching the junction where the wall met the ceiling, he went still. He decided against needlessly activating Cloak to conserve mana. If he heard any approaching mutants, he might or might not turn it on to avoid detection. After all, since neither the mutated rats nor the devourers had ranged weapons, even if they spotted him clinging to the wall far above the tunnel floor, they wouldn't be able to reach and attack him anyway. Jake checked his current mana reserves. After purchasing the skills, he would be left with less than 20,570 MP. However, that number would be even lower since his body tapped into his mana reserves to regenerate his left arm. Judging by how much mana was being consumed during the healing process, he estimated that it would set him back around 5,000 MP by the time his arm completely grew back. This meant that after acquiring the 3 skills, he would have roughly 15,000 MP left, which wasn't much at his current level. He weighed his options. He could take it easy for the rest of the day to preserve his mana and, as usual, go on a mana hunt after nightfall. Alternatively, instead of acquiring all 3 abilities at once, he could buy only 1 or 2 for the time being. Yet, Jake had a strong desire to acquire all 3 skills right away because once he did, all the skills and abilities from the second section of the genetic development interface would be acquired. This would set him up perfectly for evolving into the next stage, allowing him to focus solely on the skills and abilities from the third section from that time on, which would unlock after the next stage of his evolution. After purchasing upgrades for feral instincts, enhanced durability, and toxic resistance, he was left with 9 skill points. He decided to save them for later. Once he had acquired the 3 remaining abilities from the second section of the genetic development interface, he would use the 9 skill points to obtain upgrades for them. His initial plan had been to defeat the abomination and then conduct his regular cleanup of the mutants. However, with only 1 arm, he wasn't prepared to take on the mutants lurking in the underground tunnels. While he hated being inactive, he knew engaging the mutants in his current state was unwise. So he opted to wait. Once his arm fully regenerated, he would clear the sewers of its inhabitants. Perhaps he might even level up 1 more time in the process. By the time he completed that task, he figured the HQ in the Los Demonios base would complete its upgrade to level 6. He planned to return to the base to see what changes that would bring. Afterward, he would decide on his next steps. Most likely, he would evolve into the next stage and then launch an offensive against the bandit base. But for the next few hours, all he planned to do was wait for his left arm to grow back. Jake steeled himself for several hours of idle waiting.